Ashes Odyssey nears its close.
Bowls to Steve Smith, who clips it away for victory. Simply astounding. Wow. Australia win in 2 days in Perth. Atkinson bowls to Smith, he pulls viciously. Magnificent hit for 6. Once again, the Gabba proves a slaughterhouse for England. Bazball is on the edge of the plank. Boland to Tuck. Edges caught. Labuschagne takes the catch. The Ashes are secure. It's mission accomplished in Adelaide. Australia win 3-0. The downfall of Bazball comes in 11 days. Faces up, flicks down the leg side. An English crowd roars. England win the crap shoots in Melbourne. Its first win on these shores in 15 years.
It's had its share of epic deeds to add to lore in this rivalry.
On the way and head, goes back and plays it through to backward point for a single, and it completes what is truly one of the greatest Ashes centuries.
Down over bowls here, Crawley.
Back to him, he's Stark again in the first over of an innings. To Joe Root on 98, sends it down here. Root tucks to the onside, gets it fine towards her own, but runs. It's a boundary. He's done it. He's done it at long last.
His last delivery here. He does
so. What a ball! What a ball over the line. Ben Stokes cannot believe it.
Archer tosses the ball from one hand to the other and motors him.
Stark's ball. Archer goes through him. Are you not entertained?
Run out chance. Pings a stuff chance. Hits him. Oh, it's a brilliant run out. Charging in Josh Inglis.
Gary, he's lifted it up to third, straight to the fielder. Ben Stokes has got 5.
Stokes forward, he'll find his 50th run.
Stoic resistance from the captain. Cummins once more to Pope. Bowls and Pope.
Edges. Oh, what a catch. Absolutely brilliant. Marvellous Labuschagne.
But also a peculiar blend of Stranger Things.
9 for 123 at Stubbs after rolling the tourists in just 33 overs. A 19-wicket day. So after the unpleasantries comes the ball. Smith hooks over the keeper's head down to the boundary for 4. And the words follow. Batter and fast bowler, eyeball to eyeball. Who's to say that he won't again? He pulls brilliantly for 6. Caught that off. Send the next one down, champ. It'll be the first time in 74 years that 20 wickets have fallen on day 1 of a test match in this country.
Wow. What just happened? 20 wickets. I didn't think it was test cricket what I watched yesterday. I feel like I'm watching a different game now.
For a 5th straight series, Australia will lift the urn and its heroes bask in the spoils.
Stark bowls to Stokes. What a brilliant ball that is from Mitch Stark. He has been thunderous. Bowls to Head, who comes and drives gloriously. Instantly iconic as it bounces across the road. For 4th straight home test match, Travis Head posts a century. Bowls here, Carey. Drives through the offside. Big gap in that direction. He'll get at least 2. That's going to be the target. He's the hometown hero. All hail King Carey.
But England has at least broken the hoodoo on these shores.
18 test matches, 16 losses, 2 draws since England won in Australia, and Ben Stokes' men have been able to do it. Really special occasions.
This win does mean a lot. Been over here a few times and not managed to get a win.
Yeah, it's an amazing feeling. It's what dreams are made of, really. Boxing Day test at the MCG.
Very special occasion, and we're so lucky with the support that we get. I mean, just look at the amount of people that are here. I think it was really important that we showed a lot of character.
And perhaps future success is built in these circumstances.
New over here to Brook. First ball of it across the line. Through mid-wicket, 4 runs. Wow. He smashed that. Bethel stands upright, punches the drive through mid-off for 4. Gloriously conventional. Tuck's got 4. He's bowled beautifully. Delivers here, bowled. Caught a second slip. Great bit of bowling. He's got 5. Australia all out for 152.
The final stop is Sydney, a test match with his known share of legendary moments.
The final ball. It's gone for it. There it is. Great moment in the history of Australian Test cricket.
Well, that was the googly. Oh, he's got him. Yes, he's got him. Well, what a way to end the series. 7 wickets to McGill.
Now Darren Goff's on a hat-trick. Got it! Got it!
Yeah. Australia gets it. It's another 500 for Alistair Cook.
And he brings it up. And there we have it. The brotherly power out there at the SCG. And they've got to remember to get in their crease. They're hugging before they finish the run.
And after the disappointment of Melbourne, there's pressure for a fitting climax to match the occasion.
We've played on some tricky wickets. We've had obviously two-day test matches. It's been a pretty good year of cricket, I think, as a whole. Obviously the Border Gavaskar last year was good. Ashes, great. Yeah, hopefully we can continue that.
Now there won't be that narrative written that we haven't won a game, so that goes back to zero now. We'll be going into Sydney with the exact same mindset that we had towards this game, which is to win another game of cricket in Australia.
It's the Pink Test at the SCG, the 5th and final of this Ashes summer on SEN Test Cricket.
Over the wicket at him. He's bowled him! Bowls here and he takes him over mid-on. Gets plenty of that. Crawley's left on the pad. They're up, he's out. Placing up on 28. Bowls in. Middle stump out of the ground. Bowls in. Lifts him up to deep mid-wickets. Fly, my pretty.
Oh, what a catch! Stephen Smith, that is remarkable.
It's a box office blockbuster.
That is Test cricket at its finest.
Live across Australia and around the world on the SEN network. Welcome to the Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
Hello and welcome on a beautiful Sunday morning in Sydney where the sun shines down on the SCG and the members have lined up since the wee hours to get their favourite seats. It might in theory be a dead rubber, but the sense of anticipation around Sydney for their share of the Ashes is rich. And the questions that sit heavily is what remains? And on every corner you're being asked, how long will it last? We're all a bit bruised after the events of Melbourne. Test cricket needs something reassuring as we close out this Ashes summer. Gerard, Whateley with you for the Bunnings build-up victor made for Australia. Simon Katich is with me. Hello, Cats.
Good morning, Gerard, Flem, all our listeners.
Damien, Fleming, Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year, Gerard, Caddo. Listeners, won't rain at all this test match, calling it. How beautiful is Sydney weather this time of year? Have a look at that out there.
Never in doubt, mate. It's been like this for months.
Okay, beautiful. What's happened for the last 20 years?
I've forgotten about that.
There's a storm or two forecast late afternoon, but it has the forecast has been improving.
It's better, isn't it?
Closer that we've got to it. Kat, you saw firsthand just how enraptured Sydney is for its test match this year.
Yeah, arrived at about 10 to 7 this morning and I could not believe what I saw lining up outside. It was stretched back for probably at least a kilometre from what I could see. I was obscured by a fair bit of the parkland, but I don't think I've seen a busier SCG at that time of day, even in Steve Orr's final test in early 2004. So it's quite remarkable, the appetite for this series, even though the series was done and dusted in Adelaide. I think what we saw in Melbourne and the fact that England won a test, and there's obviously a lot of Barmy Army here and a lot of English contingent travelling in Australia, there's a huge appetite here to also witness Usman Khawaja's final test.
Yeah, certainly so. Like walking in, it was nuts, wasn't it? How hard was it to actually enter? Saw the great man, Glenn McGrath, a special test for him. Tracy Bevan, who's been the initiator of the McGrath Foundation. So it is the pink ball test. So, that adds to the special nature of the SCG test match. And whether it's a dead rubber, I mean, you're still playing for your country and your pride. And there's so many players that are playing for their spots and their future.
So it's designated as the pink test and has been for many a year now, and we play our part in that on Jane McGrath Day. It is the stepping off point for many a career, given it's the last test of a summer, so it has a rich history of farewell tests, and Usman Khawaja is part of that. And then there's just the edginess around test cricket. You would have felt it everywhere that you've gone, but I've been asked 55 times on the way, and how long do you reckon it'll go? we are bruised from Melbourne.
Yeah, it's not. That's probably the one out of this series that's going to be the big negative, isn't it? That two of the test matches have gone. Well, hopefully, two of the two test matches have gone only 2 days. And looking back at the MCG, I look back at a lot of the dismissals. There shouldn't have been 20 wickets on that first day. Now, I know Matty Page, and that was good. I think Stuart Fox, the MC, they got on the front foot the next day and put it out there. But that should have been at least a 3-day test match. You know, some poor decisions, you know, some setups. Even Alex Carey, you know, going down the leg side, the run out of Cam Green. So, you know, it's put into the fold, you know, the pitches that, you know, you've got to get it right. And, you know, people, you know, you need to have empathy as well. Like, you can't control the climate above, although it sounds like the preparation here has been very, very good. But batting techniques, you know, there's been articles, hasn't there? Greg Chappell and co just talking about, are the batsmen up for the fight these days? Or is it, I don't want to change my game and I'm just going to try and enforce it regardless of the pitch and the match conditions?
Their game will change. They'll just be playing at the lower level. That's what will happen. Because I read a couple of those articles during the week. They were spot on. And that's where Matt Page, yes, he got it wrong and he admitted that. And we saw what we saw. But, you know, Perth as well was a good test wicket. And that was 2 days.
That shouldn't have been 2 days.
Correct. So the players have got to take some responsibility for that as well. Because some of the discipline and even the mindset was the big thing in Melbourne that stood out to me, was the fact that guys were spooked before they even faced the ball. And to go out there and think that you can charge down your very first ball, that means you're already on the back foot because you've already seen what's going on and you're thinking, how am I going to survive on this wicket? And that's a big part of Test match batting. Test match batting is all about decision-making, ball after ball after ball for long periods of time. And if you're already spooked before you face the ball, then that just highlights where the modern game's at in terms of how they want to play it. Yes, it's exciting and fun to watch when it's, you know, free-flowing on good wickets, but when it's tricky, and there are some tricky surfaces, don't deny them that.
And we want some tricky surfaces to get tested, don't you? And then, you know, I think they lost an opportunity to learn how to bat in those conditions. Yep. I think Shield batsmen for the last 3 or 4 years have had to. It's been really tricky. But, you know, if you have a breakthrough innings and find a way, you know, I think of someone like Stephen Smith, it wasn't a tricky wicket, but, you know, I think it was the 13-14 Ashes at Perth where he just changed his setup in-game, like problem-solving in-game. You know, I wonder, you know, the Wanger, there was an article on the 15th year of the Wanger being introduced. But if you're practising on flat pitches too, you know, you probably need some practice decks that have got a bit in them and go in and face the Wanger if that's your go and work out when the ball does deviate, what's going to be my method. So, you know, we might see a little bit of a change also in the practice methods to prepare and to play on wickets that, you know, we can't just have 50-over pitches for Test match cricket.
Test match cricket has been in an existential crisis this summer, and these conversations are pretty rich. So it heightens the consequences here. We are coming off last year's SCG test was the shortest in the ground's history. It only just got past lunch on day 3. It was 1,149 balls and only 623 runs at the climax of what had been a thrilling series. The summer before that, it was the 3rd shortest test match here at the ground. So what did you see when you went out there this morning, Simon, and inspected what used to be your home pitch?
Well, it looks so different to the one that I played so much state cricket on here for New South Wales. And even, you know, the couple of tests I did play here for Australia, it just looks so different because it's got an even coverage of grass. There's a green tinge to it at the moment. But from having been out there and chatting to Steve Smith, who was on the wicket at the time, and he has played on this surface during the Shield season against Victoria, he feels like this surface has some cracks running underneath the grass. So they weren't visible to me who was on the side, but he was on the wicket and he felt like that's what could happen on this surface. But in that Shield game in particular against Victoria, it was red hot on day 1. So they opened up really early and it was all over by day 3. Whereas this forecast, not as hot day 1, but it's certainly warmer than the forecast suggested, you know, a couple of days ago.
It's going to bake it.
Yeah.
But, yeah, maybe that's why the live grass is there. that he's so worried that the cracks will open that much, so the green grass will bind him for a certain period of time.
So I guess the big question is going to be, is the bounce going to be consistent? Is the pace off the surface going to be consistent, or is it going to be a two-pace surface? And generally, when it's an even coverage of grass, you do get a good, even pace wicket. But if there are some sort of cracks opening up underneath, then that's going to be interesting to see how that plays out with the variable pace and bounce. And you always expected that here at the SCG, come day 3 of a test or a Shield game, because you expected that it would get lower and slower as the game went on, and you would expect reverse swing because it was so bare. But you look at that square at the moment, it is lush. So I don't expect there to be any reverse swing out there.
Gee, it's so different than when we were growing up in the 1980s. It was the last test, and we'll play 2 spinners. It was our one chance to beat the West Indies. They played 3 spinners, wouldn't they, at times? So I think the test, I was actually here. They had a fast bowling comp when Alan Border took 11 wickets. But I think there was Peter Taylor and Greg Matthews in that test match as well. So the first time you bowled here, you'd bowled on nothing like it, as a swing bowler. You just thought, how do I get a wicket here? Because the ball's not moving at all. And then you learn you've got to change your pace a lot, bowl cutters, and then, in the day 4 or 5, you can cash in with a bit of reverse swing. But, that's no longer an option for the quicker bowlers. But if it is uneven like last year a bit, you just need to get the ball in play. And maybe England, did they learn finally how to bowl the right length in Australia in that second innings at the G, particularly Cast? That's easily the best he bowled for the summer.
Well, he needed to too, because if that spell didn't go to plan, with Atkinson being off the field with his hamstring injury, England were in trouble because Head was looking ominous on 46, and that was a serious seed that got rid of him, and that pretty much swung the test match, that spell, the 20 minutes before lunch.
So the pitch itself here, so it's played rubbish for years. And why? The why?
Yeah.
It's the big. Why has it departed so far from its characteristic and its place in Australian cricket? Its distinction for about 6 years has been that it just spits at batters' gloves, and we have Australia contemplating not playing a spinner.
Yeah, I mean, that's another issue.
So can I just say, what we've watched so far is Michael Neser has marked his run up in the paint. Cam Green has. Todd Murphy was on the tape measure for Green, but didn't seem to make any markings of his own, and Bo Webster's batting in the nets at the moment. But if we have got to a point where Australia is not going to select a spinner for the SCG test, this whole summer is going to provide a moment of pause. Is what are we doing with grounds in this country if that's the case?
If that's the case, what you said, I thought Neser might miss out and Murphy plays. There's been this Ashes series we've seen, unless Bashir gets a lot of wickets, there's been 9 wickets for spin. So, we want to encourage spin bowling as well, but we've got to provide the pitches. Adelaide was superb, wasn't it? It turned on day 1. The quicks could still move the ball, and batters got 100, but you need at least 2 test matches, don't you? And this needs to be one of them. I'd like to know what's changed. The clay, has the clay content changed? When did they last redo the surface, Cato? Do you know?
I think when Adam came in, I remember talking to him a couple of years ago, they changed the type of grass. And from memory, I think it was called Legend or something like that.
You're right.
And it's I remember him saying it was a more aggressive grass, grows quicker, and in these conditions, if you do get, rainfall, which we had a little bit the last few days, and then the sun comes out, it can grow rapidly. So when you look at the square, it's in amazing nick.
That's the best I've ever seen the square.
Yeah,
for the last 6 years.
And it's been like that. I was out here, I think, in October for some clinics, and must have been late October, and it was in unbelievable nick, and it hasn't changed.
Which is why it was so perplexing that the Shield game played so poorly, that New South Wales, Victoria.
But back to what you're saying too, why is it cracking underneath? Is that a lack of water? Is the square dead? Do you know, once the clay's, been used a certain amount of times, they need to redo it. There's obviously been calls to have a drop in, and we don't want that. But, where are we up to with the actual square itself?
So Steve Smith spoke about this yesterday, just his profound disappointment that it's not the SCG of his childhood and hasn't been for most of his career. I think Australia are confounded by this pitch, and they've left selection very much up in the air. And I think they're disappointed that they know that the country wants a team with a spinner in it. But also, their feeling last night was there's no point playing if he's not going to get a bowl or he's not going to have an impact.
But I could live with 2 spinners here.
Yes.
Because, I'd like a test match where it is half subcontinental, which the SCG was. So then you get to see who your second spinner is. Your first one's going to cash in. But you allow your batters to get acclimatised to playing in the subcontinent. So it helps with the actual cricket education of your test players in real time.
The showpiece nature of this test now, as I watched Usman Khawaja arrive in front of the members, and he got a standing ovation as he headed up to the pavilion as he bows out. And this is all rather perfect. He made his test debut in an Ashes test match at the SCG. He rejuvenated his career 4 years ago in an Ashes test match at the SCG, and he's going to bow out in an Ashes test match at the SCG.
I tell you what, you couldn't get a fairy tale finish, really. I mean, not too many players get to go out on a whole. We've seen a number over the years at this very venue, given it's the end of the Test summer, and I think given this was his home deck as well, playing for New South Wales at the start of his career, you'd like to think that this will be a special Test match for him, and hopefully he can finish on a high personally as well, not only from his own perspective but also from a team perspective, because I think if Australia lose this Test, 3-2, it'll leave a sour taste in their mouth. And whether England deserved that result, that remains to be seen, because, yes, they played well in Melbourne and they did well to bounce back after being 3-0 down. But, if anything, it highlights and confirms that they got it wrong with their preparation, because they're playing their best cricket towards the back end of the series, and they were good in Adelaide. They were definitely better with the bat there, more disciplined with Stokes and Crawley and these sorts of guys digging in. But, from an overall series perspective, they've been below par, and if they finish 3-2, Australia would be disappointed with that. And also, obviously, Khawaja to finish his career like that. You don't want to finish on a sour note like that.
I'll just interrupt you for a ticket. What you don't often see on the morning of the first day of a test match is the suits gathering around the pitch. There's Todd Greenberg and David Gallop, 2 men who have incidentally run the NRL. One's the head of the SCG Trust and the other is obviously running Cricket Australia. They are both in the middle inspecting the pitch. This is where we have got to.
Yeah, I don't know what they can do now.
No. So absolutely fascinating.
Yeah, it is.
And very unusual. So, so the prospect of 3-2, which would be deeply unsatisfactory for Australia. So there is a lot in this game.
Yeah, but if it happens and England play really well, I think it backs up what Kato says. Why didn't they have practice games? They're just starting to find a rhythm. And for me, we have not picked our best team. We haven't been able to pick our best team. So, you could reflect that we've done so well to be 3-0 up with the teams that we've had. They've been makeshift teams. Not once have they been able to pick their best team here. What I want, though, Kato, is I want some strong individual performances, particularly from Weatherald, Green, Murphy if he plays, Richardson. So actually this is the next generation, because we could win 3-2 and also unearth nobody.
Well, the other one's Labuschagne as well.
Sorry, Labuschagne, yeah.
Because there's that top 3 at the moment with Khawaja retiring and Weatherald not having nailed his opportunities yet, and Labuschagne getting back in on weighted runs but not nailing it at test level. There's so many questions moving forward if you're trying to, or particularly for the selectors trying to pick a team for 8 months' time.
So Bo Webster's now marking his run-up. So we've seen Michael Nisa, Bo Webster, Cam Green, and Todd Murphy was on the tape measure. Joe Richardson is not there. And Mitch Stark hasn't been out there yet either. But Bo Webster's playing on the evidence of that. So both all-rounders will be in for Australia.
Yeah. I just thought Richardson would play. For me, he needs to play because of his age and the potential going forward. I thought Ness might be the unlucky one, but he looks like he's playing. My gut feel it doesn't look good for Todd Murphy. Sorry, I forget Marnus, because it was funny, like his first 5 innings, I just went, he's back, he just needs a big score. He's regressed back to the Marnus of the last 2 years, getting caught on the crease, scratchy. Whereas halfway through the series, I went, oh, beauty. Masters is back to a degree. He doesn't need to average 60, but if he's averaging 40 at number 3, you beauty.
Yeah, particularly in
but he has been poor in the last test and a half.
Yeah, so there's a degree of intrigue around this Australian team and what the setup is going to be. But what do you think about the idea of both all-rounders?
I don't mind it. I don't know who's unlucky. So Inglis played a couple of innings. He didn't enhance his reputation. The way that Bo Webster played last year, I mean, he's been unlucky not to play at all through the series and really done nothing wrong with his career. So maybe they looked that they could potentially play together going forward, mainly both batting all-rounders.
Well, I think, if they factor in how he played here at this very venue last year, I thought he was the standout batter on that surface last year, on a tricky surface. His footwork was really good. He was assured. The difference was he was coming in much better form. I think the reason he missed out to Green was that he just didn't have the weight of runs coming in for Tassie, and that's why Green got the nod. But as time goes on and Green's not... And Andrew McDonald said this publicly, Cameron Green hasn't made the most of his opportunities. So the team's not structured around him. It's around, making sure that everyone's got to earn the right to their spot. And so maybe if they do play Webster, it's a sign that, Green's got to start to make the most of it.
So what does that make the batting order? Is Green still 7, Webster 8? Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Stark 9, Neeser and Richardson. Wow.
No, Boland.
Sorry, Boland.
So no Richardson.
Yeah, we haven't seen Richo, have we?
No, he's definitely not in. And then I was out there when Boland was out there. So from what I've seen, Boland, Neeser, Green, Webster have all marked their run-ups. Stark hasn't been out there, but I don't want to sort of alarm anyone on that front. And I say Todd Murphy was on the tape measure. Now, exactly what that means will be declared at the toss. But yes, a curious little build. Not the first time the Australian team has provided a source of fascination in the lead up to the Test match either.
They do give it a lot of thought, don't they?
Well, they've been very particular in this series, haven't they? They've gone, we'll pick the game for the circumstances and for the opponent, not for
I think it started in Jamaica, to leave Nathan Lyon out, which unfortunately was the right reason, because a green seamer in Jamaica in a day-night game has got quicks all over it. So I think that sort of broke the seal a little bit. And now... they don't see the benefits of spin, particularly with the wickets that are being provided.
So that's the build-up as we look down on the SCG, which is bathed in sunshine. The English side of things is Brendan McCullum's job on the line as they go through here. Would 4-1 spell the end? 3-2, does that get him to the T20 World Cup? Is there going to be some restraints put on the way that he has set this England team up and perhaps some dissenting voices introduced into the camp? So that's a fascinating postscript for England as well as they front up here in Sydney. Simon Katich and Damien Fleming on duty. We will talk to Travis Head next. We go inside the Australian camp, and then we'll hear from Stuart Broad on the English side of things. It's the Ashes on SEN Cricket. The Bunnings build-up brought to you by Spec Right Merbau Decking.
Live across Australia and around the world on the SEN network. The Bunnings Build-Up. Site code stands for safety. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
G'day there. Tex attending some lights on flash in Brunswick, Sydney Road and Victoria Street. It's a clear and quiet run around the CBD. Nothing to hold you up on the major freeways either. If you see anything on the roads, 1300 595 937. Audio is more powerful than you think. For advertising with the power to double your campaign effectiveness, start with commercial radio and audio where brands are heard. Visit cra.au. And SEN continues as your home of sport this summer with every ball of the summer of cricket live.
Get ready for Clean Up Australia Day. Let's get our gloves on Sunday the 1st of March to give back to a place that we call home. Register now at cleanup.org.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe
today. Harvey Norman half-yearly clearance. TVs, fridges, vacuums on sale. Higher 433-litre bottom-mount fridge now just $794. Laptops, mobiles, all the latest tech priced to clear. Motorola G55 5G now just $148. That's less than half price. Get 10% off already low prices on selected big brand mattresses and adjustable bases. Plus hot deals on lounges, dining, outdoor and more. Gasmate Quasar 4-burner barbecue just $492. Best brands, best range, best prices. Harvey Norman half-yearly clearance on now. Conditions apply.
You asked and Macca's heard. The fan favourite is back at Macca's. The iconic Chicken Big Mac is back for a limited time only. Tackle 2 juicy Aussie chicken patties, lettuce, cheese, onions and pickles, all stacked between a beautiful soft sesame seed bun and finished off with the iconic special Big Mac sauce. So sweep into Macca's and pick up a Chicken Big Mac in between bowling spells or after the game. The Chicken Big Mac. Oh, hurry into your local Macca's before it's gone.
Down the leg side, he's feathered it through. And
just like Test cricket, Beaumont Tiles is an Aussie original. For more than 65 years, Beaumonts have worked hand in hand with tradies and builders to shape the style of Australian homes. With trusted trade pricing, expert service, and the biggest range of tiles, bathroom wear, and hard flooring, Beaumonts delivers style built to last. So visit tile.com.au or your local store. Beaumont Tiles, hard to beat.
Beaumonts.
I'm just going to go to the bar. Do you want another one?
What, now? Now something's going to happen here, mate. He's peppering his off stump.
Won't be long this time. Oh, come on. Hurry up. So many people. Oh, no, what happened? Was that a wicket?
Spending more time queuing for drinks than watching the game? You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
Keep straight for 100 metres towards the intersection.
Speeding these holidays?
Turn left for point-to-point speed cameras. Turn right for a mobile police unit with handheld radar guns. Or continue straight for a crash that could result in critical injury or death.
The police will be using every tool they have to keep the roads safe. So if you decide to speed, even just a little, how your holiday ends is your choice. A message from the TAC.
Noticing your hair thinning? The Hairy Pill is here to help regrow your hair and your confidence. Get ready to love your hair again with clinical treatment online. Feel empowered knowing you can do something about your hair loss.
I know I can grow on with the Hairy Pill. I can grow on. Hairy Pill.
Grow stronger, healthier hair with the Hairy Pill. Now available in-store at Direct Chemist Outlet.
G'day, Flem here. If Program Commercial Painting were a test bowler, they'd take every painting maintenance job's wicket. Repaints, bowled. Graffiti, caught behind. From schools to local businesses, hospitals and beyond, get them bowling for you. Visit programcommercialpainting.com.au.
Live across Australia and around the world on the SEN network. The Bunnings Build-Up. SITECO stands for safety. Available at Bunnings Warehouse. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, Ashes were done at 3-0, weren't they? So, Test cricket now with the Test Championship, every game's important. So for us, we view it as that. We want to win every game that we play. It was disappointing last week to go down. We were outplayed at the back end of that game. So, hopefully we can turn it around here, win this series 4-1. And now, more importantly, I suppose, just win a test in the Test Championship cycle.
Steve Smith, the Australian captain, here in Sydney. He'll have captained 4 of the 5 test matches in this Ashes series. Pat Cummins is alongside Andrew McDonald as Australia start with their warm-ups. Mitch Starc is starting to stride out, so we haven't seen him with the paint, but he is starting his warm-up. So he and Boland are together. We know that Nisa, Green and Webster have all marked their run-outs, and Todd Murphy was with Cam Green on the tape measure. So we'll know in 27 minutes' time exactly what Australia is doing, but we'll know in the next 5 minutes once the warm-ups begin in earnest. The Bunnings Build-Up brought to you by SITECO. the New Year's test, the pink test here at the SCG on SEN Test Cricket. Adam Collins is downstairs. Let's check in with the Australian captain, Travis Head.
Travis Head, thanks as always for joining SEN Test Cricket. What a day this is. Gorgeous morning. Members filling up perfect.
Yeah, I opened the curtains and seen blue skies. I wasn't quite sure what we're going to get when you look at the weather app a couple of days ago, but one last week, one last crack at it. It's an exciting morning.
I know it's been 8 days, I think it is now, since the Melbourne loss. What are your reflections on that? Are you able to write it off owing to the surface, or how do you interpret it?
You take a bit of everything, I think. You try and write a little bit off, so in your own mind you're feeling ready to go and positive, and then in the same breath you want to learn on a few things and work on a few things. You had another look at, I guess, the fourth plan of this series. You're going into your fifth. There's always things you can learn each test as you go on their plans, your own way of going about it, and I did a bit of all of that, so ready to go again.
Some hugely memorable moments for you in the series, the Perth 100, the one at home as well. I mean, what a special time for you as a player, being able to hit the peak of your powers in such a huge series for Australia.
It's always nice. I guess you're going into the unknown, so a couple of weeks leading into the series, you're sort of rolling around in bed thinking about it, but you're probably sleeping for 2 or 3 months thinking about it and going through every single plan and every single possibility. And I've always talked about just getting to that first day in Perth and then seeing how the lay of the land looks and then trying to problem solve on the go. And look, it's been really good so far. And like I said, I get one last crack at it. We've got 5 more big days until we get to enjoy what we've been able to work on so hard over the last 3 or 4 weeks. So, it's going to be a fun week.
Just looking ahead to today, a bit of a strange one, but are you definitely opening this week? As Steve Smith left a bit of room for move when he spoke yesterday.
Yeah, we joked when we walked up here and said I was back at 5 or 6. Now I'll open, so ready to go again and feeling good. Slept actually quite well last night, considering a little one's a little bit crook as well, which is no good. But it's a good morning. Looks like problem solve on the go. Not sure what the wicket's going to do too much at the minute. Everyone's trying to read into it, and looks like I had a bit of grass on it yesterday. I haven't looked at it yet this morning, so I'm happy to see blue skies. This is something better. So if we get a look at it today, it's an exciting day and looking forward to doing it.
What have you made of the amount of assistance the bowlers have had from the surface through the series?
I haven't been surprised, honestly. I think everyone's been well documented the last few years. 2 or 3 years has been challenging to bat when the bowlers put in the right area, and I spoke a bit about it during the week. Is when you give 1 or 2 extra mil on grass on wickets with world-class bowlers, like we've seen last year with Jasper, players are under pressure. So slightly the other way, I felt like in Adelaide on a really, really good batting wicket, the pressure sort of shifted on the bowling unit on how you can take 20 wickets and how can you win a game of cricket on a wicket that is more batter-friendly. So, no, I'm not surprised with I know how much grass they're going to leave on them throughout the summer, how much they have left over in the few years. So, again, it's a red ball coming down on a wicket and there's variables and everything. So, like I said, problem solve on the go and be ready to tackle anything, really.
Huge response to Usman Khawaja the last couple of days. What's his legacy to your dressing room?
It's huge. Play 88 test matches. I think this will be 89th. That's why they were going. The crowd were giving a nice cheer because he just walked on the ground. So huge week for him. Obviously, growing up around the corner, and he's had some unbelievable moments here. He didn't thank me for getting him back in the team all those years ago when I got COVID, which I'm sure he will enjoy over a Coke Zero later in the week. But he's been unbelievable to go through some of the things he's gone through. To come out the other side of it, to put together the 4 or 5 years that he did to finish his career. I know they'd be immensely proud of that, and his record stacks up pretty well. So, another exciting week. It's something added on for us this week. Obviously, hugely important that we play well, but there's a little added motivation there. We were here a couple of years ago when Davey finished up, so we know the importance of it. We want to send someone out on a good note and in front of his, half-home crowd. It'll be a good week.
And not that you need any more motivation, but Andrew McDonald spoke about World Test Championship points and the importance of getting as many of those as you can on home soil.
Yeah, hugely important. It's something that we definitely strive for. It's something that we talk about each week we go into a test series. It's something that's always brought up. We've been there twice. We want to be there again. There's no doubt about that. And you have to win at home. You have to try and stack up as many points as you can at home because we know how challenging it is away, and we've got some challenging tours ahead of us away. So, the importance of that, obviously, that he spoke about is echoed throughout the whole dressing room. So, again, another important week with added motivation in that as well.
And just in closing, what an event the Pink Test has become here at the SCG each year.
Yeah, it's nice to obviously contribute as a player. We don't get to do too many things like this in the calendar, and some guys have got some awesome people that they work with, and we've got a great platform to obviously help as many people as we possibly can. And this is one of the great weeks. So when you go through the test calendar and you've got a Boxing Day and you've got a home test match and then you got this, it's it's pretty cool to be involved in it for 5 tests, and to do this again and to be involved in it again is going to be a very cool week.
Brilliant. Trav, we'll let you get inside. Good luck this week, and here's to a massive 2026.
Cheers, thanks, man. Cheers.
Travis Head with Adam Collins there. The Australians about to begin their warm-ups. We're watching Bo Webster and Scott Boland down on a pitch 4 across from the test strip, which has its stumps in, its pink stumps in. Just looking at the way this is all playing out, is neither England nor Australia is going to play its specialist spinner. Todd Murphy's pretty inactive now in the Australian setup, and Shoaib Bashir didn't bowl. Will Jacks is going to do the spinning duties, whatever there are of those for England. So it's a bit of a crisis of identity here at the SCG. Neither team looks to play its specialist spinner. Stuart Broad's going to join us in a moment's time. This is the Bunnings build-up. Sightco stands for safety, available at Bunnings Warehouse. The New Year's Test live from the SCG on SEN Test Cricket.
Live across Australia and around the world on the SEN network. The Bunnings Build-Up. Sightco stands for safety. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Real people, real products, real fun. No matter who you are, Sexyland has something real sexy for everyone. With Australia's biggest range of sexy costumes, lingerie, couples toys and fun gifts and games for adults. Sexyland. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, open till midnight 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery. Sexyland.com.au.
Nothing says Aussie summer like an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Coupled with backyard barbecues, sunshine and your mates. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic. Craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger. And a traditional family recipe which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew. Bundaberg ginger beer.
Looking for big savings and big brands? Look no further than Chemist Warehouse. Grab Red One U Golden Hour Vanilla Bean and Pistachio Body Cleanser or Lotion, just $5.99 each. Soothe Skin with E45 Eczema Relief Cream, 60 gram, only $13.99. A great summer is a safe summer. Protect yourself with Neutrogena SPF 50 Beach Defense Lotion, 400ml, only $16.99. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
The new Grinch Happy Meal is now at Macca's. There are 12 Grinch toys to collect, only at Macca's for a limited time. Trademark and copyright 2025 Dr. Zeus, available 10:30 a.m. till midnight for a limited time of participating Macca's.
Spec-Rite Merbau decking comes pre-oiled, which means it's already primed and ready for installation, saving you time, improving stability and protecting the timber from moisture and UV. For a great finish on your deck, start with Spec-Rite pre-oiled Merbau decking, available at Bunnings Warehouse.
G'day, Alex Carey here from Goodwee. With the warm weather and sun shining, I reckon there's 2 things on everyone's mind: cricket and solar power. The new Goodwee ESA battery system is packed with leading performance and safety features. It's a game changer that's perfect for Aussie households and small businesses. Until the end of March, you can get up to $500 off a battery install, on top of the federal rebate, exclusively with Solar Heart. Visit solarheart.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Everything grows better. iPlex No Water. And with over 80 years experience, iPlex understands the challenges the water industry faces. They're committed to providing safe, secure and innovative water solutions today and well into the future. iPlex supply a large range of quality pipeline products and solutions that support urban agriculture, residential and urban subdivisions to civil and mining infrastructure Australia-wide. Visit nutrientwaterstore.com.au.
With Nutrient Water.
For on-the-go cover, go BizCover, Australia's #1 online business insurance service with over 280,000 small business customers. Join thousands of small businesses who've switched to BizCover for easier, hassle-free insurance. Simply compare quotes, buy online and get instant cover. Looking for insurance for the first time? BizCover is insurance made easy. From tradies to professionals, allied health, retail and hospitality, even small businesses looking to save. Shop and compare quotes for different types of cover in one go at bizcover.com.au.
Get in the loop, because pool care just got smart. Meet Loopium. We've taken the entire pool shop and put it in your phone. Need chemicals, equipment, advice? We've streamlined the lot. Now you can balance your water from the sofa, with or without pants. Got a weird pump noise? Just ask. We'll walk you through the fix in real time. Stop driving and start swimming. Download Loopium for free today.
Live across Australia and around the world on the SEN network. The Bunnings Build-Up. Siteco stands for safety. Available at Bunnings Warehouse. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
Mitch Starc has now marked his run-ups at either end of the SCG, so that will confirm Australia's team will see Jai Richardson replaced by Bo Webster, and for the first time in 140 years at the SCG, no specialist spinner for Australia. Todd Murphy will not play. The Bunnings Build-Up Victor 18-inch classic cut mower, available at Bunnings Warehouse. The English side of things, they've won a test match and broken the hoodoo. Can they go 2-3 in the series? Stuart Broad is with us on SEN Test Cricket. He's with Colo.
Stuart Broad, well, England have had a win. They've got the monkey off the back at Melbourne last week, first time in a long time. What do you think that meant to this group?
It meant a huge amount to the players, to be honest, particularly when I looked at the faces of Joe Root and Ben Stokes, who have toured here for a long time and had little success. So it meant a lot. You know, I think back home in England with the fans and a lot with the media, there's been a feeling of a little bit too little too late, in a sense. Why didn't we get a win earlier in the series? And this could have been a real opportunity for the team. So a bit of a feeling of a missed opportunity, seeing that England have won one. But, you know, coming into Sydney, they'll be very motivated yet again. It's a wonderful cricket ground to play at. It has a lot of history. And, 3-2, although it's still a loss, does look a lot better than 4-1.
So 3-2, yeah, scoreline would look better, but would also perhaps feel better for the powers that be, right? I mean, what do you think this week means specifically for the coach, Brendan McCullum, and maybe indeed the director of cricket, Rob Key?
Yeah, so it's definitely an underlying story there, because Richard Gould, the ECB CEO, has flown back out. I don't know whether he was always planning to do that, but it always feels it's always interesting when one of the decision makers flies back out. My opinion, Key, Baz McCullum, Stokes should stay. I think they're the right people to move this team forward. Yes, adapt. Yes, learn from this trip. I think they've done a few things. It's been widely talked about preparation. Selection-wise, as widely talked about how they ignore county cricket, and the county cricket has produced all of our greats over the time. So there's a bit of evolving to do, but I believe they should stay, and I think if they win here, that's what would guarantee that.
And clearly, you've still got the dressing room hearing those Ben Stokes comments, strongly endorsing McCullum.
He's not going to say anything different, is he? I don't think. But it's a wonderful environment to play in. There's no doubt about that. And that's really important, actually, because in a world where players are flying all over, playing in sometimes 3 T20 comps in the space of 6 weeks, and financially way more viable to be a T20 cricketer, a good T20 cricketer at the moment. You need to make Test cricket very attractive to play. You need to have a lot of fun while doing it. Yes, it's, in my opinion, the greatest format. It gives you so many brilliant feelings, but you want the environment to be a lot of fun and relaxing, and so you're able to put your skill in. And Brendan McCullum definitely does that.
So Matty Potts is in the squad of 12 today. Hasn't played an Ashes Test before. What can we expect of him if he gets the nod?
He's a good bowler. He runs in for you all day. He's got a great engine on him. He's one of those sort of pitch-up bowlers with a little wobble seam, not necessarily a swing bowler, but will bring the stumps into play. Definitely gets LBWs with the little nip backers, a bit wider of the crease as well, which I think will suit bowling at your Marnus Labuschagnes and Steve Smith, who don't line it up quite as well from wide of the crease as they do closer. He's got good players out in his Test career so far. Kane Williamson, someone that he didn't, Kane Williamson didn't line him up very well. I was surprised he's not played maybe at the MCG. I say he'd have suited that pitch. I think any bowler in the world would have suited that pitch, to be honest. But it'll give Ben Stokes some control, and ultimately I'm pretty sure he'll be in the lineup, in the sense that if he's not, then they're going to play 3 spinners in the likes of Bashir, Jacks and Bethel.
Right, and just on Bashir, it would mean he wouldn't play in the whole series. So the specialist spinner going 0 from 5 and only playing a couple of the Lions games.
It certainly wasn't the plan 18 months ago when they were sort of bedding him in, saying that his attributes suited playing in Australia. But ultimately, Australia haven't gone down the route of playing specialist spinners. I mean, Lyon missing out the Gabba was really surprising. Don't think he bowled a ball at Perth. So it's just the shape of these pitches at the moment that doesn't lean on playing specialist spinners. But generally, SCG, you'd expect a specialist spinner to play.
Another pitch that, on face value, looks like it's got plenty of grass coverage on it. I think we're told 6 millimetres, but the lived experience of being out there and seeing it at the moment, similar to perhaps what the pitch was last year when it was over in 7 sessions against India. Steve Smith spoke quite stridently about this yesterday, saying that he wants the SCG of old returns. From a playing perspective, having pitches that are a little bit different around the country adds to the fabric of Test cricket, doesn't it?
Absolutely, and actually I think the whole of Australia has got a bit of a question mark as a style of cricket that's going on the pitches at the moment. I grew up turning on teletext or whatever, and Australia would be 380 for 3 and Ponting 160, and then the McGrath would suddenly have 3 for 20. Test match bowlers don't need the amount of assistance that Australian pitches are offering them at the moment. You don't need sideways movement, you need bounce. So if the batter makes a mistake and they nick it, it carries to the slips. And I'd be interested to see how this pitch plays. I think I would never have said this when I was bowling, but I think you want that balance between bat and ball. I think Test match cricket where it's 300 plays 300 is really interesting. Certainly not 600 plays 600, but certainly not 150 plays 150. So I think there needs to be a balance there. I hope this week we get to see a batter go and get 130, 140, and the bowlers have to work hard to get them out, and that to me is always a good Test match pitch.
One of those batters was when Khawaja, of course, playing his final game. You've been to Australia many times, and Khawaja has been fairly forthright in his commentary. What have you made of the Khawaja retirement and the fallout in the last 2 days?
Well, first of all, he's been a fine player for Australia. Remember him coming back into the side here a couple of years ago, getting back-to-back hundreds in the game. He's been a thorn in the side of the England team for quite a while. I think it's the right decision for him now to walk away on his own terms. I know he said in his press conference, McDonald has sort of asked him to get to India, is it next year? But that does look a long way away from him as a player right now. He's someone that his record over the last couple of years has not been as good as his record overall. But ultimately, when you look at his record, 43, playing in Australia is pretty stunning. I just hope he really enjoys this week. He said his piece in the press conference. I hope that doesn't carry on for him throughout this game. He should just enjoy looking around, enjoy the freedom of knowing that you're under no pressure. You're not playing for your spot. You don't need runs. Just enjoy, soak in the crowd, soak in the atmosphere, look up, enjoy the applause that he will get, because he's been a fine player for Australia. And
getting to do it in the pink test as well. You played in several of these across the journey. That extra layer of import through the week.
Absolutely, yeah. And I love how the SCG buy into that and how special it is to play. As a player, when you walk out on the ground and you see all the pink around and raising awareness, raising money for an amazing charity, it's vitally important. And I think the way that the SCG and the McGrath Foundation, everything have done it has been iconic, really, for cricket worldwide.
Right, Brody, great to have you here in Sydney. Looking forward to speaking with you on commentary through the week.
It's going to be a great week.
Back to you, Gerard.
Stuart Broad there with Adam Collins as we count down to the toss for this Sydney test. It's the Bunnings build-up Spec Right Merbau decking available at Bunnings Warehouse. The New Year's Test live from the SCG on SEN Test Cricket.
Live across Australia and around the world on the SEN network. The Bunnings build-up. Site code stands for safety. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Real people, real products, real fun. No matter who you are, Sexyland has something real sexy for everyone. With Australia's biggest range of sexy costumes, lingerie, couples toys and fun gifts and games for adults. Sexyland. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, open till midnight 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery. Sexyland.com.au.
When the makers of better beer asked themselves, how can we make beer better? They knew it had to be crisp and refreshing, but the best bit? It had to be 0 carb, 0 sugar and low in calories. So the Better Beer Company was born, the healthier alternative that's become the dream beer of beer lovers around the country. Better Beer, the official, unofficial beer of the Ashes. Better Beer, proudly Australian made and owned and available from all good retailers. Find a store near you at betterbeer.com.au.
Noticing your hair thinning? The Hairy Pill is here to help regrow your hair and your confidence. Get ready to love your hair again with clinical treatment online. Feel empowered knowing you can do something about your hair loss.
I know I can grow on with the Hairy Pill. I can grow on. Hairy Pill.
Grow stronger, healthier hair with the Hairy Pill. Now available in-store at Direct Chemist Outlet. There's more for you at Victoria Police. The freedom to go on more holidays with a job that gives you 9 weeks annual leave. More connection with your community, where you'll make a difference every day. The chance to meet more people, where workmates become your best mates. More opportunity for change with hundreds of career choices. You can have all of this and more with a career at Victoria Police. Search Police Careers, authorised by the Victorian Government, Melbourne.
The Toyota Tundra is all about hitting the road in the most enjoyable way possible. Combining supreme comfort, luxurious space, and backed by a 3.5-litre V6 twin-turbo engine, Tundra delivers exhilarating performance with seamless acceleration. It's our most powerful Toyota yet. But power like this can't be described. It has to be felt. And the feeling starts here at your local Toyota dealership. Book your Tundra test drive today. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Strong foundations need expert guidance. And with over 30 years of experience, Oldham Construction Lawyers are your trusted specialists in construction and property law. They provide tailored legal solutions to keep projects moving along with a personalised service and a proven track record that stands tall within the construction industry. If you're navigating a building dispute, Oldham Construction Lawyers offer expert guidance. Whether it's in VCAT, the courts, or you're dealing with the Building and Plumbing Commission, they'll support you every step of the way. Visit oclawyers.com.au.
Harvey Norman half-yearly clearance. TVs, fridges, vacuums on sale. Higher 433-litre bottom-mount fridge now just $794. Laptops, mobiles, all the latest tech priced are clear. Motorola G55 5G now just $148. That's less than half price. Get 10% off already low prices on selected big brand mattresses and adjustable bases. Plus hot deals on lounges, dining, outdoor and more. Gasmate Quasar 4-burner barbecue just $492. Best brands, best range, best prices. Harvey Norman half-yearly clearance on now. Conditions apply.
Summer's here, and that means one thing. Whether you're on the road, at home, or cheering from the stands, there's nothing better than a 4 and 20 pie. Whether your favourite bowler's taken 5 wickets or our best batter's been trapped LBW, any break in the day's play is your chance to enjoy the classic taste of 100% Australian beef in delicious gravy wrapped in golden flaky pastry. Pie's so good, they'll have you cheering with every single bite. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. And Host Plus, find as Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
The pre-match show for Beaumont Tiles. Hard to beat on style. And Isuzu. Everyday life doesn't have to be every day at all. Test drive the new 2.2-litre Isuzu MUX.
The atmosphere building splendidly at the SCG, a ground that is bathed in sunshine. From a 5-day weather forecast perspective, there is a storm forecast for today, 3 or 4 o'clock if it does hit, but the forecast has been getting better by the hour. There's a little bit of a storm forecast for tomorrow and then clear from there. But given what we have experienced in recent times at the SCG, it is going to be a relatively uninterrupted test by the weather. We're standing by for the coin toss for Keno Go, $40 million jackpot every 3 minutes with Keno Go. England have won the toss in 3 of the 4 test matches, but Australia lead the series 3-1. Steve Smith carrying a team sheet that won't have a spinner on it at the SCG. For the first time in 140 years, Ben Horn tells us. Our pre-game is for Beaumont Tiles, hard to beat on style, and for Isuzu, love how you live. Test drive the new 2.2-litre D-Max. The teams will be for Liquorland. Score more this summer with Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. Australia look to have made the one change. Jai Richardson out, Bo Webster in. So Webster and Green will play in the same team as they did in the World Test Championship and the 3 test matches in the West Indies. Bharat, Sundaresan and Tom Morris are with us for Milwaukee. Milwaukee is for everyone in the trade, and it's not just for today or tomorrow. Hello to you, Tom.
Hello, Gerard. The 4th time
in 6 test matches, Australia hasn't played a spinner. Just remarkable stuff, isn't it?
It is. And at the end of this series, it should prompt deep conversations. The team is picking what the surface suits. The governing body has to have a think about the surfaces that are being produced in Australia. You can't help what happens offshore. But when Todd Greenberg spoke to me about this earlier in the summer, they wanted each ground to have a character. And there's too many grounds that do not have a character at the moment, and that the SCG's character is not spin. In fact, it precludes spin. That's the disorienting nature of this summer, and I think that's probably what this series is going to be most remembered for, just how disorienting it was.
So 3 overs of spin in Perth, 12 at the Gabba, none in Melbourne, 115 in Adelaide. It's a summer we've never seen before, Baz.
No, so it was going to be, we needed 70.4 overs of spin to eclipse the previous fewest, which was 1905. So we're clearly not doing that.
No.
And then this series has a very real chance of being the shortest Ashes series of all. It'll probably land in second, but it could land in first. Bharat, hello.
Hello, Gerard. I just saw, as I was walking in a while back, I saw the Richie Benaud statue just walk away.
It's a New Year's test and the pink test
Hold
here
that thought.
at the SCG. Bright sunshine, it is warm conditions. We've got Jeff Crow, the match referee, alongside the 2 captains. Steve Smith has got the coin. Please give it a spin. Tails is the call.
Tails it is.
Tails it is. Ben, what would you like to do?
We're going to have a bat.
And the reasons for that?
It's obviously really, good conditions for batting here in Australia. And yeah, hopefully we can put a good score on the board.
You've had a look at the surface, 5 mil of grass left on there. How do you think it's going to play?
You're never quite sure until you see a bit of cricket played on it. But it looks a pretty good one. And I think as the game goes on, it might become a bit easier. But yeah, it's up to us now to go and put a good score on the board.
Team changes for you?
Matthew Potts coming for Gus Atkinson.
How close was Shoaib Bashir?
It was one of those where we wanted to give ourselves as much time as possible. You try your hardest to look at a pitch as it gets closer and closer to the game. But yeah, we felt, getting that extra seamer in there was important for us.
I'm sure he's excited to get the nod. What are we expecting from him this test?
Yeah, look, it's been, Potsy's been out here working, incredibly hard on everything, and he's a competitor. He's someone who's, been around the group for a long time now, and it's great to see him get an opportunity on the big stage here in the Ashes Test match. So yeah, really looking forward to seeing him go.
New year, new beginnings for your side, but you come off the back of a win. What do you want to see from your team this week?
Yeah, obviously the week we had in Melbourne was amazing. To get that win out here in Australia for the first time in a while was special, and hopefully we can continue that momentum into this game here in Sydney.
Enjoy it.
Thank you very much.
Steve, come on in. You're bowling first. How do you feel about that?
I would have batted. Be nice to win one. I'm 0-4 this series, so Paddy can come back and toss. Not ideal, but we'll have a bowl on this. There's a little bit of moisture in it, so yeah, hopefully the new ball does a little bit.
You're pretty good at reading wickets. What do you think of this surface?
Not sure. I think there's a bit of grass on it. It's a little soft, so might be a little slow today. I think there's a few cracks under there that I reckon will open up, so they'll definitely come into play as the game goes on.
And team changes for you?
We got one. Bo Webster's in for Jai Richardson.
Was that a hard decision to leave Todd Murphy out?
Yep. Hate doing it, but I've said it. We keep producing wickets that we don't think is going to spin, and seam's going to play a big part, and cracks are going to play a big part. You kind of get pushed into a corner in a way, so yeah, that's the way we've gone.
The pink test is always a special test in the calendar, especially for Australians. What does it mean to you?
Yeah, it's a wonderful week. I love seeing all the people come out here in pink and support the McGrath Foundation. They do a wonderful job, and hopefully everyone's out here on day 3 in their pink and having a good time.
All the best this week.
Thank you.
News from the middle is that England have won the toss and elected to bat first.
Ben Stokes has called well through this series on that front. Just give us a quick thought, Damien Fleming, before we settle back into our conversation. So Australia have made the one change. No specialist spinner at the SCG for the first time in 140 years. Steve Smith said if we keep producing wickets, we don't think we'll spin, it backs us into a corner.
Yeah, we talked about in the pre-match when Todd wasn't marking out his run-up, so not unexpected on what we saw, but spinners need to play a part in Test match cricket, particularly here in Australia, and they need at least 2 Test matches. Well, as I said earlier, I'd be happy if we could play 2 here at the SCG, but the pitch has changed. Stephen Smith alluded to it, didn't he? That we'd love to play a spinner, but the pitches that we're getting presented with, we feel our best option of winning this Test matches is with seamers. So, yeah, ideally, I'd love to see some spin out there.
What do you think of both all-rounders playing? Webster and Green have done that 4 times previously.
Yeah, maybe it's a way that they're going to go with these pitches of the way they are. Deep in the batting, they can both bowl handy overs, but it also says that, they don't think there's any gun middle order players out there in Australia that are unlucky not to get a game.
Yep.
So going forward, who's going to be our middle order?
Yep. 7 and 8, and then Stark bats 10.
10.
So
he's probably been, our 4th best batter in this series?
All right, we'll see you soon. Ball, Damien Fleming there. Bharat, you were just telling us you walked past the Richie Beno statue.
Yeah, the Richie Beno statue just left the building, Gerard. No spinner at the SCG. I mean, we are so used to coming here, and it's almost so standard that it's become a cliche where whoever the captain is of Australia gets asked that question, will you play 2 spinners? And then Nathan Lyon will do his standard press conference where he'll be asked about who he would prefer to play alongside. And now we've reached a point where, I don't know when the last time we had a test match here with no spinner in the
140
Australian.
years.
140 years. That tells you everything. So I'm surprised the Bill O'Reilly stand or wherever it is, so his name hasn't, he's not covered himself, because I think it's a shame. And just speaking to Steve Smith as we prepared for our SEN chat yesterday, and the way he spoke glowingly about the last time he remembers a SCG type pitch was the 2012 Sheffield Shield match, where he made 100 and took 7 wickets against South Australia, bowling into the rough. And there's almost despair in his voice of why can't we have anything close to that? And and this is not a drop-in pitch either. I mean, you can argue with drop-in pitches, they're seasonal, and at times this can affect it, that can affect it. But here, it's not the Optus either. But this kind of getting their head around what the perfect Optus or Perth Stadium pitch should look like. It's baffling, and nobody seems to know why that is the case. But
that's the central problem is the why. Who decided it? Why? And is it the right thing for Australian cricket? The who decided it is the God complex, and I think that's the lesson out of last week. Is we can't just keep having curators make their own decisions on what they think cricket should be. The governing body's got a responsibility, and cricket in Australia needs an identity, and it's an identity that has fudged over the past 4 to 6 years. And is it the right thing? It's clearly not. Australia has this crucial series against India sitting there in 2027, and we have an SCG test match without a specialist spinner while we search for what it looks like beyond Nathan Lyon. When do they ever get to play here?
Yeah, I mean 2023, Gerard, you remember the South Africa test where they brought in Ashton Agar and didn't really know what to do with him. That was probably the last time we saw a dryish pitch here, or closest to the SCG pitch. But you're right. I mean, if this continues, then what's the future of spin? And how dismissive Steve Smith has become about picking spinners. Like last week when he was asked about it after the Melbourne test, he said all these facing spin is become the easiest thing now in Australia because of the pitches we get. So where do you expect me to play a spinner? And if I play a spinner, when does he bowl? And India, the BCCI has been criticised, in a way, fairly for a long time for the influence they have on their pitches. They have a BCCI curator who goes everywhere to each test venue. But now when you look at what's happening in Australia, I don't think that's the worst idea. I mean, I'm not saying the captains and the coaches need to have a say, but if you are Cricket Australia, or if you are appointing one person in charge of at least overseeing the pitch, it makes all the sense in the world. I mean,
the teams definitely shouldn't have a say.
No.
But the governing body's got a responsibility. So I enjoyed reading it. Les Burdett wrote the piece and said, if you're going to build a kitchen, you get the chef to design it. And you go, but Les, what if the chef keeps burning the kitchen down? As the owner, you go, no, mate, I'll sort it out now, and you can just go and prepare what we ask you to prepare.
Absolutely, right? And I provide you the equipment, and I provide you everything. You just do what the right job is. And the fact is, like Ben Stokes, I asked Ben Stokes this question yesterday, Gerard, about whether England are surprised and if they had even prepared for the pitches in Australia to be so difficult to bat on average. And he said, yeah, I mean, back in the day when you came to Australia, each venue had its character, and they were sort of similar, but they had like their own eccentricities. Now it almost feels like the pitches are being prepared for early finishes, which baffles you even more. And if the players are so unhappy about it, the home team players, then I mean, who are you listening to then? Like, what's the point if Steve Smith is over and over again, he's talking about, like he said again at the toss to Isha go there, that, you know, the pitches are in this way, and if you're going to completely disregard what your senior players are saying, I don't know, we'll just keep ending up with these kinds of pitches. And next year, the SCG test will be played, Gerard, literally 2 weeks, I think, or 3 weeks before the first test in India.
Yeah, you need a raging Turner here.
Exactly. I mean, if Kuhnemann is not playing that test, I think you're in trouble.
Yeah. So last year's total summer crowds were 837,879, where we marvelled at what happened in the Indian series. I feel like this summer is going to be remembered for those who didn't get to see the cricket. And if this doesn't go 4 days, everyone's hoping for 5. If this doesn't go 4 days, we will all shake our heads in dismay. Tom Morris and Bharat Sundaresan, thanks to Marshall Batteries, Oliver Marshall Batteries. The warm-ups are completed for Ream, steady, hot and strong. England has won the toss and will bat. Our pre-game is for Beaumont Tiles, hard to beat on style. And for Isuzu, love how you live. Test drive the new 2.2 litre Isuzu D-Max.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Goodwee batteries and solar heart expertise. The perfect partnership. And Host Plus. Finder's Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
G'day there, taxi attending some lights on flash in Brunswick, Sydney Road and Victoria Street. Clear, quite civil about the CBD, nothing to hold you up on the major freeways. The Westgate Bridge at Pace Post works. If you see anything on the roads, 1300 595 937. Every minute of every day, a child is admitted to hospital. Help make it a happier place with a $30 donation to the Starlight Foundation every month. Donate today at starlight.org.au. And SEN continues as your home of sport this summer with every ball of the summer of cricket live.
Every minute of every day, a child is admitted to hospital. Help make it a happier place with a $30 donation to the Starlight Foundation every month. Donate today at starlight.org.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Harris Scarf Boxing Day sale ends today. Hurry in-store or online for your last chance to shop before it's too late. Harris Scarf. Great brands, great prices.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
New cars, demos and near new, quality used cars, great trade-in prices on all makes and models. Wow, they really do have it all at Car City. Up to 2,000 cars on site and even more online. Plus easy off-street parking. Finance available, even a cafe. For new wheels, you know where to go. 415 Maroondah Highway, Ringwood.
Ozito brushless home and garden power tools are built to work. Tough isn't something you just claim. It's something you prove. It's about handling the hard, repetitive stuff without giving up. Testing what you're made of and what you're working with. When it comes to doing tough jobs around the home, do it yourself. Ozito brushless power tools. Do you? Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
Think about how you use your car. Do you just drive from A to B? Is your car your office? Or do you go off-road? How you use your car will determine the type of brakes you need, because not all brakes are the same. Bendix have developed brake pads in Australia to suit your vehicle and driving style. No other brakes can say that. It's time to think about your brakes. Next time you change brakes, fit Bendix brakes. Don't accept anything less. Bendix brakes. Put your foot down with confidence.
Some say 5 days is a long time for a cricket match. We say it's a good start. At Popolo, we air dry our salumi for weeks, not days. Because like a test match, you can't rush the good stuff. Whether you're watching the first ball or the final wicket, slow down with something made properly, the traditional Italian way. Popolo Artisan Salumi, made slow for the long game.
Noticing your hair thinning? The Hairy Pill is here to help regrow your hair and your confidence. Get ready to love your hair again with clinical treatment online. Feel empowered knowing you can do something about your hair loss.
I know I can grow on with the Hairy Pill. I can
Grow stronger, healthier hair with the Hairy Pill. Now available in-store at Direct Chemist Outlet.
G'day, Alex Carey here from Goodwee. With the warm weather and sun shining, I reckon there's two things on everyone's mind: cricket and solar power. The new Goodwee ESA battery system is packed with leading performance and safety features. It's a game changer that's perfect for Aussie households and small businesses. Until the end of March, you can get up to $500 off a battery install, on top of the federal rebate, exclusively with Solar Heart. Visit solarheart.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart expertise, the perfect partnership. And Host Plus, find as Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. The first session for MEGT. Sign up your next apprentice with MEGT.
The field has been set for the pre-match formalities, not just the anthems today, but a tribute to the Bondi first responders from the terrorist tragedy there a couple of weeks ago. We had a beautiful ceremony in Adelaide, here in Sydney. We're going to see some of those who were involved. Our pre-game is for Beaumont Tiles. I'm going to lose my mind here in a minute. Our pre-game is for Beaumont Tiles, hard to beat on style, and for Isuzu, stop, whoever's doing that, stop it. For Isuzu, love how you live, test drive the new 2.2 litre Isuzu D-Max. The Australian team, Travis Head, Jake Weatheralds, Marnus Labuschagne, Steve Smith, Usman Khawaja, Alex Carey's at 6, then Cam Green retains his place at 7, Bo Webster at 8, Michael Nisa, Mitch Stark and Scott Boland. The 12th man is Todd Murphy, while for England, Zach Crawley, Ben Duckett, Jacob Bethels at 3, Joe Root, Harry Brook, Ben Stokes, Jamie Smith, Will Jacks, Bryden Cass, Matthew Potts and Josh Tung. So the quicks have progressively been decimated as the series has gone along, but from a batting perspective, they have held their places bar Ollie Pope. So England has been the more settled of the teams, and that's going to add to the sense of missed opportunity, I suspect, when the postscripts and the analysis is all done in the aftermath. Beautiful day here in Sydney. Here we are heading for a top of 29 degrees. The threat of a storm at 3 or 4 o'clock, but as I say, that has been diminishing as the hours have gone along. Thunderstorm perhaps at 3. Tomorrow, a top of 26, some threat of a storm again, and then Tuesday 26, Wednesday 29, and Thursday 33 if we were to get to a 5-day test match. So teams are about to be called forth, as has become the custom at this test match. The numbers for Australia are in pink. It's Jane McGrath Day.
Very good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Sydney Cricket Ground for the 5th NRMA Insurance Test match between Australia and England. Please join me in welcoming to the field, carrying the Crystal Ashes urn, cap number 638 for England, 167 test matches, Stuart Broad, and cap number 426 for Australia, 112 test matches, David Warner.
Now that's a pair together in time, Simon Katich, isn't it?
There was a pairing that David Warner didn't enjoy.
Please now welcome the teams to the arena. England led by captain Ben Stokes and Australia led by captain Steve Smith. Following the tragic terrorist attacks targeting our Jewish community at Bondi Beach last month, we come together today to pay our respects to those who lost their lives and to those that were injured, to offer our condolences to their family and their friends, and to acknowledge those who bravely acted in the face of great danger to assist others impacted at the scene. While there were many, many acts of heroism, joining us today are representatives of some of those first responders, including intensive care paramedics, Brett Simpson and Andrew Bibby from New South Wales Ambulance, Dr. Matthew Oliver, the Royal Prince Alfred Hospital, and Dr. Rachel Wilkes of St Vincent's Hospital, Leah Trend and Scott Gibbons from Surf Life Saving New South Wales, Daniel McLaughlin and Jackson Doolan, Whateley Council Surf Life Savers, Detective Sergeant Cole Shanahan and Senior Constable Paul Drinius from New South Wales Police, and Ahmed Al-Ahmed, Khaya Daydon, Naomi Orr and Vladimir Kotlia, who represent our community heroes, including responders from Community Health Support, Community Security Group and Hatzalah.
The players have formed a guard of honour for these selected few to come forwards, and it's a standing ovation right around the grounds. In the worst of times, we did see the best of people. Particularly the two citizens who took it upon themselves to try to protect those who suffered the consequences of their selfless actions. The biggest applause for them. It's a very moving tribute that the people of Sydney want to prolong.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for sharing our gratitude for the incredible service that these individuals and many others provided. We thank you all for your continued care for our community in response to this tragedy. Thank you. As our first responders and community heroes step aside, we are joined on the field here today. We're joined by the match officials for the anthem ceremony, our field umpires, Mr. Chris Gaffney and Mr. Asan Razar, Mr. Samuel Naguski, our fourth umpire, and our match referee, Mr. Jeff Crow. Our third umpire for this test is Kumar Damasina. Cricket, as we all know, is a sport for all. We welcome all fans and participants, regardless of their identity, their background, their beliefs or choices. We provide a safe space for the whole community to connect, to come together, to feel respected. And we thank each and every one of you for playing your role. If you're able, please remain upstanding as we're joined by Gadigal Elder, Uncle Alan Madden, who will conduct the Welcome to Country. And Joshua Oxley will perform God Save the Queen, followed by Oscar Bridges with the Australian National Anthem.
Thank you. Once again, my name is Alan Madden, Gadigal Elder. For my first song, Australia, England, cricket side, welcome to Gadigal land, welcome to Gadigal country. As with all welcomes, firstly I'd like to acknowledge our First Nations and traditional owners of the lands that you may have come from or work upon, and pay my respects to all our Aboriginal elders, all elders, past and present. Also pay my respects to all our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander brothers and sisters. From whatever Aboriginal or island nation you may have come from, welcome to Gadigal. And to all our non-Indigenous brothers and sisters here today, a very warm and sincere welcome to you to Gadigal. No matter where you've come from, whether it be across the seas, across the state or across town, once again, a very warm and sincere welcome to you to Gadigal. And as I've mentioned many times before, was, is and always will be Aboriginal land. Only three things short than that, coming, taxation and going. So once again, on behalf of the Gadigal mob of the Eora Nation, welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you.
Beautiful ceremonies here at the SCG to set us up for a pretty spectacular occasion. Just about every seat taken 5 minutes away from the first ball. I imagine we'll break records today. Last year, day one, just a shade short of 48,000. It's not capacity to get to 50,000 here, Simon Katich, but I suspect we're going to end up with 50 plus.
Let's hope so, because what we're seeing out there at the moment is fantastic atmosphere. The energy from the ceremony, the anthems, outstanding, and the applause for the responders at Bondi a couple of weeks ago was remarkable. It's a great gesture.
England have again won the toss and elected to bat. The Australian team is over with the responders now, speaking and shaking hands with each of them. So it's a rich integration of team representing the public with those who acted so bravely and selflessly on that day. And so England win the toss again, 4 out of 5. And it felt like a big one. You want to bat first on this pitch.
I think it'll be an advantage. The two Shield games at this venue this year, both teams that have won the toss and batted first have had a distinct advantage in the game. Victoria got it when they steamrolled New South Wales in 3 days, and then New South Wales did it to quite a young, inexperienced Queensland team. Same thing happened there. Runs on the board, big first innings, and then if the wicket deteriorates and cracks up, then the seamers have had a field day. So England have got to make the most of this toss now. It might be tricky for the first hour or so, but it's going to be an interesting first session.
Those pitch conditions for Pope Gardening, celebrating 100 summers together in 2025. It's 26 degrees currently in Sydney for Goodwee Batteries and Solar Hard Expertise, the perfect partnership, heading for a top of 29. The threat of a thunderstorm about 3 o'clock. We'll see if that hits or not. So the composition of the Australian team, there's going to be so much debate around this, Simon, but both all-rounders play as Cam Green and Bo Webster. They played together in the World Test Championship, albeit with Green batting 3 and again in the West Indies. So this is a different configuration where they bat 7 and 8.
Yeah, look, I know there was a lot of discussion around this earlier in the Ashes when Nathan Lyon missed out the gather. But I understand Steve Smith's perspective here because the nature of the surface and what we've seen throughout the series have been grassy surfaces, and they feel that seems a better option. I just don't think this is great for the development of young spinners in this country, and it's something that's going to have to be talked about because we can't have a situation where, this summer only 9 wickets to spin this series collectively, and it's the equal lowest ever with the 1979-1980 West Indies series here in Australia. So it's remarkable.
Only 783 balls of spin have been bowled. So in an Ashes perspective, it'll be the fewest of all time, and 1905 was the previous marker. So you are talking a different age. The McDelivery of the first ball is going to be Mitch Starc. Macca's loving the cricket. Damien Fleming, welcome in.
Yeah, Gerard, Caddo, listeners, Tom. Well, the Australians should bowl well here, though. If it is a tad slow, well-grassed, Mitchell Starc has been sensational throughout this series, and it's been the wobbled seam, and the wobbled seam should move here on day one in the first session. He's got the big in-swinger up his sleeve as well. Boland will enjoy bowling in these conditions. So it's going to be tough work for the English openers in this first hour.
So man of the series honours are up for grabs. Mitch Starc, Travis Head and Alex Carey would be the three most prominent. Starc 26 at 17 and a half, and the defining figure through the early phase really when the Ashes were won. And Australia slips Corden. Usman Khawaja in his final test at first. Steve Smith just wanders out of second for a moment. And then you've got Bo Webster at third and Cam Green at gully. So you've got, love it, you've got a stacked Corden. Good luck getting between Webster and Green.
Well, Webster and Green are probably taking up all of behind the wicket. First and second slip could be even wider than they are at the moment.
Well, Webster's third and fourth, and Cam's gully and sixth slip.
Yes. So a profound advantage on that front. Zach Crawley, 256 runs at 32, the most for an Englishman in this series so far. And just they've got things wrong down at the sight screen in terms of
not even
cameras.
there. And it's Stephen Smith who picks it up. I mean, I suppose that's his line of angle there at second slip. It's the cameraman.
Just a level of encroachment. The photographer down there doing some marshalling. Just holds back the start of play.
He's hoping that's all he has to do today.
Builds the
umpire. Crawley's not happy either.
No. Just don't have our...
And that's nowhere near the side screen, is it?
Crossed in our eyes, dotted Dewey for the start of play. So just a frustrating delay here. No one's all happy about this. Umpires, players gesticulating to fans to take their seats up above the side screen. And now things seem set. The first test match of 2026, the last test match of this Ashes summer. Mitch Starc, one of the defining figures of it, is in the bowl to Zach Crawley. And Crawley is leaving outside the off stump. So Australia hasn't lost a test match here since 2011. That was the Sir Alistair Cook test match, 186. There have been 8 wins and 6 draws in that time. The draws are well documented, weather affected. Australia's batted first only 3 of those 8 that they've won. They've chased successfully on 5 occasions, including the past 2 against India and Pakistan. Small chases and test matches that were won in the 3rd innings. Starc from below our broadcast position at the Paddington end. Crawley very upright in his stance. Back leg kicked across the stumps. High bat lifts. Crawley is drawn to play. Under the eyes, Duckett calls him through. He scrambled the first run from the second ball.
Yeah, it's good cricket from these two. Rotating the strike. But just going back to those numbers, Gerard, I think, in terms of chasing nowadays, the game has changed a lot. Obviously, England have used that as part of their game plan with Bazball, but a lot of the times now, because of some of the surfaces being sporting, the game has been set up on day one with the ball. So the chase isn't as big an issue as we saw here last year against India.
And they're games that were decided on day 3 and day 4. Marnus Labuschagne not in the cordon, so he's at a wide mid-off, sort of that patrolling player around the covers. Inglis fulfilled that when he was in the team earlier on, but a dynamic player. So the 3 slips, Gully and a point, and then just the one other player on the offside, and that's Labuschagne. And the wide mid-off.
He's very square.
Very
I thought he'd be a lot straighter than that, particularly early on.
Ben Duckett, it's been hard yards in this Ashes series for this England opener. Stark over the wicket to him. Ball! Oh, gee, it nearly knocked him over. He went for the Yorker. It swung appreciably. Duckett missed it and lives to tell the tale.
Duckett hates facing Mitchell Stark. He's knocked him over 7 times in Test cricket. You can hear the oars of the crowd. He's bowled 2 wobbled seams. That one's an away swinger. Great length. The only thing wrong with it, the line.
Well, yeah, and the only thing wrong with Duckett there was his front foot went nowhere, and as a result, squared up. It's a good ball first up from Stark. Right on the money, but his footwork there, much like Melbourne, caught on the crease.
133 at 16.5. He's been terrible in the series, Duckett. Stark bowls to him. Full sliced away to Gully. A very odd bat plane coming across the ball and playing the ball into Gully.
Yeah, he's been nowhere. I mean, that was a very lucky, it was an important second innings from him for the MCG for England, but it was lucky. If you keep batting like that, you're just going to get knocked over.
You talk about his bat plane, Gerard. The big reason why is because, as I mentioned before, his front foot's going absolutely nowhere, and as a result, he's overbalancing. The back hip comes through, and so does the back shoulder, and he has a completely different bat swing.
The cordon has always been in play with him. They ready themselves. Stark hits the crease and bowls. Duckett leaves outside the off stump.
Listen to the Aussies.
That's right.
A Duckett leave. Yeah, just going with the outswingers here, Mitchell Stark. I wonder, with 1 ball to go, whether he goes the wobbled seam.
Travis said just over there, it would really just punch in the air.
Yeah, they're into each other, aren't they?
Yep. Just far enough away from the mics that he can get into his routine with Ben Duckett.
Well, Fleming. Look, just see what he's doing. He's practicing the straight drive.
Stark did get Duckett with the ball coming back at in the first test.
Well, he set it up. Does he want to go this early or give it another over?
He loves the first over, Flem. Last ball of it. He bowls. Duckett clips off his toes. Out through square for a boundary. Went the straight one. Duckett there to meet it. Set it on its way. Opening boundary for a Zito brushless power tools do you. None for 4 at the completion of the first over. The Toyota scoreboard Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
Yeah, nicely played there from Duckett. Just a little bit too straight from Mitchell Stark. And that's the area he loves early on. We saw a couple of those in Melbourne in that second innings when he got off to a flyer. I think Australia have had their best success against him in that sort of channel around 4th stump, particularly Stark. Nicked him off at the Gabba. And the ball leaving him has posed a lot of problems.
You're looking for middle. Yeah, it's off.
Scott Boland was absolutely brilliant in this Test match last year. It's his 1 10-wicket haul in a match in his Test career so far. He's worth just recounting. 18 Tests, 78 wickets. He's still only averaging 17.8. He's kept that under 20 so consistently. He took 4 in the first innings and really bowled Australia to victory with 6 in India's second innings, 6 for 45.
Has Scotty Boland got a direct line to all the curators around the country?
It hasn't hurt. As much as it's killed spin, it's helped bowlers like Scott Boland unbelievably well.
16 wickets at 23 in the series. Boland opens up from the Randwick end. Crawley for defending to mid-on.
Neeser.
Pardon?
Yeah.
Oh.
Neeser.
The Carey tumbled over, diving for a ball.
Tripped over his own feet. Yeah, Michael Neeser opening up, slips in place. Crawley's gone after Neeser a fair bit. If he gets a little bit straight, he's happy to hit him straight down the ground or through to mid-off. Once again, we've got problems with the side. How big are the side screens? Years ago, there was just that solitary side screen.
Yes. So Michael Neeser in from the Randwick end bowls. Crawley squared up edge, past third slip. He got through the gap between Webster and Green, which I didn't think was possible. and down to the boundary for 4.
Neither did I. I thought that gap was impenetrable. But Bo Webster either hasn't picked that up early enough. I mean, it has gone in the gap, but he didn't really go for it. It's just split the gap beautifully and went quick enough that it was safely down to third man for 4.
You would think Australia's got the perfect attack for this pitch. You know, Stark, Neser and Boland bowl a very full length. Great start from Neser.
Boundary for Azito. Brushless power tools do you. None for 9. Neser to Crawley. Blocks back down the pitch.
Like it. Maybe get a fraction fuller, but that's straight. It's making the batsman play.
Excellent first innings at the MCG. And then England got after him in the chase. It's a very deliberate tactic. So 4 for 45, which was then followed going none for 54. He's going 8 and 9 and over. So these English openers got after him. Crawley clips from his pads straight to mid-wicket. Headfields, no run.
Yeah, stump to stump, the ball hasn't swung yet, but when he's got outside off stump, that was the one that just moved away. So just training Crawley to put bat on ball. Wonder if he just goes a fraction wider here, Neser.
This opening session on day 1 for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. None for 9. Crawley's on 5. Neser bowls to him. In on the pads. Drifts away to the leg side. Called a leg by. And go to none for 10.
Just fell away a little bit there, Neser.
Webster and Steve Smith going through some throwing and catching practice together, about 10 strides apart. As Ben Duckett takes his guard.
Around the wicket straight away, I'd like to see him start over, but imagine Duckett doesn't leave a lot of balls, so he'll be working in that channel just outside off stump.
He gets one look at Duckett for the over. He's in on the pads. It's lent away on the glance to Stark at fine leg. Neser tumbled over in his follow-through down on his haunches on the pitch. None for 11 after 2 overs. England won the toss, elected to bat. The Toyota scoreboard Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Half-yearly clearance on now. Shop unbeatable deals on TVs, fridges, furniture, bedding, laptops, mobiles and more. Go Harvey Norman and unlock the impossible in Point Cook. Secure your Henley House and Land package today.
Barbecues Galore Boxing Day clearance. Up to 40% off selected barbecues. 20 to 50% off selected outdoor furniture. Plus huge deals on gifts and gear. Only at Barbecues Galore.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee batteries from Solar Hearts. None for 11. Duckett is 5. Crawley is 5. Duckett has the strike against Mitch Stark.
Just noticed the end of the over there, some of the players scratching away at the surface. Obviously the bowler's slipping, but it looked a little bit crumbly.
Pointers pushed back a stride or two. Out of the infield, Stark full, driven by Duckett. Put it through mid-on. Boland sets off in chase underneath us. He will get there as they complete 2. Oh, nearly a mix-up. Duckett came, then sent Crawley back. He stumbled and just regained his balance in time. Had he slipped over on the adjacent pitch, that was curtains.
That would have been handy for the Australians. But with Duckett's technique and the lack of footwork, when you bowl at him, he loves that. He loves, we saw in the previous over, just being able to whip it through square leg for 4. That was on leg stump. He was happy just to punch it down the ground. It's once you get on off stump or outside, his feet are nowhere.
Stark follows up. Duckett chops down on a ball. Goes across the popping crease to point, no run.
And that, talking about running between the wickets, that might be an issue throughout this test given how lush the square is, because normally it's a lot drier out in the middle when there's bare patches, but all of the wicket blocks have got a very good even coverage of grass on them, so be interesting to see whether any of the players have issues with their footing turning through.
On either side, isn't it? That's as grass as I've seen the SCG square.
Footy finished a month earlier with the Swans missing the finals. So in recent years, they've taken footy deep here at the SCG and removed some of the excuses and the alibis that have been used in the past here. Duckett tucks it away to fine leg, got it very fine as well. Nisa covers the ground and keeps it to 1. Good job. Good job.
Duckett's getting into a bad habit here, particularly for his partner, Zach Crawley, because he keeps taking a metre or two down, looking like he's going to come, and it's quite off-putting when your partner does that, because you then think you've got to go, and it nearly did Crawley in a couple of balls ago.
Stark scratching away on the pitch. Just that very unusual side of all the honchos of Sydney and Australian cricket out at the pitch inspection with Steve Smith, who hasn't been able to hide his disappointment with the surfaces that have been prepared here in recent years. Everything on trial beyond the two teams in this test match is a peculiar backdrop for it. None for 14 in the third over. Stark bowls to Crawley. Plays from his stumps out to point. Stark in the 5th test of the summer. Tom Morris is... this might not be exact given so little cricket has been played as to what typically is the case. The good oil here for Cobram Estate Australian extra virgin olive oil.
Yes, he averages 31 in the 5th test of a series, but it's more his record at the SCG, Gerard, which is comparatively poor. He averages 42 at the SCG in Test cricket, 11 matches, 27 wickets. That compares to his overall bowling average of 26.
He's leaving the top of his run-up at the Paddington end. Striding into bowl to Crawley, who's squared up, hit on the pad. They scramble the leg by. They do get there. Given that they have opened together for so long, the level of indecision and hesitation out in the middle is quite startling.
Got a bit of under-12s cricket about it, hasn't it? Run-outs every ball. Bowl from Stark. You see that where he's landing, he's not happy. He's slipping there.
None for 15. It was a gruelling summer last year, and by that final innings where Australia was bowling, Stark had to take him out of the attack. Pat Cummins and Boland shouldered it all. He just didn't quite get to the tape. But with two day tests, hopefully plenty still left in the tank to further a memorable series. Duckett leaves well outside the off stump. It's none for 15 after 3 overs. The Toyota Scoreboard Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
OMG Oatmeal Goodness are celebrating local cricket's everyday champions. One local club has the chance to win a junior cricket coaching session with Alex Carey. To win, visit sen.com.au/win and nominate an everyday champion at your local club.
While the Aussies hold the line this Ashes, make sure your ute does the same. Max Liner's got the gear that lasts the innings. Venture canopies, Max Pro floor liners, tough 4x4 accessories and more. Set yourself up at maxliner.com.au/sen.
The Ashes on SEN for Henley Holmes, 1800 64 6464. Michael Nisa from the Randwick end. Clearly, I was trying to manifest into reality what I think should happen with Scott Boland ball, but not to be. Crawley is 5. He's on strike. Duckett's 8 of the non-strikers. 3 slips and a gully in place. None for 15. Nisa hustles in. Bowls. Crawley jammed up. Inside edge onto pad. Slews away. Would you have played Nisa or Richardson here, Flem? Biology?
Yeah, I probably would have gone Jai Richardson. I don't know how he pulled up after the 4th test, but it was only 2 days. So a big gap, because I know what Nisa's going to provide. He's also a similar age to Boland, Stark, Hazelwood and Cummins. And Richardson at 29. I want to get some overs into him and know that he's, when the big guys go, he's definitely in.
Crawley faces up, drives. Nisa missed it on the follow-through, but mid-off gets around quickly. That's Labuschagne, prevents a single.
Yeah, you can't imagine it's too quick a turnaround, given it was only a 2-day test. So, yeah, I'm surprised, but also think that this group rewards performance, and they're very consistent with that. So Nice has done the job when they needed it,
got runs,
particularly when the Test series was on the line. So I can see why they've given him another opportunity.
Simon Katich and Damien Fleming for UFI POE Systems, professional grade security for complete home protection. Nisa outside the off stump, left alone by Crawley.
And then we've got the World Test Championship as well. Like, they've just lost one at home. You know, you need to win your Test matches at home. So, you know, that's been a real focus for this group as well, which is what I like about the World Test Championship final, that every match, we talk about dead rubbers, well, it's not really for the World Test Championship, is it? The Aussies can't afford to lose another Test match at home.
Particularly with some tough away series coming up in the next sort of just over 12 months or so, away to South Africa and then India.
Nisa air bowls. Crawley hit on the pads trying to whip to leg. It was heading down that side, so they pull out of the appeal. A leg bye taken for 16. There was just a hint, there was a bit of dead rubber syndrome about Melbourne, I reckon, the failure to dig in the third innings, and that was given voice beforehand by Pat Cummins, who said we just needed to win 3 Test matches, and Andrew McDonald in the aftermath as well, as the front of mind. They had to win these Ashes in the face of adversity, and they did that. Probably the week that they've had, the unexpected extra days, might give them the resolve to come anew here. But the quick turnaround between Adelaide and Melbourne, and the celebrations had a roll. Duckett defends to the leg, and it's wide open at mid-wicket, able to take a run, tick it over to 17.
Yeah, I guess the danger is with this group, you know, a lot of the significant performances have come from probably those 3 players we mentioned earlier. And there have been contributions here and there. Obviously, like Nisa did well up at the Gabba, and we've had a few cameos here and there, like Weatherall played well in the first innings at the Gabba as well. But overall, when you look at this Australian group, there's a number of players playing for selection moving forward, which is like unheard of. Normally it might be 1 player, 2 players max, but there's probably 3 or 4 in this team at the moment.
Nisa into Crawley. We wanted to go after the ball outside the off stump. Just checked himself and let it pass. None for 17. The Toyota Scoreboard Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
Cricket season's in full swing, and Alex Scott and staff are stepping up to bat for you. Servicing Gippsland since 1886, they're your local experts in livestock, rural property and real estate. Alex Scott and staff, Gippsland born and bred. Visit alexscott.com.au.
Spec-Rite Merbau decking comes pre-oiled, which means it's already primed and ready for installation, saving you time, improving stability and protecting the timber from moisture and UV. For a great finish on your deck, start with Spec-Rite pre-oiled Merbau decking, available at Bunnings Warehouse.
The Ashes on SEN for 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food. England won the toss and elected to bat on a beautiful sunny morning here in Sydney. Australia 3-1 in the series. Wrapped up the Ashes in Adelaide. England broke the drought in Melbourne. And we reconvene at the SCG to close it all out. Mitch Starc in an Australian team that made 1 change. Jai Richardson made way. Bo Webster came in. He was the player of the match in the Test match 12 months ago on debut. He's waited all summer for his crack, and it comes at the end. Starc over the wicket, bowls full. Duckett off the pads, worked it away forward of square, and it was a boundary from the moment it left the blades. Starc is searching for that perfect Yorker again. Duckett makes him pay when he over pitches. Boundary for Zito, brushless power tools do you. It's none for 21.
Yeah, Mitchell Starc doesn't look like he's got his rhythm here at all. Is it every time he's bowling, he's scuffing where he's landing. So if he's sliding a little bit, it does just not give you as much confidence to really get through the crease with a lot of momentum. And that's the one area you just can't bowl to Duckett.
Yeah.
He loves it on middle and leg, as do most Test players, to be fair.
Australia 3 quicks and 2 all-rounders in the way that they have set up for this match. Duckett's on 13, and he swats a rising delivery outside the off stump and misses. He was trying the uppercut down to third, a swing and a miss.
Poor ball, equally poor shot, wasn't it? If you'd nicked that behind, that would have been an absolute shocker from Duckett. just watch Mitchell Starc. His follow-through is only a few steps. You know, when Stark's really getting through the crease, his follow-through is at least halfway down. So he is really not pushing off that back leg.
So a lack of trust in the landing zone. Remember a couple of years ago, Josh Hazelwood was going through the same thing. He ended up getting injured in the compensations he was making. There's few who it irritates more than Mitch Starc.
Probably the main one, man.
He's in and bowls to Duckett, who drives out through mid-off. Marnus sets off in pursuit, but to no avail. It gets to the boundary for 4. Duckett 17. The boundaries flowing for Azito brushless power tools. Do you? Tom Morris with the good oil for us for Cobram Estates, Australia's favourite extra virgin olive oil.
Flem, one for you. Mitchell Starc, one for you. Mitchell Starc has 123 Ashes wickets at 25. He takes 6 wickets in this test. It'll put him number 5 overall in Ashes cricket. Ooh. So Warne, McGrath, Broad, Trumbull, and he would be next, ahead of Lilly, ahead of both.
Going past Botham and Lilly and Willis.
That's it, 6 wickets in this test.
Starc bowls to Duckett, full driven, knocked down in the follow-through, just enough to take the pace of it. Marnus does the rest as he comes sliding through. So he's tied with Bob Willis at the moment, isn't he? Is that?
That's right, yeah. So Willis 123, then Botham and Lilly 128.
Well, I think I was reading today, the last live Ashes test match here at the SCG was 1982-83, which Botham and Willis played in, and England lost. But they were both fine bowlers. And Dennis Silly probably the greatest of us at all. So he is still just progressing up the list. It's not happening for him at the moment.
No, Scott
if this was 5 years ago, he would be off.
Yeah, he's already started warming up, Scott Boland, so the cues might be there. Starc to Duckett, full inside edge, out through square, takes a single, none for 26.
And maybe the break hasn't been as good for Mitchell Starc. For his overall body, it might have been, but you just get out of a bit of a lack of rhythm. And that's what I don't think Bazball really respects, you know, just being match fit, going into the game and just going, yeah, there's nothing more I can do. I'm ready to go here. So pre-Ashes, Mitchell Starc went out of white ball cricket and chose to play in the Shield game here because he just didn't feel right. And used the Shield game and to get his bowling rhythm back, and then he hit the first test flying. It just looks like he's labouring a bit here.
Sessioners for MEGT. Sign up your next apprentice with MEGT. So last ball of his third over. It's cost Starc 17 so far. He's in and bowls to Crawley, who's pulled his bat inside the line of a better delivery. None for 26. The Toyota scoreboard Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
Imagine homes where luxury isn't an upgrade. Build a solar all-electric Henley home with up to $95,600 of standard inclusions others call extras. Imagine luxury at no extra cost with Henley Homes.
Looking for your next fishing weapon? Bar Crusher is Australia's leading fishing boat builder and lead the industry in design excellence and quality. For the most advanced plate aluminium fishing boats or to build your dream boat online, visit barcrusher.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. Scott Boland is replacing Michael Neser at the Randwick end. So I wonder if Neser will come back through the Paddington end shortly. The first bowling change has been made by Steve Smith, RSEA Safety, trusted by tradies across Australia. It's none for 26, Duckett 18, Crawley 5. So England are away at 5 and over, and Scott Boland has the duty to pull that in. He's around the wicket bowling to Duckett, who fends a ball to ground past green in the gully. That's high risk.
And he hasn't been asked to play that shot enough yet from the Australians. A little bit fuller maybe from Boland, playing away from his body. He nicks him for fun, Ben Duckett. Mitchell Starc actually bowled his last couple of balls. They've probably been his best 2 balls besides that full swinging delivery to Duckett, so maybe they give him another one. I'm not sure what's happening with the breeze. They might like Neser with the outswing breeze.
Around the wicket, Boland. Duckett in behind, defending.
And you know you can bank on Scott Boland.
Yeah.
Already right on the money.
We mentioned his record here last summer, but overall it's 17 wickets at 8 at the SCG.
Yeah.
So he has, he's been phenomenal on home shores, but the way the pitches have been presented here in recent years, he has been the one who has taken toll. All our stats for pay.com.au. Points for business. Boland to Duckett, beaten past the outside edge. That's why Boland should take the new ball for what it's worth.
Yeah.
That's the best ball of the day.
I just think, I haven't looked too much at the pitch maps. I think he just bowls that fraction fuller, even if it's just 50 centimetres. The batsman is always committed to the stroke. It's not there. And it really depends on how much the ball does, whether he gets a wicket or not. He looks like getting a wicket every ball. 3 balls in here.
Boland on the follow-up, delivers. Duckett leans on a ball to leg and takes off. You're going to get off strike. His head closes to mid-wicket, none for 27.
That's better running.
Yeah. He's got not only the diagonal bat, Duckett, but the angle push through, and the way Boland hits that spot over and over and over, it's such a flawed technique for a bowler like this.
Yes, yes. But it also is a chance to be edged, also to play on, to get the inside edge.
Boland will be over the wicket when he delivers to Zach Crawley, who's on 5. Crawley. Oh, he padded up. Boland liked it a lot. They're up and denied. It's a bold strategy early from Zach Crawley as Boland just signals to Smith that it was too high, but worth a good shout. Nonetheless, LBW shouts right throughout the summer for Liquorland. Score more this summer with Liquorland. Choose to drink wines.
Good signs, though. Crawley, unsure whether to play at the delivery. How well's Boland started here?
Yeah.
Oh, that's jagged a long way. At best, it might have been umpire's call. Yeah. Nah, I think it's going over.
Going over, but
I tell you what, if he gets one just to straighten there, Crawley will play at it.
Chemist Warehouse replay screen just over the top. Boland to Crawley, who pushes hard forward. Back to Boland in his follow-through. He looked a threat right through the over. None for 27. The Toyota Scoreboard Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today. Adam Collins will come in for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Start your next innings with a career that gives you more. Search Police Careers, Victoria Police, and Oldham Construction Lawyers. Your experts in construction law, ensuring you're never caught out when pressure builds.
Secure your home with the Eufy PoE system. Its revolutionary dual camera design delivers 24/7 monitoring with fixed wide-angle views plus automatic tracking. No blind spots, no missed details. Just reliable protection for true peace of mind. Visit eufy.com/au.
Our first session, as always, for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. Half an hour of fairly gentle, easy-peasy cricket. None for 27 from 6 overs. Not what we've expected in this series. Hello, Flem.
Baz Ball is dead. He is deceased. It is late. It has passed away.
So we've got Stark operating from our end. Of course, the Paddington end, 2 slips, the gully. Backward point catching, fine leg, deep backward square.
Oh, I'm worried about this. This is a field to average bowling. What about that nick to third slip? No one there.
Stark away from us. Up to the crease to Duckett. He's there on 19. Delivers here. Duckett beaten in the channel, playing just outside the line. Had to play at it with Stark's wobble seam operating this morning, but missed.
Yeah, good. That's 3 good balls in a row from Mitchell Stark, who's really battled for rhythm so far, but you can see in his follow-through all the way down. And that's so close to an outside edge, isn't it?
Delightful.
Notice the bounce. The carry's not the same as MCG, Adelaide, Brisbane, Perth Stadium.
Hits the glove so beautifully, doesn't it? His pace has never dropped through the series, always operating in the low to mid 140s. Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Stark. He's 4th over. Up to Duckett here. Duckett well outside the leg stump, so much so that he shoulders arms, and Carey
has to do quite a bit of work to cut it off. Speaking of the death of baseball, I love the fact that there's an interview that's popped up in the paper today with the great Neil Harvey, who used to be such a great, well, not only cricketer and what he did for Australian cricket such a long stretch of time, but also a great person for journalists to call to get a quote out of.
Yeah,
his long and
certainly so.
And on baseball, I don't like the way the Poms play. It's hit or miss cricket. Spot on from Neil Harvey. Among other things, an invincible in 1948. The last living member of that cohort. So Stark in. Bowling again over the wicket to Duckett, who plays at this hard hands out through the covers towards the ladies stand for 4. Through the kitchen sink at it. Moves him to none for 31. Duckett's got 23.
Minimal footwork, wasn't it? He's just a lot of bottom hands, good eye. It's up. It's the length I like. Just throw the bat at it. Mitchell Stark, the pitch map wouldn't be anywhere near the accuracy and seam movement of the previous 4 test matches here for Mitchell Stark. Just not happening.
Watching it again, he hit it straight into the turf, so a higher percentage shot from Duckett than the one earlier in the Oval when he played and missed. Stark up to him, and Duckett leg stump line, up-ish, out towards deep backward square, bisecting the 2 fielders for 4. Back-to-back boundaries, out towards the trumper stand.
Yeah, the Aussies thought that was half a chance, but he's missed both the fieldsmen, backward square and fine leg, and it's another 4 to the leg side. Mitchell Stark just looks like his wrist and fingers aren't behind the ball. He's going down the right side of the ball, so he's losing pace, he's losing accuracy.
Would have only been, I reckon, 10 metres away from Travis Head being a chance of catching that. Deep backward square, 15 inside the rope or thereabouts. He drops a couple further back for that elevated clip of Duckett. He's moved to 27 from 23 with 2 boundaries in the over. 2 balls to come. Stark up to him. And Duckett plays late. And he's taken behind the wicket. It was Carey diving across in front of first slip. Duckett's gone. Stark gets the breakthrough. 1 for 35. Never easy when the ball goes between 2 fielders. And it's been dragged in. So after back-to-back boundaries, Stark gets first blood in his 5th test match, 1 for 35.
It's another lame dismissal, isn't it, for Ben Duckett? You just felt if the Aussies could have bowled more, just stock balls outside off stump, he was just going to give the slips and Carey an opportunity behind the stump. So got lucky, got a few balls on leg stump he could put away, but almost the first ball that Stark's been able to bowl on a full length outside off stump, Duckett just almost slips catching, has edged behind, out once again quickly for 27. Mitchell Stark, he needs that. He hasn't had rhythm today. He's been battling his run-up and the landing area, and hopefully that's the start of confidence restored for Stark, and he'll be able to get this Kookaburra moving around.
Far from the first time in the series that Duckett's given that kind of catching practice. Carey had to do plenty to get over in front of first slip. Great footwork, terrific gloves. Carey, the ever-reliable.
Another catch for Carey as well. It's been a good combination, hasn't it?
Yeah.
For the Australians. Caught Carey, bowled Stark. And Bethel comes out, who was super impressive in the second innings at the MCG. But in some ways, the game scenario was set up for him as a superstar white ball player. He's going to have to dig in on day one. Ball moving around. The opportunity to set a total. I don't think I've ever seen this in the first hour.
Yeah.
That the pitch is getting melted down.
So we saw some sliding in the first half an hour, which can't be great for the bowler's confidence. And Stark, who's always attuned to this, has got the tumper out after taking
have a look at that. Must be very dry underneath. And the thing is that they'll actually start to build a groove in there if it is dry underneath. And when you're landing, and if you're landing on just a little bit of the incline or decline, it does put you off.
So an extended over. Bethel taking guard. That catch, a classic for a cause, keeping Aussie classics alive while supporting our veterans.
Just the same ball, please, Mitchell Stark.
And Carey is 201st dismissal in Test cricket. And an excellent couple of years with the gloves. Bethel's first ball starts to him here, and he beats the bat with the ball. It takes off from the surface and beats the edge on the way through. So a great response from Stark, picking up the wicket of Duckett, gone for 27. Bethel gets a score, Crawley 5 England, 1 for 35 on the Toyota scoreboard. Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
Say yes to a day of batting that finishes with a 2 a.m. battered sav. Say yes to cheap trips so you can do more. Say yes, I Didi.
Yes, I Didi.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. So look for the Australian made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Our first session for MEGT. Sign up your next apprentice with MEGT. Scotty Boland towards us, his second over. Into Crawley here. Crawley leaves alone in the channel. He's found that line and length right away, Scott Boland, who found himself named in a number of teams of the year during the week. Wisdom, The Guardian, the Sydney Morning Herald all had Scott Boland with the new ball in that side. Tommy Morris is with us as well, as always, for the Cobham Estate Australian Extra Virgin Olive Oil. Tommy.
Yeah, just looking at Mitchell Stark up against Ben Duckett in Test cricket. He's got him out 8 times now, but Duckett scores at almost a run a ball, so it's just action-packed no matter what. 7 for 149 from 165 balls before this innings today.
Excellent. All numbers, Marshall batteries. Holler for a Marshall battery. Boland in here to Crawley. Thumps it out to Whitey Schmidt off no run. He's got him 4 times in Test cricket. Boland to Crawley at an average of 18 as well.
Yeah. I'm taking 7 for 149.
That's 8 for.
8 for, so it's less than 20. You can score as quick as you want if you're averaging 18 in Test cricket.
Well, he's averaging 17 in this Ashes series. You're right, Ben Duckett.
When you consider his Test average coming in was 56 and had a...
I thought he'd bat better out here, to be honest.
Speaking of teams of the year, Duckett would have been in it until the series started. Now, nowhere near calculations. Boland, 3 slips in a gully, up to Crawley. Delivers here, Crawley. Plays down the ground, past mid on for 4. Outstanding timing. Crawley moves to 9 from 20 balls. That's his best shot yet. 1 for 39. Boundaries for Loan Market. Whatever your ambition, find the right loan with Loan Market. Make it yours.
He's a fine striker of the ball, isn't he, Crawley? Has come back well. He made a pair in the first Test match. Probably the one thing he'll be disappointed, I think he mentioned it after the Melbourne Test match, is to go on and get a big score. Score 100.
A couple of good 50s, the 85 at Adelaide and the 76 at Brisbane. So Boland up from the Randwick end, delivers to Crawley, keeps him at home defensively. Opens the blade, plays the backward point, no single. Leading England's run scorers for the series at an average of 32 leading into this. The challenge for Crawley, though, so much scrutiny about him away from home, averaging 27 in away Test matches, so needs to find a way to make it count. Played well here 4 years ago, 77 on that final day when he just gave them a little bit of a hope of chasing 381 in the 4th innings. Big tall man leaning over his blade. Boland approaches and delivers here closer to the stumps. Crawley plays late under his eyes out to mid-wicket where there won't be a single. Tommy's with us again for Marshall Batteries mobile and store service. Holler for a Marshall battery.
This is a ripper, courtesy of Fox. Mitchell Stark becomes the first Australian to take 27 wickets and score multiple 50s in an Ashes series since 1895.
Beauty.
And he's batting at 10.
Yes, that's deep.
As he did in the second innings in Melbourne, it must be said as well, for different reasons.
So Boland up to finish. Boundary from the over, delivers to Crawley. Crawley whipping out through, fine leg, gets it finder of the sweeper, or the man on the rope is Stark. He gets there in nick of time. They return for a couple. So Crawley into double figures. He's 11. It's 1 for 41. That's on the Toyota scoreboard. Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
G'day there, no dramas in about the CBD. Those on the roads looking after each other and behaving themselves. Works though, Clyde North, Thompson's Road closed between Berwick Cranbourne Road and Matterhorn Drive. Take Bells Road and Hardy's Road. If you see anything on the roads, 1300 595 937. From tomorrow night, CityLink outbound resurfacing work start between Burnley Tunnel and Toorak Road. Freeway still open with some lanes closed overnight through January. Search link disruptions for info. And SEN continues your home of sport this summer with every ball of the summer of cricket live.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart. Damien Fleming for company for UFI POE systems. Professional grade security for complete home protection. Stark in the book in his previous over. Nicking off Duckett again. The new man Bethel waits. 3 slips to gully. Stark delivers over the wicket. Plays back. Hits hard to point. Waiting's the call. There'll be no run. So Bethel, super impressive in that skittish chase, but got 40 of them last week. England winning by 4 wickets at the G. Mitchell Stark in the series now, 27 wickets at better than 17. Unless something goes horribly off the rails this week, he'll be the man of the series and win the Compton Miller. Flem jumping out, which means Stuart Broad's jumping in for AIA. Protect what matters, do it for life with AIA. Stark turning away from us. Packed cordon for the new man Bethel. Delivers here a little bit fuller in behind it defensively. Well bowled and well played. Morning, Brodie.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning to our listeners. Happy New Year. Yeah, I think it's a good toss to win this for England. I think this has nipped around this morning, but I think it will flatten out this afternoon and maybe just dent a little bit and wear through the heat getting onto the surface. I actually think Australia haven't bowled particularly well this morning. To be honest, Stark's missed his lines, struggling with footholds slightly, but then bowls, gets a wicket as he always seems to with this new ball and breaks it open slightly.
Bethel yet to score. Stark delivers to him. Bethel stays at home again, defends off the front foot, out to Labuschagne at extra cover, no run. So Stark in the book, Bethel the new man in, showing faith in him late in the series, and last week made an impression when it mattered.
He did really well, on a pitch that wasn't easy. He does shape up nicely as a left-hander, plays the short ball well, but he just won't have been exposed to this quality of this level of bowling. He hasn't got a first-class century.
Got that 96 last year, playing in a test match at Wellington. Out to Tim Southey, who ended up the England bowling coach a few minutes later. One of the quirks of the modern game. Stark up to Bethel, and Bethel leaves alone. His stump line, tempter. So Bethel playing his 6th test match. Started well in New Zealand. Terrific hum around the ground today, isn't it? We were expecting perhaps not so good conditions this time yesterday, but belter of a day, barely a cloud in the sky. The members, apparently the queues in the members were as long as they've ever seen this morning.
Is that right? Wow.
There's a feel for how much of an appetite there is. Tommy was keeping an eye on that.
I was coming in at 7:30 this morning, and there was people there from 4 a.m. It was already past Allianz Stadium. It's unbelievable.
They call it the Paddington gift when the gates open. Sprinting to the best seats in the ladies' stand in the pavilion. Stark up to Bethel again. Plays off his hip into the onside. A loud shout of no. It's so important that England make the most of it then, Stuart, that while the pitch is looking okay and the conditions are set fair, that they make sure they give themselves a chance to get into this test match.
Absolutely. Listening to Steve Smith at the toss, he looked frustrated. He'd lost 4 from 4 in this series. Pat Cummins won it at Adelaide. He said he feels like it's quite soft today, so it'll be a bit slower. Might just dent a little bit, harden up, and then actually seam a bit more on day 2. So that does feel like it's a good toss to win and bat and get some runs on the board. It's moved, but it has moved slowly.
So Stark will finish his 5th over here. All dots so far to Bethel, who's yet to score. Delivers here, leg stump line, or just down the leg side, I should say. Clips the pad on the way through to the gloves of Alex Carey. 1 for 41, the score on the Toyota scoreboard. Tundra available now. Visit the Toyota dealer today. Crawley 11, Bethel 0.
The house
Housemaid, starring Sydney Sweeney and Amanda Seyfried, is in cinemas now. The super sexy thriller based on the best-selling novel is a must-see this summer. Get your tickets now.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays.
Refer to Capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD. AFSL 513393.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart. Adam Collins, Stuart Broad, Tommy Morris with you. Scott Boland about to start his third over into Crawley. He likes this matchup. Delivers here from the Randwick end. Crawley plays it from the off-stump line down to finally really comfortably. Moves to 12, 1 for 42. The SCG, the only ground in Australia where England have had 2 wins this century. They won here in 2003. Andy Katich, 7th.
And last Test match, I think.
Last Test match on the final day. And then, of course, famously in 2011, a test that Steve Smith played in. He was the not-out man at the end, I reckon, as well, Smith. Usman Khawaja on debut, which has been talked about extensively. But, you know, that was a time of real flux in Australian cricket, with England winning comprehensively by an innings here. What a time that was for your team, Stuart. Winning in Oz, going to the top of the world in the rankings. Boland round the wicket to Bethel for the first time. Bethel plays back defensively into the gully on the bounce, no run.
Yeah, and this ground is a wonderful place to play. When you're in the away changing room, it's full of history. Players have signed lockers and written messages on lockers, and there's certainly not the most luxurious of spaces compared to modern grounds, but you do connect with that lovely history, and it's a beautiful sort of sitting balcony that you watch the game from. It's a really special place to play.
Did you stay out for the remainder? Because you got injured in 10-11 early on, right? Is that, if I recall correctly? But Boland's around the wicket to Bethel. Hasn't scored as yet. Bethel placed a mid on, no run.
Yeah, I played the first 2, Gabba and Adelaide. Got injured at the back end of Adelaide, so I then commentated on the Perth game. For, Jonathan Agnew asked if I'd like to come, and I wanted to stay, so absolutely. And then went home, so I actually had to do some rehab. There was a World Cup coming up, so I had to I'd torn my side, so I had to get that ready for the World Cup in February. So no, I wasn't out here for the final celebrations, but they were pretty good by all accounts.
And they were all documented. The reason I raise it is the little handicam footage that was taken in the dressing rooms here at Sydney as Boland gets up to Bethel. 8 dots for him so far. Play and miss in that channel that Boland has loved so dearly here at the SCG, where he dominated last year against India. Doesn't quite kiss the edge, but yeah, the footage in the dressing rooms of Kevin Peterson and Jonathan Trott and co going for it in there. Special memories for
and also that was before the time of the amount of access that you get now with camera phones, and you often see footage from within the changing room. So yeah, that was Barney Douglas, who was running sort of the social media account. He was the producer of the film that Jonathan Trott was involved with.
Boland, 3 slips to gully. Bethel walks at him, hits him on the thigh pad, maybe the inside edge. Either way, he's down the other end. Is he off the mark? We'll find out in a moment. Looking at Ashan Raza, the umpire at the Randwick end. It is a leg bias, so he stays on 0. 2 left in the over. 1 for 42 becomes the score. So that documentary, The Edge, came out a few years ago, that sort of tracked your team from plumbing the depths of being bowled out for not many in the West Indies through to becoming the best team in the world, and how that all happened under the coaching of Andy Flower.
Yeah, I've not actually watched it. I was involved in it, interviewed for it, but I've not watched it because when I was playing, I didn't want to connect with how hard the game is and how hard people find it. You obviously know how hard Test match cricket is.
Interesting. Boland to finish. 1 for 43 to Crawley again, who leaves close to the off stump. It swings after passing the woodwork. Carey does well to his left. Ends the over. 12 for Crawley, none for Bethel. 1 for 43 England. That's on the Toyota scoreboard. Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Half-yearly clearance on now. Shop unbeatable deals on TVs, fridges, furniture, bedding, laptops, mobiles and more. Go Harvey Norman and Henley Homes. Hard to beat. Ask other builders, then come back to us. henley.com.au.
Imagine homes where luxury isn't an upgrade. Build a solar all-electric Henley home with up to $95,600 of standard inclusions, others call extras. Imagine luxury at no extra cost with Henley Homes.
Thumpers out again between overs. Our coverage is for Henley Homes, 1800 64 6-4, 6-4. Seen that last ball back again, Brody. That's done loads off the seam.
It's definitely moving out there. It's almost a straighter seam. Being held up straighter is just moving in the air and then just decking and going off the surface. So Scott Boland is a danger bowler for England right now, because he's the one who's getting the most amount of torque out the surface. Michael Neser didn't quite settle. He was really slipping actually with the footholes, and again the ground staff have been out and hammering the footholes at Mitchell Stark's end. So the bowlers are feeling like their spikes aren't going into the pitch for whatever reason at the moment, but they haven't used sawdust.
Stark from our Paddington end to Bethel, who's yet to score. 3 slips to gully. Bethel's in behind it defensively. Oftentimes as a quick, you must be bowling in imperfect circumstances like this where your foot's sliding. How hard is it to block that out when you're running in?
Very, very difficult. And actually, every bad ball Mitchell Stark's bowled, he's then scratching the footholes. That shows it's just overwhelming his brain, and he's not able to just focus on exactly what plan he's trying to execute. But it's a horrible feat. 10 times your body weight's going through that front foot every time you land, and if it's not landing properly, it's very, very difficult to have confidence and run in with the same tempo and same pace without having that trust that foot will stay.
So Stark trying to get it right here to Bethel. Bowled well to him so far. Short ball, good one. Gets over his lead. He wanted to play at it. At the last minute, he pulled out. Took his eye off the ball. Lucky to not cop it on the lid. Stark revving it up there. Short ball, well directed.
You know what? It's pretty well played, He was thinking about taking the pull shot on. Really fast bouncer from Mitchell Stark, and just jags back at Jacob Bethel. His hands were up, ready to pull the ball, and just realised it bounced more than he thought, so he swayed out the way, got his head out the way.
That is fearsome from Stark, seeing it again. Kempis Warehouse replay screen. Deep into his spell. Already picked up the left-handed Duckett. Another here in Bethel. Bowls to him here, it's Fuller. Inside part of the bat, out to mid-on, where there won't be a single. There must be the other part here with, as a quick with a long run-up, the risk of picking a hamstring or something like that if you do slide at the point of contact.
Yeah, you can. It's just unusual for your body to slip. So you think about delivering a ball, whether you're looking for an in-swinger or a away swinger, you're talking millimetres of where that wrist needs to be to deliver the perfect delivery. So if your foot is then slipping 3 inches, that makes a huge difference to where your bowling arm ends up. And yeah, it's not so much just a mental battle, because it is a physical battle. Your body is not landing exactly how you're expecting it to. But I am surprised they've not brought sawdust out to try and sort of dry up the area, dry up the surface, embed a little bit more material into where your foot is landing.
Stark up to Bethel once more. Bowls here. Bethel plays through the offside, off the mark with a boundary. Cut hard and well out towards the Brawongle stand. Bethel for 15th ball to get off the mark, but does it in style. 1 for 47, England.
By the way, how quick's this outfield?
Yeah.
This is one of those outfields that if you know you've hit the middle of the bat, you do not run, you don't move. And actually for the fielders who are chasing it, sort of save your legs type stuff, it's going for 4.
Lovely stuff from Jacob Bethel, who replaced Ollie Pope for the Melbourne Test match. Second opportunity here. How will Stark respond? He's got 2 left in the over. 1 for 47. He bowls, and Bethel wants to drive, but doesn't get much of it. Spills out to where silly point isn't. Were there particular grounds in the world where you rocked up and you're like, I've got to be mindful of conditions with sliding and that type of thing?
The whacker for me.
Yep.
I could not get my spikes to go into that pitch. It was almost like it was too hard. Remember walking past, maybe Dougie Bollinger, I think Mitch Stark at times, and they'd have these spikes at the back end of their front foot that were an inch longer than what you're used to seeing. And you hear them crunching down the stairs, the concrete stairs. I struggled to really relax at the whacker, because I just felt like my foot was just slipping forward.
Stark maybe in the long spikes today. Finishing the over to Bethel, who again wants to drive inside part of the bat, off the boot, out to the gully. Response from him. The boundary from the over. Bethel 4, Crawley 12, England. 1 for 47. Toyota scoreboard, Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
The King Living summer sale is on now. Save up to 50% on selected Australian-designed award-winning furniture. Hurry, sale on now. Shop online or visit a King Living showroom today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Need a new battery roadside? Holler for a Marshall. Marshall batteries come to you fast with the right battery and expert fitting. Serving Australia since 1935, choose the leading roadside battery replacement service. Holler for a Marshall, day or night. marshallbatteries.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Goodwee batteries from Solihull. There'll be a change from the Randwick end. So after a few overs from bowling, they've gone straight back to Michael Nisa, interestingly, for SEA safety, trusted by tradies across Australia. 2 overs done for 6 so far. Nisa getting a look here at Crawley. 3 slips right away. Carey back. Nisa delivers and Crawley deflects to the gully. Great stop. It's Cameron Green away to his right. Has to pull his trousers up. Full commitment to the cause.
Hello, feels an odd change. That Scott Boland was getting some decent, unless they're flipping ends, unless Boland's coming the Paddington end here, isn't it? Unless he's going to flip and come this end.
Felt like the most logical thing, it's that, because otherwise, why would you take Boland off? But Nisa second crack here. Saw how good he was when it mattered in the first innings at Melbourne last week. Not to say the second innings didn't, but when Australia were trying to set the game up, Nisa was front and centre. Some excellent wickets. Bowls here to Crawley, who leaves in that channel. That's where he likes it, Michael Nisa. So plenty of options for Australia. A reminder that Bo Webster made his debut here 12 months ago, recalled, and Cameron Green will bowl at some stage as well. No spin, no Todd Murphy. What did you make of both teams going, we'll do without this week when it comes to frontline spin?
Shows how pitches have changed in Australia, doesn't it? I think there was a number I heard. It's the first time specialist spinners not played for Australia here since 1888.
Yeah. Nisa up, bowls here, close to the stumps, Crawley inside the line and pulling well across that rapid outfield towards the O'Reilly stand for 4. Brings up the England 50, 1 for 51. Crawley has 16 of those.
Played that very calmly, didn't he? Right on top of the ball. Decent player of the short pitch bowling. Nisa's just tried to bang in an effort ball, a bouncer to try and... Sometimes when you bowl the bouncer, it's not necessarily to get the batter out that ball, it's to try and change their footwork, try and make them maybe not get as forward to you into length. Always worth trying to bounce early in a spell.
50 up inside the first hour of play. Nisa to Crawley, hits him on the pad, big shout for leg before given. Umpire Raza didn't take long to raise the finger. Caught on the crease. Nisa getting the stumps back in the game, and Crawley goes and consults Jacob Bethel. Will they go upstairs? They have gone upstairs for Imar. Trusted Tradies Insurance, call 13-IMAR.
Now, interestingly, it was...
TV umpire to director, we have a player maybe for LBW.
Allows that
on-field decision
as forward as
given out.
Could have done.
I have checked both feet.
But he's a long way out of his crease here, Zach Crawley. So the ball has a long way to travel once it hits him. It did look good.
Dharma Saina's the TV ump this week.
Okay, nice and slow.
First replay, Brody, your thoughts?
I can see clear gap between batter and the ball. You can go to the ball
pretty
tracking.
Close. It's hit Zach Crawley exactly on the knee roll. He's a tall man, 6'6", and he is out his crease.
On-field decision
my
is
gut
given
feeling,
out. Impact in line. And
it's out.
Umpire's
yep.
call.
It's going to be given up on the big screen here. Impact out. In line with the off stump, hitting the top of leg. Just what Nisa was trying to do. So after laying a pretty nice foundation across the first hour, as it ends, Zach Crawley is dismissed leg before wicket for 16. They'll lose the review as well. They're 2 for 51. That's, of course, on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. Both openers gone. As we go to drinks on the Bundaberg Ginger Beer Drinks Break, the Great Australian Brew. We'll say goodbye to Brody as well. Gerard, Whateley in for me. We return.
It's time to stop paying your suppliers and pay.com.au it instead. You'll unlock rewards, improve cash flow and simplify your business payments. So pay.com.au it and start earning rewards today.
Navigating a building dispute? With over 30 years of experience, Oldham Construction Lawyers are your trusted specialists in construction and property law. So whether it's VCAT, the courts, or the Building and Plumbing Commission, Oldham Construction Lawyers can provide you with expert legal solutions. Visit oclawyers.com.au.
Did you know that Cobram Estate extra virgin olive oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15ml serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
Engines feeling like they've been bowled out? Step up to the crease with Sinopec Premium Lubricants, delivering smooth performance that hits for 6. Visit them at 1 Rosebride Place, Truganina, or sinopeconline.com.au. Sinopec Premium Lubricants. Keep your engines in winning form.
So Michael Nisa in from the round weekend bowls. Crawley squared up edge, past third slip. He got through the gap between Webster and Green, which I didn't think was possible.
Bowling again over the wicket to Duckett. Plays it this hard hands out through the covers towards a lady stand for 4. 2 balls to come. Stark up to him. And Duckett plays late. And he's taken behind the wicket. It was Carey diving across in front of first slip. Duckett's gone. Stark gets the breakthrough. Nisa, Crawley hits him on the pad. Big shout for leg before given. Umpire Raza didn't take long to raise the finger.
Bundaberg Ginger Beer drinks break. Treat yourself this summer with an ice-cold Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. England won the toss, selected to bat. Both openers are gone. Duckett for 27, Crawley for 16. It's 2 for 51. Stuart Broad, hello.
Hello, yeah. I think anytime you lose the toss and you're bowling, you take 2 wickets in that first hour, you're pretty happy. I don't think Australia have been fantastic with the ball, but they've bowled 2 wicket-taking deliveries and got rid of the openers, so they've opened up a little opportunity, get Joe Root to the crease while the ball is still relatively new. And there's movement there, Gerard, isn't there? There's a bit of seam, there's a bit of movement in the air, but it does look a much better surface than the MCG. I'm certainly expecting this to be around a 300, 320 minimum.
The bowling change worked for Steve Smith. So Stark 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 29. Boland 3 overs, none for 8. Nisa took it up, and with the 4th ball of his 3rd over, his 4th ball of this spell, 1 for 10. Joe Root, who's just ticked over to 35 years of age between test matches. 234 runs in the series. Nisa just balks as the umpire stepped across his line. So 234 at 33.5. But the lion's share of that, and he's 138 not out at the Gabba. 3 slips and a gully in place. As Nisa rattles in and bowls. Root flashing and missing. The walking drive.
It's an absolute shocker of a shot. Oh. Shocker of a shot. Come on, Joe. Switch on a little bit.
If you'd played that on the deck of that boat on New Year's Eve, you'd have been disappointed.
Oh, so I can't even describe that, really. I mean, it's just a full half volley, little bit of shape away, but it's not the sort of shot you expect to see from Joe Root until he's sort of into the 20s or 30s, really. He just needs to calm down now. That's his mistake. He's got lucky.
Big deep breath. Roots in behind defending the last ball of the over. SEN Test cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solarheart, 2 for 51. Roots newly in the middle, and Bethel is on 4. Excellent reference to teletext this morning, Stuart. It's a perfect moment in time. So what, you'd get up in the morning?
Oh, yeah, well, I loved it. So teletext in the UK, yeah, I think it was 340 you'd type in and you could go through all the scores and see what it was like. One of my favourite things in the summer was get back from school, straight home, onto the teletext and check all the county scores throughout. It was always Mark Rampakash 100 from memory, but yeah, that feeling as a kid when you'd wake up in the morning and England are playing Australia in Australia and you get on the teletext, you check the score and you're just hopeful for something, and it would always be Ponting 160.
Scores, lines of text. They also had the TAB odds, which was an interesting thing when you're a little bit too young. Scott Boland has switched ends. So 3 overs, none for 8. From the Randwick end, he's come down to the Paddington end to relieve Mitch Stark after his 6 overs. He took the wicket of Ben Duckett. Didn't quite bowl with the same penetration as he has done at various stages in the series. Bethel's on 4. Boland around the wicket to him, and Bethel in behind, defending.
They must have been half tempted to try and get one more over out of Mitchell Stark with Joe Root walking to the crease. But it is hot out there. This morning, actually, I saw the sort of temperature come up at 24 degrees. I thought it was way higher than that. It was certainly felt it was into the 30s. So maybe just those short, sharper spells for the seamers throughout the heat of the day to allow them to keep going through the day.
Boland shovels in and bowls to Bethel, full driven out through points. Weatherall does the chasing, he gets there as they take a second. 2 for 53, Bethel moves to 6.
Just going back to Joe Root's first ball there, it's where luck does play a bit of a role in cricket, doesn't it? Because think of the narrative now, if he's nicked that, walking off, and it would have been 3 for 51. England's best player walking off with a wild drive first ball. Just misses it by a millimetre. Survives, and that almost just triggers his brain now. Okay, I've made my mistake, switch on.
Bethel faces up to Boland, in on the pads and clipped away. Wide of Stark at mid-on and away to the boundary for 4. Running hot for Ream, Australia's favourite. That's steady, hot and strong. Once it leaves the blade with the timing on, it scorches across this surface.
Classy shot, wasn't it? Classy shot. We know the England batters like to use their feet a little bit to Scott Boland. Just triggers forward instead of triggering back and across. Just triggers to get outside the line. Boland over pitches, and he just, with a straight bat, drills it through wide mid-on. Really, really classy shot.
2 for 57. Chemist Warehouse replay screen there. Boland around the wicket, Bethel in behind. It's a big movement, isn't it? Across his stumps, the trigger movement.
It is. I think he's doing it more to Boland, so because you know exactly where Scott Boland's going to bowl it. You know he's one of the best area hitters of modern times. So he's trying to get outside the line. He knows Boland's trying to move the ball away from him, bring the slips into play, but he can also run it back towards the stump. So he's trying to take the LBW out of it by getting down the pitch.
3 slips in a gully, ready themselves. Bethel high back lifts. Plays back down the pitch. Stark Fields, no run. So our first taste of Bethel in Melbourne. It's probably a little slow making the move away from Pope. 1 in the first innings, but he looked to have the goods in the second innings in his 40. They'll push 2 back on the leg side for the last ball of the over, and Boland is going to come over the wicket to deliver it. So the change of angle. Boland in, past the outside edge, nicked the outside edge, into the gloves of Carey. Boland's change of angle does the trick, and it does Bethel over. He's gone for 10. And Australia have 3 in rapid time.
Brilliant bowling. Great experience. Be able to just realise, OK, Bethel's changed his movement, bowling around the wicket, and he's taking out dismissal. Going to come over, stand the seam up straight, and it just bounces and lifts across Jacob Bethel with the angle. I wouldn't say it moved a huge amount. It's just a change of angle. Catches almost the top edge of the left-hander's blade. A simple catch to Alex Carey. Bethel was furious with himself when he'd nicked it and storming off for 10. England in a bit of trouble, 3 for 57.
And that is on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Start your next innings with a career that gives you more. Search Police Careers, Victoria Police, and Oldham Construction Lawyers, your experts in construction law, ensuring you're never caught out when pressure builds.
Plumbers, want more time for the cricket, camping, or a cheeky fish? Introducing Shark Bite Max, the next generation of plumbing fittings. Smarter, faster, and stronger. Get in, get out with Shark Bite Max. Available now at leading hardware and plumbing suppliers.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries and Solar Hard Expertise, the perfect partnership. 3 for 57. England won the toss, elected to bat, so Stuart Broad very much in Australia's favour now.
Yeah, and that was a really good piece of bowling from Scott Boland. Not sure what Jacob Bethel could do necessarily. He could maybe frustrated with himself because he could have left it on length. He was going well over the stumps, but brings Harry Brook to the crease, and we don't know what to expect from Harry Brook, do we? He uses his feet, he dances around, but they need to build a partnership now. Joe Root and Harry Brook both average over 50. Need to calm this Australian bowling attack down, because there is movement, it is nipping around, but it does feel like a 300-ish sort of surface, so they can't afford to lose too many more wickets.
Experts for UFI POE systems, professional grade security for complete home protection. Simon Katich in to join Stuart Broad. Kat, welcome back.
Morning, Gerard, Broady, all our listeners.
So the three frontline quicks each have a wicket. Michael Nisa is bowling to Joe Root, who clips the ball from his pads and finds his first runs wide of mid-on. There'll be a couple. As it's fielded 10 in from the rope, 3 for 59.
Yeah, what a start from Australia. Just before that first wicket of Mitchell Starks, it looked like Australia were a little bit flat. England got off to quite a quick start, as they normally try to do, but as soon as Duckett was removed, Boland's put the screws on. It was a good move from Smith to bring him into the attack after just 2 overs from Nisa, and now he's got the reward of the wicket of Bethel, who was looking really good.
Root leaves Nisa well enough alone.
What have you made of the surface, Broady?
I expected a little bit of movement in the first hour. I don't think the Aussies were great before they got that first wicket, actually, and if you do get an area, there's a bit of sideways movement. I actually think with it starting a bit soft, it's been a bit slower, and as it speeds up, actually the bowlers might find it a bit better to find the outside edge. So it certainly doesn't feel like a 200 sort of surface. You know, England will need a partnership at some stage.
Nisa into Root, clips down to mid-on, no run.
Well, Steve Smith did say at the toss that he felt there was a little bit of moisture in it. So, and just given the way the bowlers have been reacting with, you know, Mitchell Starc didn't really look that happy out there in his first few overs. So whether there is just that little bit of surface moisture, but then, as you say, with the sun out today, and once it does harden up, we saw that a bit in Melbourne, didn't we? After lunch break with Ben Stokes. As soon as it quickened up, it was a different ball game.
What I would say, rapid outfield.
Oh, yeah.
You find the middle of the bat, you don't need to run.
Nisa bowls to Roots, runs the ball to backward point, knocked down by Weatherall, no run.
Well, the outfield here, as Gerard would know, copped a lot of criticism during the winter for the AFL.
Really?
Yep. There was a lot of sandy patches, and it's come up beautifully. I mean, the weather here, I know you're not going to believe me, Gerard, but the weather here in Sydney has been amazing for the last few months. And we actually did have quite a warm spring at one stage. But, yeah, thankfully today the sun's out. And yeah, this has always had a great reputation for being a beautiful outfield and good value for runs here.
Nisa en route, plays away from his body beautifully, out through cover, climbed into the drive and belted it for 4. Boundaries for Loan Market. Whatever your ambition, find the right loan with Loan Market. Make it yours. 3 for 63.
Like we were saying, didn't move an inch, Joe Root there, did he? Found the middle of the bat, marked his guard. Thanks for coming.
Trademark shot that. Beautiful cover drive.
So last ball of the 14th over on this Sunday morning in Sydney. Nisa sends it down, and Root from his pads leans on a ball to mid-wicket, but won't find a run. 3 for 63, the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
Combining supreme comfort with serious strength, the Tundra is our most powerful Toyota yet. But power like this can't be described. It has to be felt. And the feeling starts here at your local Toyota dealership. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Are you a tradie, corporate or work roadside? Worklocker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham have the workwear brands you need, including FXT, Steel Blue, Cat, Bisley, Hardyaker, King G, Blunston, Mongrel and more. Worklocker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham. Workwear for wherever you work. Visit worklocker.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. 3 wickets have fallen after England won the toss and elected to bat. 3 for 63. Root and Brook are together in the middle. Harry Brook is scratching out his mark. Jacob Bethel removed with the last ball of Boland's previous over. Duckett 27, Crawley 16, Bethel 10. Root is 6. Brook is about to see his first ball. 3 for 63. This session for MEGT. Sign up your next apprentice with MEGT. 2 slips and a gully in place. Boland to Brook, who's leaving outside the off stump. Special sportsmen of all sorts here. This is the hottest ticket in town, Simon. Tom Papley, he's one of our very own from SEN Track.
He's Sydney Swans star. Tom, great to have you with us. Welcome.
Boys, good to be here. Unbelievable spot up here, isn't it?
It is. Gorgeous day you've turned on for us.
It's nice not to be raining this time of the year in Sydney, which is good for the test, but yeah, beautiful day and looking forward to the cricket.
What's your appreciation of cricket? Tom, did you play as a youngster?
Yeah, I'm a proper nuffy. Watch every Big Bash game, everything.
Boland to Brook. Oh, he's nearly chopped it on. Inside edge, somehow got past the woodwork. That's a nervy way to get your first run. So the throw comes into Boland mid-pitch.
Just reading out Tom Papley's tweets here. His most recent tweet, Gerard. I've said it before, I'll say it again. My favourite sportsman in the world, #Travball.
Yeah, he's, well, back when I was younger, it was definitely gilly, but it's definitely heady now. Just the way he goes about it, he's very relaxed. It just gets the job done. No fuss, and I like to think that in footy comparison that I like the footy players that go about it the same way in cricket terms, so love the way he goes about it.
Yes, and it's not hard to understand, Tom, that you would be drawn in that direction. Smith has gone for the third slip, having seen just how unsure these England batters are. See if they can disrupt Root before he settles in. He's 6 from 8. As Boland is in. Oh, inside edge onto the pads. Here's homing in here, Scotty Boland.
Yeah, it's been a good spell. He worked Bethel over beautifully around the wicket and then got the right result as soon as he came over. Got him sparring at one, and then on this occasion here, just dragging Root forward, trying to get that ball to deck back in and either hit the pad or get bowled through the gate. But Root was good enough to get the inside edge.
Yeah, that's nearly through.
And who's your BBL team, Tom?
Geez, it's a tough one because I'm a Victorian. Born in Victoria, but I'll probably have to go the Sixers because I'm in Bondi now, so I can't go away from them. But yeah, to be honest, I just love watching it all. Test matches, Big Bash, anything that's on. My wife is not the biggest fan of it, so I've got to get around her. But she just goes into the room and watches movies while I'm watching cricket.
It'll be a familiar refrain right around the country this time of year.
And I believe you copped a little bit of a sledge when you were down on the ground before, and it wasn't from the crowd.
Yeah, I was doing an interview with Mel down there with Channel 7.
Roots. Oh, wrapped on the pads. That's close. No is the decision in the middle. Boland follows through to have a little chat to Smith. Height. Marnus chips in from mid-off as well. They take a leg by. It'll be 3 for 65 as the clock runs down.
Yeah, and as I was doing my interview, Starkey was down at fine leg, and he runs over in the middle of the interview and pops his head in the middle of me and Mal and goes, "Go the Giants." So he's pretty relaxed and he can do what he wants these days, I think.
Well, he's owned the Ashes with bat and ball, so he's pretty chirpy at the moment, Starkey. He loves the Giants, boys.
Yeah, he does. I don't know how we...
I'm not sure you share that same love, but do you?
Nah, look, I definitely not on the field, I know that much. Off the field, they're all right.
Projection had that ball going over the top. Boland to Brook, who plays the ball out to point, calls for the tip and run single. Well taken. 3 for 66 at the end of the over, so that replay that we saw, save on your prescription at Chemist Warehouse. The Australians will just have to be wary about that as they get the level of the bounce for their challenges in the future. Have you had? Are you due back next week, Tom? When do you go back to training?
Yeah, so we'll have 3 weeks off. We're back the 8th of January, which is Thursday. So another couple more days watching cricket, which is nice. But yeah, we had 3 weeks before Chrissy and pretty tough before Christmas, and it sort of gets even more tougher in January. So looking forward to that. But I've had a few new recruits on and off the field, and yeah, it's been a great start.
2 slips gully, deep point, long off. So that long off position has been used with Brook throughout the series. I can't remember a ball going there, but that's been part of Australia's planning. There's a fine leg as well, and a cover in a threatening position. Lisa to Brook, start of the 16th over. It's 3 for 66. Brook defending the ball from the stumps.
any different? So obviously an extra 4 weeks off, which you haven't been used to for a long time at the Swans. Any different between seasons having missed the finals?
I got married.
Congratulations.
But yeah, it is a little bit different, I think. When I've lost 3 grand finals now, but when in 2024, I think you sort of play in a grand final, you get belted, and you're sort of still a bit worse for wear. You're sort of injured a little bit.
Mixer hustles in, bowls to Brook. Full face of the bat to cover, no run.
Yeah, you're sort of injured a little bit. You're sort of still feeling the pain from the grand final, and you come back in December and you sort of don't have that urge to get into it. But I think not playing finals, which is unfortunate, you have that urge and you have that hunger again just to get back into finals and go for a premiership. So yeah, this pre-season everyone's raring to go and flying, as everyone says, but a little bit more hunger. Not there's more hunger, but earlier hunger, if you know what I mean.
Nisa is in operation from the Randwick end. He's in and bowls to Brook, who plays down to the long off all the way across the turf. It's an easy single. He goes to 3. It's 3 for 67.
Has there been any modifications to the training program given the run of injuries you had as a group last year?
Yeah, we were pretty unlucky last year, but I think sort of the year before we didn't have any injuries, but we've come back this year. We're going well with the injury front. It's a tough one because it's sort of flip of the coin. Is it your program or is it just unlucky? I think like for Errol's was unlucky. He had an ankle. Mine was a stress fracture in the heel. So 2 bone injuries. You're like, it's pretty unlucky. But yeah, we're going well. Everyone's going well, which is good. It's good to see Charlie run around, and it's a bit. Obviously, I've played with Buddy Franklin most of my career, but to have another big key forward like Curnow and the presence and the sort of strut they walk with, it is a bit different than sort of Bud, but yeah, they both have big presence about them.
And how was the wedding?
Yeah, it was good, very good. A bit more of a 3-day party than a wedding, but it's always good fun. I had all the boys there, most of the boys, probably 10 to 15 boys, and obviously some guys back home as well. But it was out at Nagambie, Seymour there, and Morningside Farm. If you haven't seen that farm, have a look up. It's great.
Carey's come up to the stumps. Root pulls away. Just before these songs. Again, there's plenty of movement around the side screen, as there has been all morning.
I've seen some of the videos from this wedding, Gerard. It was all over my Instagram. Tom Papley dancing like he celebrates goals, pumping his fist, crowd surfing for 3 days straight.
It was a dance floor before dinner, which is interesting. Not many weddings do that, but yeah, it was good fun.
Slightly prolonged over. So bowls to Root. He jams down on a ball to point, no run.
It was fitting though. As you know, I love my horses. Morningside Farm, it's in Nagambie. Obviously, Nagambie's home to Black Caviar. And this farm was a breeding farm. The horse escapes me, but you'll know the horse that was famous for this farm. They gutted all the horse stables, made it a huge wedding venue, concreted the floors, and we had our wedding in there, so it was amazing.
That's awesome. Good on you. Nice to catch up. Root to see the last ball of the over. He leaves and Carey up over the stumps. Take it. Tom, good luck for the rest of the summer. We'll see you in March.
Cheers, boys. Thank you.
Tom Papley with us. SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart. It's 3 for 67.
Ring-a-ding-ding! Welcome to Tasman Butchers, the freshest cuts and the largest variety. Don't settle for the other stuff. Eat better meat with Tasman Butchers.
Tasman Butchers, the meat specialists.
Tyre Power's Hot Summer Sale is a sizzling way to save on a hot range of Kumho tyres. Get the power to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Kumho tyres, plus other hot offers during January at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au.
The Ashes on SEN for Henley Holmes, 1-800-64-64-64, 3 for 67, England. As Boland begins the new over to Brook, blocks back down the pitch. Our experts for UFI POE systems, professional grade security for complete home protection. Bharat Sundaresan in to join Simon Katich. Bharat, welcome.
Good morning, Gerard. Kat.
Morning, Bharat.
What have you made of the first 90 minutes of play?
It hasn't honestly felt like 90 minutes where 3 wickets would fall. And there have been parts where it's looked like a pretty okay batting pitch to me. But then, the ball's just nibbled enough, and England have made enough errors for them to be 3 down.
It's in keeping with the series, isn't it? Brook, nearly jams it onto his stumps again. That's happened twice. Inside edge, past the woodwork. So wickets have fallen every 40 deliveries this series, which is the lowest in Ashes history. And what have we had? 3 and 16 and a bit overs.
Yeah, I guess, and Brody sort of mentioned it before, that the danger is if there is some moisture in this wicket and then it hardens up, quickens up after lunch, that's when we might see things like in Melbourne, things happen a bit more quickly, because particularly Scotty Boland, there has been the odd ball that's nipped off the seam and caught the seam and swung as it's gone past the bat.
Root has the strike. It's forward, playing to the open cover and taking a run, 3 for 69.
But then when the defence is there, it looks like a pretty easy pace pitch. I mean, Zach Crawley missed one. He played all around it, and that was straight after a bouncer that he hit for 4. So you just wonder whether, he was back in the zone, because sometimes after a boundary you can easily get distracted and think about that ball and then not switch back on, and then next thing you know, you missed a straight one, which is practically what he did. He didn't do anything on him.
Just second fielder into the deep on the leg side. It's Khawaja who goes to deep backward square. Boland into Brook, who lets it pass.
Yeah, I think that's the difference between this surface and the one at the MCG. The moisture underneath here, which is where, like Kat said, Gerard, I think the pitch will quicken up as we get into the second session and deeper into the third. But if you are England and you won the toss, or Ben Stokes has won the toss, elected to bat first, you would be really disappointed with the position you're in.
Yep. First innings runs at the SCG, just worth so much in recent times. Boland to Brook, who pulls top edge up over the cordon and down to the boundary for 4. He has not settled at all against Scott Boland here, Harry Brook. He goes to 8 with the boundary.
He's all over the shop with Scott Boland. Couple of inside edges nearly landing up on his stumps. And this one kind of just wasn't the right line. He was in a terrible position to play that shot. Almost got the bottom part of the top edge and just flew over the slip region. Joe Root walking down and fist bump and a word.
Boland's a big challenge for Brook right now. He runs the ball out to the deep point. He's lent on that. He's able to come back for 2 as he placed it to the left of Weatherall's. 10 for Brook. 3 for 75 at the end of the over. The Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. Adam Collins is coming in for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
At Robot Building Supplies, ChatGPT doesn't get a look in. We ask our own robot.
Robot's got it.
Got Merbu decking and timber sleepers?
Robot's got it.
Steel framing and building supplies within 24 hours?
Robot's got it.
The original robot since 1946. Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. We're robot, but we're human. robotbuildingSupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart. Change in bowling for Australia from the Ram weekend. It's one of the 2 all-rounders in the 11 this week. Cameron Green at 3 for 75. Adam Collins in. Damien Fleming jumping in with me. And Bharat Sundaresan sticking around as well. Good morning, gents.
Morning, boys. Listeners. Been a tense first session, hasn't it?
Yeah, 3 wickets prized when bowling first. Green up delivers. Here in behind it defensively is Joe Root, who nearly nicked off a couple of balls into his innings with a wild, booming attempt to drive. I don't know where that... It's so against his style of play and personality to do such a thing. Bizarre.
And he's had a bit of a bonus series, as in Cummins has only bowled to him in 1 test and knocked him over, isn't it? But after that 100, I thought he was going to be digging in for a massive Ashes series, but it hasn't worked out that way.
So through the series, 100 at Brisbane, but slim pickings elsewhere. Green up to Joe Root, who wants to pull but pulls out. Bunts it back to the bowler unconvincingly. So for the series, averaging 33.
Yeah, and I think he needs, 22 more runs to avoid this being his worst tour of Australia. And you're talking about one, like Flem said, where he's got that monkey off his back. He's got the test century on Australian soil. He's had some off moments like that one almost again.
Has to guts it out here, Root. 28 minutes till lunch. They need him. Randwick and Green. 2 slips to gully. Bowls here. Root leg stump line. That helps. Tucks it out to deep backward square. 2 fielders in that direction. Collected by Head in front of the O'Reilly stand. They take 1. Root's 8. 3 for 76. This was the ground where Joe Root was dropped from the England team back in 2014 at the end of that disastrous series where they lost 5-0. But did make runs here back in 2017 as captain. 83 and 58 not out. When he retired hurt, ended up on a drip and wasn't able to do any of the post-game. He was in hospital and Jimmy Anderson had to do it for him. A bit of a shambles on an extremely hot day, 47 degrees. Green delivering now to Brook on 10. Brook stays at home, defends just behind point. They sneak through for a single. He's 11. 3 for 77.
And Steve Smith's mixed his bowlers around quite a bit, hasn't he? Like Michael Neser got 6 overs, I think, and across 2 spells. He's gone to Green early, which I think is a good sign.
Do you know what I'm trying to work out, fellas? How did Harry Brook the ICC charts? How did Harry Brook go from number 5 to number 2 after the Melbourne Test? Did I miss something here? Anyway, he is number 2. So 1 and 2 in the world batting right now. Joe Root, top of the pops. 3 for 77. Green to him here. Root plays from the crease out to backward point, as he does so often. No run to Weatherald in that position.
And Green's knocked over Root a couple of times, isn't it? So it's a good matchup. Green's still just grooving his action. At times, he's bowled the wicket-taking delivery, but the consistency hasn't been there. But not a bad first over this. Plenty of dot balls. The follow-through, he's about 3/4 of the way down. Such a tall man.
Has a habit of striking early. Got a wicket in his first over at Melbourne and his first over at Adelaide. That was Harry Brook with an absolute beauty. Bowling at Root here, though. Big West Australian delivers to him and he pushes out to mid-on. Then's the over, a couple of singles, 3 for 77 on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre expert. Root's 8 and Brook's 11.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Half-yearly clearance on now. Shop unbeatable deals on TVs, fridges, furniture, bedding, laptops, mobiles and more. Go Harvey Norman and unlock the impossible in Point Cook. Secure your Henley House and Land package today.
Want to hit a 6 for your business? Sign up an apprentice with MEGT. Their local teams come to you, offering free advice and ongoing support that helps you and your apprentice succeed. So sign up today at MEGT.com.au. Apprentice Connect Australia providers are an Australian government-funded initiative.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart. Scotty Boland operating from our Paddington end. Grounded he absolutely loves. Already in the book this morning. Fine piece of bowling to Bethel. In here, bowling to Brook, who drives away from his body. It ends up at mid-on. That's not what he was trying to do. No run.
He's just all over the place so far in this innings, Harry Brook. 2 inside edges, that boundary, chancy boundary in the previous over.
Boland's got 18 wickets at the SCG at 9.
It's cold.
Bowled beautifully here. It was his. Everyone remembers the Melbourne Test here in the previous Ashes. It was here where he was able to get more time at the bowling crease, and he worked England over. 7 wickets, immaculate. And of course, 10 against India last year. Man of the match. Delivers here in the block hole, pushed out by Brook to mid-on more convincingly. No run.
Yeah, and he doesn't have to do much at his end. He's just grooved that full length that forces the batsman to play. They can't get totally forward. And just enough nibble, isn't there, constantly from Scott Boland. Always good bounce. He's got that high release.
It's funny, you go back a generation or so, Flem. It's the ground where you're looking at 2 spinners and maybe the second seam. It doesn't do a lot of work. But now it's completely turned on its head. Boland in here delivering and leaving alone in the channel is Brook, and it hits the seam and jags back towards him over the top of the woodwork. Good, maybe not quite the length he was looking for, but the line, that's probing.
And we've talked about it already today. Not for the best of Australian cricket, isn't it? I'd love to see a turning SCG pitch, play 2 spinners. Our batsmen get to play in subcontinent-like conditions, so you get used to using your feet, sweeping. The fast bowlers get used to bowling on pitches that, don't give them natural variation. They're going to have to provide it at their end.
Boland to Brook. It's on 11, 2 slips the gully, delivers here. Brook leaves alone again. A very similar delivery that moves hitting the seam over the top of the off stump. And the interesting part of yesterday, I felt, was that Smith's campaigning for that now. You don't often see players actively campaigning in quite that way. It's all usually pundits or former players or what we do, but Smith's like, no, we want spin to be a factor at the SCG again.
Yeah, I mean, we saw in Adelaide, Damien Hoff got it right, that all skills got to play a part, but some pitches have just got their own natural characteristics, but probably this is the one that's changed the most. And it's not a drop-in, so you can't say it's because the clay has changed.
Good dots these. Boland to Brook, makes him play, leg stump line, worked out to mid-wicket, gets a single. 12 for Brook, 3 for 78. 1 left in Boland's 7th over.
So, what's the recipe? How do we get back to that? Is there a need off the field to get back to it? We'd like to see that. And can the groundsmen and curators actually deliver a pitch like that?
I think it's the second bit that's the unanswered question, isn't it? Like, what's prohibiting that for them at the moment? Could do well to let us know, I reckon. So Boland bowling to Root to finish. 3 in the cordon, driving through the covers. Didn't overhit it, won't go for 4. Gets a couple out to the O'Reilly stand. A sliding stop from Marnus Labuschagne out there. He moves to double figures. Root 10, Brook 12. It's 3 for 80 on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
Australia. Do you not like money? Because if you're not with a low-fee super fund, you could be giving away money on high fees, instead of spending it on things you might actually want when you're retired. Like more holidays, golf days, gals days, whatever days. Learn more about Vanguard Super today. Issued by Vanguard Super Proprietary Limited. Consider the PDS and TMD at vanguard.com.au/super and decide if it's right for you.
The Ashes on SEN for Henley Holmes, 1800 64 64 64. Cameron Green to continues, picked up 3 wickets in the series.
And good start from him as well. It's probably as accurate as he's been in his first spell. Got to remember that he actually debuted as a fast bowler for Western Australia. It was only because of back fractures that he concentrated on his batting. Went pretty well for him too.
Yeah. I know you're a huge fan of Green's bowling, Flem, as he starts the fresh over. There are 2 back on the leg side and a couple back on the offside when bowling at Brook. Bowls here, Brook out to cover, crowd catch. Labuschagne picks it up and considers throwing at the non-striker stumps, but thinks better of it. No one backing up in that direction, stays at 3 for 80. With that in mind, would you kept him in the side based on the surface here, or were you more along the lines of, given the batting's been struggling, to give him some time away from the frying pan?
I don't know, to be honest. Okay. I haven't thought about that.
I suppose the debate was, like, is this the right time just to pause due to how he's been going with the bat and whether the bowling's enough to keep him here in the shorter term. He bowls here to Brook on 12, close to the stump, shorter ball, sways out the way. That's quicker as well.
Yeah, it's a great nut. Great nut. Yeah, the problem I've got if we win this 4-1 is from this test match, I want to see some performances from the next generation. Weatherald, Marnus to a degree. I don't know what's happened with Marnus. I was happy with his first 4 or 5 innings and then he's regressed back to the way he's batted in the last couple of years. We need runs from Green. Wickets are a bonus. Bo Webster to have a good test match, because there hasn't been a lot of spark, has there?
Green delivers here and leaving alone in the channel.
From the next generation, Inglis didn't really enhance his reputation. We're not going to see Todd Murphy.
Does present an interesting series of questions ahead of the top-end test, Brad, as well. That's the next time Australia play in August against Bangladesh.
Yeah, and to Flem's point, look, what have we learned about this Australian team that we didn't know already? And generally in Ashes series, you like Boland last time around, or Travis Head, the way he just went off. No real takeaways from the series for them so far.
Green up to Brook. He's 12 from 20. 4 men back. Delivers here. Brook plays late out to one of them at deep backward point. Collected out in front of the members stand. He's 13 with the single. 3 for 81. And
so hopefully that happens though. You know, to finish the series with a strong performance, and you know when those tests come around, you know they're in.
Interesting how much of yesterday's press conference with Steve Smith revolved around the big batch of test cricket they have from August next year for about 11 months, isn't it? There is so much of it, including an away series to India, 5 tests there, away in South Africa, away in England, World Test final. Green up, 2 left in the over, bowls to Root on 10. Root pushing out to mid-off, no run, and even his own future being talked about in that context. Not really about whether he's a series-to-series guy, which he's depicted himself as, or whether he can be can you play for 18 more months at the top level? Whereas that perhaps wasn't the question necessarily leading into the series, Baz.
Yeah, I mean, we were back to where we were 4 years ago, like towards the end of 2022 when we looked at 2023 and all those test matches. But this time there are these 5 more added to that list. It's a lot of test matches to play in that short space of time.
So Green will finish to Root here, facing up and playing late. Through backward point for 4. Quick outfield, makes the most of it. Steered square of the man in that position. Root to 14 with the boundary. 3 for 81 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
Big call today, Skipper. You declared early.
Yeah, had to. Saw the thinning up top and knew I had to act.
How did you fix it?
The team at Grow implanted my own hair into the thinning areas in one session, and now it grows naturally.
I gotta say, strong comeback for the hairline.
No need for a third umpire on this one.
With over 40 million hairs transplanted in the last decade, Grow helps you declare on thinning hair before it's too late. Search Grow Clinics now. That's GRO Clinics.
The Ashes on SEN for 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food. Root turned 35 on what would have been day 5 of the Melbourne Test match. Inside 2,200 runs of Sachin Tendulkar's most runs in Test history. 15-9-21. Got himself a start here. Michael Neser will now have a crack from our Paddington end, away from us. Bowling to Brook. Delivers here, first ball in behind it defensively. Tom Morris with all of the numbers for pay.com.au, points for business.
Just looking at test averages for spin bowlers in Australia since 2018. It's pretty grim reading if you want to be a spin bowler, Flem, isn't it? So 34 at the MCG, this is the average. 35 at Perth Stadium, 38 in Adelaide, 41 at the Gabba, 45 here at the SCG. That's since 2018. I was surprised at that. I mean, there's a reason they've made this ball, but
worse for other spinners that aren't Nathan Lyon.
Yeah,
imagine if Nathan Lyon didn't exist.
Yeah. And this is a ground where Lyon, with the exception of kind of one test, hasn't dominated. Neser in, bowling here, driving down the ground is Brook in that unorthodox way with his bottom hand out to an unorthodox position at deep extra cover. Gets one, he's 14, 3 for 86.
I'm just reading Andrew McDonald's quotes from the other day. He did a media conference just before New Year's, about December 30, I think it was. He said, this is regarding Todd Murphy. It takes a lot for us not to pick a spinner, and we've been pushed into making that decision. Red ball games, it's the first time in a long time that we haven't picked a spinner. It's not something that we like doing. I don't think it's something that will happen moving forward. So he'd stop short of guaranteeing it, but he made it pretty clear that they want to pick a spinner, didn't they?
Yeah.
Neser's got the keeper up to the stumps with Root on strike. Facing up here, turns into the onside. No run. Smith at the toss today said, I hate doing it. Yeah. I was pushed into a corner. I mean, there's strident comments.
Yeah, they're strong comments. They're just they're pitches that are too green, and they think they want to get 20 wickets, and the best option of doing that is playing another medium pace and not a spinner.
So Neser's got 3 in the cordon. Behind Carey, who's up to the pegs. Bowls here to Root. Full block hole duck out. Aiming it at the toes.
I wonder if we have reached a point where, like you said, Flem, from externally, you have like a CA curator who goes around the country like they do in India and has the final say or has to tick off on surfaces. And I'm not saying they should be standard or the players or the captain needs to have a say, but just go back to bringing out the best of the SCG pitches or the MCG pitch or what we get at the Adelaide Oval.
Yeah, a couple of former curators come out during the week. Les Burdett. Was it Kevin Mitchell up at the Queensland? I tell you what, they weren't a big rap for that.
Neser into Root.
Plays back to backward point. Gets a single to Weatherald easily enough. He's 15, 3 for 87.
But they must know the overall game plan, I think, from each venue. And this hasn't been a turner for years, though, has it?
Gosh, I'm trying to think. There was probably one test where it's turned, and it was the New Zealand test when there was the bushfires around. I mean, that's 6 years ago or something like that. It's a long time since we've had one of those Sydney pitches, yet you still hear the cliche rattled out most years.
What was the one we played Agar?
Before the India series, South Africa.
He wasn't ready. And it didn't turn for him either.
Well, they did that because they had Nagpur a week later and they were trying to get a test into him. Here is Nisa, up to the crease, bowls to Brook, defends from the off-stump line. Good probing line and length from Nisa. 3 for 87, end of the over. Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. Brook's 14 and Root is 15.
Luxury isn't just found on land, it's crafted on the water. Cobalt Boats, the world's #1 bow rider, redefines boating with unrivaled performance, timeless design, and effortless luxury you won't find anywhere else. Whether it's cruising the coastline with family or entertaining in style, Cobalt turns every journey into an experience to remember. Step aboard and see why the world calls Cobalt #1. Cobalt Boats, the standard in luxury, performance and class. Book your Cobalt experience today, online or in store.
The Australian bowlers for Australia, made by Australians, support Australians. One of them is Cameron Green, one of 5 seamers they have at their disposal this week. Bowling here to Root on 15. New over begins. Root plays back and steers into the gully, where Bo Webster, Green's partner in crime in that part of the ground, cuts it off moving to his right. Adam Collins, Bharat, Sundaresan with you. Tommy Morris as well with the numbers for pay.com.au. Points for business. Baz, we saw in the new year in fine style. Well, not New Year's Eve necessarily, but New Year's Day down at Kirribilli House. The first time you've been to the PM's function there, where both teams for the last 16 summers now have been guests at Kirribilli. What a beautiful setting for it.
It's lovely, and how gracious they were as hosts.
The McGrath Foundation, a big part of that as well. Green bowls here, and playing back is Root, finding the gap just. Second time in 2 overs, he pops it down to third man for 4, or deep backward point. That's Root when he's really seeing it well. Had one fielder to beat. He's 19. It takes England to 3 for 91.
Yeah, Jake Weatherall, the fielder there, is a bit filthy with himself. You could just see he smashed the ground.
Got a hand to it, didn't he?
He did. Yeah, and he knew he should have done a better job there.
Got his left fingers on the way through. Didn't quite time the dive well enough. Root, couple of boundaries there. Running hot for Ream. Steady, hot and strong. They've got to be there at lunch, these two. It can't be 4 for 100 at lunch. Not after winning the toss and batting on a lovely day. Losing wickets at 35, 51 and 57 this morning. Duckett, Crawley and Bethel respectively. Green up, bowls to Root, 2 slips to gully, pulls out to deep backward square where there is a fielder in front of the O'Reilly stand. Travis Head, they get 1. Root into the 20s, 3 for 92.
Yeah, the PM wasn't overly pleased with the fact that my Ashes Nails prediction had England winning in Melbourne as they did. It's like, oh, did you really have to give them 1? Yeah, just something for them to take back, Prime Minister.
Yeah, certainly loves the game. I knew from a previous conversation with him, must have been 15 or so years ago, that he was here the night that Michael Bevan struck the 4 to win the match in 1996 on New Year's Day. Green up here, bowls short, ducking is Brook. So that was the first thing I went up to ask him. Wide called, actually. It's so high that it's ballooned over him, 3 for 92. Just to clarify, PM, you were here for Michael Bevan Day, weren't you? 30 years on, and he confirmed that he was in the outer watching. He's a proper sports badger, the PM. He drove down from Sydney to Melbourne for the 91 grand final.
Wow.
VFL Park.
Who does he support in the footy? Because I've seen him in a few different jumpers.
He used to always want to talk Hawthorn matters. He's got an old bomber jacket from the 90s he wears from time to time. Here is Green bowling to Brook, my apologies, who deflects in the direction where Root got a couple of boundaries earlier. He's 15, 3 for 94. Tommy?
Can I confirm, Baz, that was actually your prediction, or was that just luck or chance?
No, it was prediction, 4-1.
4-1.
And which means Australia will win this one.
Yeah, so that's your nails.
Yeah, well, got Ben Stokes convinced, and before Melbourne, and I said, trust the nails, and he did.
So what do you do for a 3 test match series?
No, it's only for the Ashes. I don't mess with it for the Border Gavaskar Trophy. I get enough grief from Indian fans.
Yes. Detect a bit of that online overnight. Anyway.
I mean, Joe Root's just settled down a lot more, hasn't he, after a bizarre start? The ball's been...
So Scotty Boland's making the case to Ashan Raza. So usually this takes 2 or 3 attempts for the fielding team, but they've got the ball back with Cameron Green now for Root. They've still got the backward point up, but not all the way up. There's a good 15, 20 metres to the right of Gully. Green up to Root here. Root drives, not quite past mid off. I thought he beat him. Little bobble from Stark, but there's no single taken.
It's a big innings for Harry Brook, you think, Hollow. So much hype and expectation around him on his first test tour of Australia. And we've seen it with so many before him. First tours can be difficult, but if they can sign off on a high, VVS Lakshman being the best example of it. You always raved about his innings at Sydney, but that 167 he made here in 2000.
Yeah, that 178 here in 2004. The best innings I've seen here. Green bowls here to Root, who steers through point. Didn't try and overhit it. In the direction of the Brawongal stand, they'll return for a couple. Root up to 22. The partnership up to 39 at 3 for 96 at the end of the over. There'll be 2 more before the lunch break. Tyre Power Scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Start your next innings with a career that gives you more. Search Police Careers, Victoria Police, and Oldham Construction Lawyers, your experts in construction law, ensuring you're never caught out when pressure builds.
G'day, Flem here. If Program Commercial Painting were a test bowler, they'd take every painting maintenance job's wicket. Repaints, bold. Graffiti, caught behind. From schools to local businesses, hospitals and beyond, get them bowling for you. Visit programcommercialpainting.com.au.
The Ashes on SEN for 4:20, Australia's original fan food. Tommy Morris has got something for us as well for pay.com.au. Points for business.
Interested in your thoughts on this, Colo and Baz. We spoke about it briefly on the new ball this morning. Nick Maddinson was 30 off 26 balls last night. Retired himself out.
Seeing it more and more. Nisa bowls to Harry Brook. First ball of a new over, nearly deflects it back. Bottom of the bat, hit him on the boot, spilled out to silly point, no run.
So he wasn't satisfied with how quick he was batting, and he was alongside David Warner, and he raised it with him, and Warner left him to his own devices, and he took himself off the field in his first game back for a couple of years.
There's going to be more and more and more of it.
I thought there would be even more by now.
After Ashwin set the, as ever, Ashwin setting the tone in the IPL a couple of years ago. Always about 10 steps ahead of the game, Ash. But yeah, 39 from 55 the stand. Brooks 15. Nisa away from us towards him. Leg stump line. Something on it. Spilling out to short fine leg. They'll get through for 1. Down to umpire Gaffney. I'm pretty sure it was boot. No, it was nothing. It was Carey's glove was the noise through the effects mic. So a buy signal. Partnership 40. 3 for 97. We'll have this over and 1 more until lunch.
So it's retired out, isn't it? So it counts against your average.
Yeah, you can't come back up.
But you don't lose a ball is the key point. And the ball can be seen as sometimes a scarcer commodity than wickets when you get deep into a T20, right?
That's right. So you do it at the non-striker's end at the end of the over, for example.
Yeah. Saw it a couple of times in the blast in England last season as well. Nisa to Root on 22. Looking better now. Defending back down the pitch. Skittish start, but Root's looked better in the last quarter of an hour.
It'll take like either a World Cup, T20 World Cup semi-final or a final when a batter does it. That's when I think it'll really come into vogue, you'd think.
It's like this generation's version of Adam Gilchrist walking against Sri Lanka.
I was thinking that. Not that anybody really.
No, man.
Not too many anyway.
No. And then tonight, the Stars versus the Renegades at the MCG, they're expecting more than 60,000 for the inaugural Melbourne Mace presentation by Jackson Warne.
Oh, yes, the Mace. Here is Nisa Bowles. Next delivery is worked behind square by Root for what will be a pretty easy couple in front of the Brawongal stand. He's 24, 3 for 99. We had the Mace in with us at the Melbourne Test with Will Sutherland. It's a big old beast for a trophy.
Well, it reminds me of the Sheffield Shield itself. I remember presenting the Sheffield Shield when I was doing the coverage in 18-19. You actually don't give it over; it just sits there. And they come and everyone sits around it. And the other thing, just while I've got you, is Michael Clark and I think Alex Blackwell are being inducted into the New South Wales Hall of Fame tomorrow.
Excellent.
New South Wales Cricket Hall of Fame tomorrow.
Hopefully we can get them up here and have a chat. Nisa delivers here. Leg stump line for the 3rd time in the over. Can't work it away. Root stays on 24. Stays at 3 for 99. We had John Dyson and Mike Whitney were admitted a couple of seasons ago, Tommy, and there was a rain delay, and Bharat and I got to have, and Fleming got to have about 40 minutes of the best with Mike Whitney and John Dyson really going for it.
I know he's a cricketer first and foremost, but surely Who Dares Wins was mentioned.
It came up.
Good.
It came
He brought
up.
it up.
He brought it up.
When I was young, I didn't know that Mike Whitney actually played cricket. I just thought he was the host of a TV show. $50 or $100 for doing something silly.
Bring it back.
Yeah.
TV execs, bring it back.
He's part of our Big Bash Nation coverage as well.
Nisa finishes to Root. Edging past. It was Webster in the gully to his right. Down towards the rope, it'll run. Didn't quite get there. My apologies, Green. I'm confusing the two already. They returned for a couple, which means England passed 100. 3 for 101. Root to 26, but wasn't in control of the shot. It completes the over as well. There'll be one more until lunch. Tyre Power Scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
Absolutely everything is on sale at Freedom. Save between 20 to 60% off absolutely everything. It's their biggest sale ever, only at Freedom.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
The new Grinch Happy Meal is now at Macca's. There are 12 Grinch toys to collect, only at Macca's for a limited time. Trademark and copyright 2025 Dr. Zeus, available 10:30 a.m. till midnight for a limited time of participating Macca's.
Joe Root's a run away from being our leading run scorer in the session. TAC speeding. How your holiday ends is your choice. He's 26. Crawley got 27. Green in. Bowling to Brook on 15, nearing 12:30 local time. Out to deep backward point, it goes for one. So it will be the final over before the break. 3 for 102. Brook is 16. A wicket apiece for the three Aussie quicks, the frontliners, before Green came into the attack. For programmed commercial painting, hit painting maintenance for 6.
It's been a humid morning. As you can see, if you look out at some of the tops, see even Harry Brook and Joe Root, tops are drenched. So no wonder Steve Smith's just swapped his bowlers around, not given them long spells.
Collages at leg slip. The trap set for Root. Green to him here, Ramwick end. Root plays late. Oh, that's gorgeous. A late cut. Played to perfection. Down to the rope for the third time out in front of the members there. Joe Root up to 30. He now is the leading run scorer in the session. He's set 3 for 106. All our numbers for pay.com.au, points for business.
Well, that boundary tells you two things. A, that Joe Root's feeling really good about his batting. That was, again, that was classic Joe Root, wasn't it? And also the pace of this pitch. He had so much time there.
The late cut. Watching it again.
Delightful.
Oozing here in the commentary box, watching that again. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse on the screen. Green up to Root once more. Playing just behind point for 1. Labuschagne will do the fielding. 31, and partnership is up to 50. They've done well, consolidating from 3 for 57, now 3 for 107. We'll make Root our player of the session for RWC, Ray White's commercial property specialists. He's done well. He didn't look the part for the first 15 minutes, but since then, especially behind point, it's been vintage Root.
It totally has been, especially off Cameron Green. He's got on top of that ball and picked up at least 20 runs in that region.
So here to Brook. Green bowls to him. Drives with the full face of the bat. Through the gap at cover. Not much to work with, but it's certainly another boundary. Made a great sound out the middle of the blade. Didn't need to overhit it. So he reaches 20 before the break. 3 for 111. Well played.
Yeah, Green went searching there. It was a really full delivery. And just feel like Harry Brook needed that boundary before the lunch break. If he can survive the next 2 balls, I think he'll come out feeling a lot more confident. Classic Harry Brook, doesn't move that front foot too much.
And I know that winning the toss and batting, losing 3 wickets, it might feel like Australia's session. And look, that's to be debated at the lunch break. We'll have Gerard Whateley with Simon Katich. But just the way they've built in the last half an hour. Green gets up here and bowls to Brook, who plays it. Misses a ball that's an absolute get-out shot. He's trying to lift it over the cordon. It's a little bit short, a little bit wide, a bit of a tempter, but 2 balls before lunch. Imagine he nicks that, repudiating everything I would have just said.
No wonder he's averaged just 34 in this series. You know, which he's just had these moments. I guess he's had these moments throughout his career.
But especially through this series. A couple at Perth and a notable one at Brisbane. First over of Stark in that spell. 1 more ball to get through. 10 runs from the over. Green to finish the session. Delivers to Harry Brook.
Brook, leg stump line, turning through the onside along the ground. That's much better. Out towards the trumper stand, it'll run. They'll turn for a third perhaps. Yep, Brook's comfortable running to, well, it's not the danger end because he's got there so quickly. So 3 to finish, moves him to 23, route 31, 3 for 114 as the players make their way from the field. 24 overs in the session. So we saw 5 England batters for Bendix breaks. Put your foot down with confidence, Bendix breaks. Duckett was caught behind from the bowling of Stark for 27 from 24, 1 for 35. Crawley, 5 overs on from that, was leg before wicket to Michael Nisa for 16, 2 for 51, and that became 3 for 57 when Carey pouched a chance from Boland. Bethel steering it into his gloves. Fine piece of bowling from Boland though. But from there, 3 for 57 becomes 3 for 114 on the tyre power scoreboard. Baz, your trusted tyre experts, your summation of the 2 hours so far after Ben Stokes won the toss for the 4th time in the series, and here he's elected to bat.
Well, a lot of focus on the pitch, and you can see Mitch Starc and Michael Nisa, the last ones to leave the SCG for the lunch break, just glancing at a couple of spots on the surface, and I think it's played pretty well from a batting perspective. There's been some seam movement off the pitch for Boland and even Mitch Starc a bit early on, but it looked like England lost their way after a good start. Duckett and Crawley, Mitchell Starc his radar was off in that first spell, but then he got rid of Duckett, and Crawley missed a straight one from Michael Nisa. Bethel got a good one from Boland, but from that point on, after a shaky start from both Yorkshiremen, I think Root and Brook have finished the session strong. As a result, England have finished the session strong. Yes, they wouldn't have been happy with losing 3 wickets in a cluster, but I think 3 for 114, the way this series has gone, they'll take it.
Yes, it feels that at a minimum honours even, and with England having won the toss and batted this morning. Our coverage on a beautiful day in Sydney is for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart. And all of those numbers on the tyre power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. England at lunch on day 1, 3 for 114, Root on 31, Brook on 23, Gerard, Whateley and Simon Katich steering you through the lunch break after our break here.
For on-the-go cover, go BizCover, Australia's #1 online business insurance service with over 280,000 small business customers. Join thousands of small businesses who've switched to BizCover for easier, hassle-free insurance. Simply compare quotes, buy online and get instant cover. Looking for insurance for the first time? BizCover is insurance made easy. From tradies to professionals, allied health, retail and hospitality, even small businesses looking to save. Shop and compare quotes for different types of cover in one go at bizcover.com.au.
Get offers that make you feel great on the inside and out. Only at Chemist Warehouse. Stop a pimple in its tracks with Thursday Plantation Patch Perfect Invisible Acne Control. 42 patches, just $6.99. Go dramatic with Maybelline Lash Sensational Sky High Mascara, just $13.99. Get firmer, smoother skin with Olay Regenerist Ultra Firming Serum, 30ml, only $34.99. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. And Host Plus, Finder's Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Another wicket down, and no one wants to be caught out on a duck. Same goes for your four-wheel drive. Don't settle for second best. With Razorback 4x4 seat covers, you'll get perfect protection, comfort and style. They're tailor-made to fit like a glove and easy to clean after making a bit of a mess. Thousands of Aussies have already given them 5 stars, and unlike some covers, there's no ducks here. Protect your pride and joy. Check out razorback4x4.com.au today.
There's more for you at Victoria Police. The freedom to go on more holidays with a job that gives you 9 weeks annual leave. More connection with your community, where you'll make a difference every day. The chance to meet more people, where workmates become your best mates. More opportunity for change with hundreds of career choices. You can have all of this and more with a career at Victoria Police. Search Police Careers. Authorised by the Victorian Government, Melbourne.
The Toyota Tundra is all about hitting the road in the most enjoyable way possible.
Combining supreme comfort, luxurious space, and backed by a 3.5-litre V6 twin-turbo engine, Tundra delivers exhilarating performance with seamless acceleration. It's our most powerful Toyota yet. But power like this can't be described. It has to be felt. And the feeling starts here at your local Toyota dealership. Book your Tundra test drive today. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
This summer, there are some things Liquorland can't guarantee. We can't promise the snags won't get burnt. Or you'll get a peaceful sleep in. We can't help you hit a 6 or score a century. But there are some things we can help you score, like refreshing summer drinks to share with mates, a legendary backyard barbecue setup, cracking promos to keep the esky full, and great value with every shop. Score more this summer with Liquorland, official gold partner of Cricket Australia. Choose to drink wise.
Ring-a-ding-ding! Summer holidays mean summer barbecues, and only Tasman Butcher's gourmet burgers and sausages turn your barbecue or get-together into an award-winning occasion. Their award-winning snags and burgers are gluten-free, crafted without artificial flavours or colours, and packed with great taste. You'll find award-winning flavours of Tasman Gourmet Sausages 6-pack for $9.99 and Tuscan-style beef burgers 4-pack for $6.99 every day. Let the meat specialists at Tasman Butchers make your summer entertaining easy. Fresh, local, delicious.
Test cricketers can bat for hours in the hot sun. That's sustained performance, just like Host Plus, who have sustained strong long-term returns over 20 years. The top-performing super fund? That's a plus.
Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Host Plus balanced My Super investment option based on super ratings data as at September 2025. Consider the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
Get in the loop, because Pool Care just got smart. Meet Loopium. We've taken the entire pool shop and put it in your phone. Need chemicals, equipment, advice? We've streamlined the lot. Now you can balance your water from the sofa, with or without pants. Got a weird pump noise? Just ask. We'll walk you through the fix in real time. Stop driving and start swimming. Download Loopium for free today.
Harvey Norman half-yearly clearance. TVs, fridges, vacuums on sale. Higher 433-litre bottom-mount fridge now just $794. Laptops, mobiles, all the latest tech priced are clear. Motorola G55 5G now just $148. That's less than half price. Get 10% off already low prices on selected big brand mattresses and adjustable bases. Plus hot deals on lounges, dining, outdoor and more. Gasmate Quasar 4-burner barbecue just $492. Best brands, best range, best prices. Harvey Norman half-yearly clearance on now. Conditions apply.
Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. And Host Plus, find as Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. On SEN Test Cricket.
In past the outside edge, nicked the outside edge into the gloves of Carey. Boland's change of angle does the trick. He's en route, plays away from his body beautifully, out through cover, climbed into the drive. Boland to Brook, who pulls top edge up over the cordon and down to the boundary for 4. So here to Brook. Green bowls to him, drives with the full face of the bat through the gap at cover. Not much to work with, but it's certainly another boundary. Made a great sound out in the middle of the blade.
The lunch break for Robot Building Supplies. Robots got it and deliver. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au and Macca's. The Chicken Big Mac is back at Macca's.
Terrific parry and thrust through the opening session of this Sydney Test. 3 for 114. Joe Root and Harry Brook together, 31 and 23 respectively. Each of the Australian quicks took a wicket in that session. It's the lunch break for Robot Building Supplies, helping you get the right products for the job at a better price. And Macca's loving the cricket. Gerard, Whateley and Simon Katich with you. Kat, very enjoyable 2 hours of cricket.
Good afternoon, Gerard. Yeah, it certainly was. I think Australia will be pretty pleased the fact they've knocked 3 over already, but this danger partnership of Root and Brook is looking ominous. They got through to lunch nicely now, but they have to start again. But it just felt like Australia were a tad flat in the first 20 minutes or so. England got off to a bit of a flyer, as they do, playing aggressively, but then they lost their way in that last probably half an hour as well. I think Cameron Green's spell went for 29 or 4 overs, and Harry Brook and Joe Root have been able to get going and get some probably boundaries that were right where they want to get them, whether it's guiding it down to third man or, a nice cover drive from Harry Brook through the covers. So, yeah, Australia's still got some work to do, but I think they'll be content with the fact that they've knocked 3 over already.
The Australian side of things, for Australian made by Australians, support Australians. Mitch Stark, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 29. Michael Neser, 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 23. Scott Boland, 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 27. And you referenced there, Cam Green, 4 overs, no maidens, none for 29. And his last 2 overs went for 9 and for 13 on the way to lunch. How have you seen the core of the bowling?
Well, as usual, I think, we saw some swing from Mitchell Stark early on. He looked a little bit unsettled with his footing, and then once that sort of got settled, I thought he bowled nicely, as he has throughout the series. And then I thought the way Steve Smith used both Neser and Boland, he probably learned a little bit from that last test match where, Boland came into the attack probably later than we all expected in that second innings run chase. So I thought he did well to rip him off. Boland started, and then when it went back the other way, Neser got the breakthrough of Crawley, which from me was a lapse in concentration and a little bit of technical as well. He hit the ball before for 4 from a pull shot, and then Neser just went into length pretty straight, didn't nip it or anything, and he got played all around and got pinned in front. So that was probably more Crawley's mistake, but good thinking from Neser. And then Bethel's dismissal, I thought was excellent from Boland. He'd worked him over from around the wicket. He looked like trying to nick him off from around, and then Bethel countered that by sort of walking into the line of the ball and shuffling into that length, played a couple of nice shots through mid-on, and then Boland decides to come over the wicket and just pitches on line with probably middle stump, gets a bit of bounce, and Bethel nicks it. So, yeah, it was a good piece of set-up play from Scotty Boland.
The dig for Sherlock wheelbarrows and carts available at Bunnings Warehouse. So Ben Duckett in this series, 160 runs at 18. He was caught, Kerry bowled Stark, 27 from 24 balls. It just feels like, so he's not at test standards, but it's like, just go out there and snatch it as many runs as you can. If it's 4, so be it. If it's 27, if it's 35. But there's an inevitability that he's going to get out in a pretty short period of time. It's just a rush to see how many runs he can get. It's weird.
Well, it is, but then also you look at the way that they play and they're structured, and the fact that they don't really have an obvious replacement unless they rejig things, and Ollie Pope came back in the team. But that sort of 2 wrongs don't make a right. Yeah. It's been dropped for a reason. But realistically, Duckett probably should have been dropped, and they've got a great opportunity to try and see who else can perform in these conditions to prepare for 4 years down the track. When they have a different squad and a completely different makeup, and maybe even a different hierarchy. So, yeah, there has been an inevitability because Mitchell Stark has been all over him, as he has been, a number of players over the years because of his quality. But particularly in these conditions, as soon as it swung, Duckett's footwork's been lacking, and that's why he's consistently nicking the ball, because he just can't control his hands, and he doesn't get himself into such a good position on the front foot and be nice and stable. He tends to be just playing away from his body with his hands because he's rushed, and Mitchell Stark's been all over him.
Sherlock wheelbarrows, tough loads made easy. Stark's got him 5 times in the series. The player of the day contenders, thanks to RWC Ray White's commercial property specialist. Stuart Broad said it in real time. If Joe Root had nicked off to that big drive first ball, that would have been just mad. Like, that was so out of character. And now he's just settled into his time, in his guiding, his deft touch. And he looks dangerous on 31.
Yeah, and sometimes all you need is that little bit of luck. That was a massive mistake first ball, and he could have easily paid the price, and everyone would have been questioning that decision-making for the rest of the day. Gets away with it, and now he's settled into the groove of his innings. He's played some nice sort of late cuts, which is his trademark. Played a beautiful cover drive early on as well off Neser. So that's the big wicket for Australia, because I think if he bats for any length of time, he can set the tempo of this innings and then guide a young Harry Brook, or Stokes will be determined to. There's no doubt he'll be determined to put a high price on his wicket, because we've seen that from him in Adelaide and then again in Melbourne. So these 3, I think, are going to be the key in this next sort of half an hour period if Australia want to get on top of this test match.
The biggest talking point came at selection, and it's a really interesting conversation with all of Australia. The text machine has rattled along is this is a Sydney Test team without a spinner. And it's the wrong question to ask, should Australia have played a spinner? The question to ask is, why is the SCG in a state where Australia can't select a spinner and where neither team has a frontline spinner in a Test match, which historically had demanded not one but two and sometimes three?
Well, Tom and Bharat today at the new ball were talking about Richie Benaud's statue leading the charge out of the SCG in disgust. And I said, well, it's not just Richie Benaud that'll be leading out in disgust. Bill O'Reilly he'll be leading the charge as well, because there's such a proud history of leg spin bowling and also off spin bowling, both left arm and right arm, at this venue over so many years, over 100 years. So it's amazing to think that both teams are going in without a frontline spinner. I know in my time it would have been absolutely unheard of. So, but you can't blame the selectors or Steve Smith for going down the track they have, because you look at the conditions and you think, well, unless this deteriorates significantly in the next day or so, because this test might only go 3 and a bit days. It depends. So, yeah, it's a shock to the system, but it's also a really worrying sign in terms of how we're going to be able to develop the next generation of spinners to play Test cricket for Australia if we keep playing in conditions around the country where none of them are suitable to bowl for any length of time or, first and foremost, being picked. So, yeah, it's a worrying trend.
This feels like this is the tipping point for that discussion. The team is essentially saying to those who prepare grounds is, you have given us circumstances where we can't play a spinner, which is completely intolerable. What we're not going to do is just play a spinner no matter what you serve up. And so this now escalates. I think we can't benignly sit by and just let this run out.
No, and it is a real shock to think that we're not playing both teams, and even the numbers around this series. To think that it's the 9 wickets to spin collectively in the series, equal lowest ever, and that's dating back to 1979-80. I mean, we were talking 46 years. It's a long time.
Yeah.
So, and this has always had as I mentioned, proud history of being. And people love watching spin bowling. We saw it in Adelaide. So the game's different when there's a spinner on and the quicks rotate at the other end. It's a nice tempo to the game, and particularly from a captaincy perspective, there's no doubt that teams like to have that option to keep their quicks on the park, and that's something we've seen in this series. A number of quicks have gone down injured. Only Stark, Cass and Boland have got through all 5 tests, so that's robbing people of the best bowlers playing all 5 tests. When you're not bowling enough overs to spin, the quicks will break because albeit, yes, there's been some really short tests, so their workloads haven't been high, but still, over a long period of time, when you're playing tests for 12 months to 24 months, and it's the same sort of squad which England have had for a while now, and they sort of pick and stick, you need to have a spinner taking the load off, and that's been one of our great strengths over a number of years now, and why this Australian team's won a lot of things is because the quicks have stayed on the park for extended periods of time, because Nathan Lyon has done the bulk of the work.
Simon Katich with his thoughts at lunch. Each lunch break for the rest of the series, we will celebrate a legendary player for Penrite, the trusted Australian name in oils and lubricants. And it's impossible to think of anyone other than Steve Waugh when we gather here at the SCG. Is there are giants of Australian life and political leaders who always make the Sydney Test their thing, but the first person picked out in the crowd today was Steve Waugh. 168 tests in all, 10,927 runs at better than 50, 32 centuries, and perhaps the most memorable of them was here. It's something we're going to recount tomorrow on Know Your History, the day Steve Waugh made that century in an Ashes, and he is so synonymous with this ground, Simon, isn't he?
Oh, he certainly is. Even his last test innings here in early 2004 against India, he was going for the ton there. I think he fell for about 88 or something like that. Got caught out at deep backward square off, I think Sachin Tendulkar ran around and caught him, and that would have been a fairy tale finish, particularly the way that test played out. But yeah, no, he's obviously revered in this neck of the woods. He's the great Steve Waugh.
Terrific, Kat. Thank you. Trust Penrite Oil for reliable performance and protection. Tom Morris with a few guests who will set the tone for the pink Test, this serves a greater cause than just the cricket itself over the coming days. It's the lunch break for Robot Building Supplies, helping you get the right products for the job at a better price. And Macca's, the Chicken Big Mac, is back at Macca's, England, 3 for $114.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Good Wee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise. The perfect partnership. And Host Plus. Find us Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Picnics on the beach, pool days, backyard sport. Whatever your summer looks like, it's always better with a 4 and 20 in hand. Enjoy the classic taste of 100% Australian beef in delicious gravy wrapped in golden flaky pastry. Watching sports, playing sports, or just soaking up the summer sun. Biting into a 4 and 20 pie is the ultimate summer snack for whatever summer you're having. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan favourite.
Australia. Do you not like money? Because if you're not with a low-fee super fund, you could be giving away money on high fees, instead of spending it on things you might actually want when you're retired, like more holidays, golf days, gals days, whatever days. Learn more about Vanguard Super today. Issued by Vanguard Super Proprietary Limited. Consider the PDS and TMD at vanguard.com.au/super and decide if it's right for you.
Tired of slippery pavements and floors with inferior solutions that fade faster than form slumps? It's not just annoying, it's dangerous. Trips, slips, injuries, and the same old costly maintenance. OmniGrip Direct is the smartest surface solution. Quick curing, no smells, and made from recycled Aussie materials, it lasts 5 times longer, saving time, money, and hassle. Don't use inferior products and get ripped off like a streaker's pants. Do it once, do it right with OmniGrip. Visit omnigripdirect.com.au.
Strong foundations need expert guidance. And with over 30 years of experience, Oldham Construction Lawyers are your trusted specialists in construction and property law. They provide tailored legal solutions to keep projects moving along with a personalised service and a proven track record that stands tall within the construction industry. If you're navigating a building dispute, Oldham Construction Lawyers offer expert guidance. Whether it's in VCAT, the courts, or you're dealing with the Building and Plumbing Commission, they'll support you every step of the way. Visit oclawyers.com.au.
Echo! Hear that? Echo for hard-working quality chainsaws, mowers and trimmers professionals rely on. Designed to renowned high Japanese build standards, Echo is synonymous with quality outdoor power garden products that lead the way for cutting performance and durability. Echo. Made with professional-grade components and precision to ensure maximum value, they're backed by Echo's industry-leading 5-year domestic and 2-year commercial warranty. Echo. Power on and on. Available at selected dealers.
52 weekends a year. That's all you've got. 104 days of freedom. 104 days to explore this beautiful country. Go on great adventures and follow wherever the impulse takes you. 2,496 hours of beach, bush, country, off-roading, getaways, holidays and road tripping. Nearly 15,000 minutes of irreplaceable family memories. So don't waste a single minute. Conquer your weekends in the Ford Everest.
G'day, Alex Carey here from Goodwee. With the warm weather and sun shining, I reckon there's 2 things on everyone's mind: cricket and solar power. The new Goodwee ESA battery system is packed with leading performance and safety features. It's a game changer that's perfect for Aussie households and small businesses. Until the end of March, you can get up to $500 off a battery install, on top of the federal rebate, exclusively with Solar Heart. Visit solarheart.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Beaumont Tiles is proud to sponsor Test Cricket on SEN because cricket and renovations are 2 Aussie traditions built on passion and performance. This summer, make your home renovation part of the season. With over 65 years of trusted style and advice, Beaumont's helps Australians create spaces they love, from the family bathroom to the builder's latest project. Visit tile.com.au or your local store. Beaumont Tiles, hard to beat on style.
Beaumont's.
Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise. The perfect partnership. And Host Plus. Find us Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
England are 3 for 114 from 24 overs. Root 31, Brook 23. It is lunch on day 1 at the SCG. I'm pleased to say
it is also sunny, which is a great sign for the rest of the test match as Jai Richardson gets put through his paces out in the middle. He's having a bowl to the side with assistant coach Andre Borovic keeping. It's the lunch break for Robot Building Supplies. Robots got it and deliver. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au. And Macca's loving the cricket. Our lunch interview for Marshall Batteries. Holler for a Marshall battery. Well, 2026 marks the 18th year. It's quite incredible how quickly it's gone of the pink test at the SCG. And again, day 3, as always, is Jane McGrath Day in honour of the late wife of Glenn McGrath, who's going to join us in commentary a little bit later on. Now, previously, McGrath's cancer care nurses have provided clinical, psychological and emotional support for breast cancer patients and their families. But last year, this all changed and it was broadened to all sorts of cancer. And now, get this, there's 343 nurses deployed all across Australia caring for not just people with cancer, but also their families. You can log on to pinktest.com.au to buy your virtual seats, as I did before. I bought 2, and take care of all cancers. Each seat costs $25. That's pinktest.com.au. And as we did last year, we are having a chat to people that are really critical to the logistics and the operations behind the scenes of the McGrath Foundation. So Luke Bradnam and Trish Maloney, they're both McGrath Foundation ambassadors. They're volunteers. They're here today. And they have cancer that's very much close to their hearts, given that, Luke, you lost your mum and your dad in 2024 within 3 months of each other, one to breast cancer, one to brain cancer, and Trish is your auntie, and she lost her brother-in-law and her sister to cancer, of course. So, first of all, commiserations of that. I know personally how difficult that is, but also thanks so much for being part of SEN Cricket today.
No worries. Thanks for having us.
Just put your microphone just up there a little bit. I'll go to you first, Luke. What does the McGrath Foundation mean to you?
Yeah, look, so the McGrath Foundation's quite close to our heart. Obviously, 2024 was a tough year for us. Like you said, losing both my parents is a tough time, and the McGrath Foundation was something that was really close to my mum's heart. Before she passed away, she came and volunteered at the Pink Test, and she had the time of her life. She loved it. She couldn't stop talking about it. And to honour her, Trish and I, and along with 12 of her best friends, are all volunteering this afternoon. And it's just a good way to unify us as a friendship group and also get amongst the broader community and talk to people about their stories.
And Trish, you've had breast cancer twice yourself as well, so this is genetic, it's in the family.
Correct.
It must be something that's extremely special to you to be able to be here and help so many others.
Definitely. And to be here today on the day that would have been Sue's 66th birthday just makes it all the more special.
Of course, those days are really difficult, those key milestones for you just to be here, but also be on radio with us is really special today. So to honour your sister and also your brother-in-law and your mum and your dad, tell us about the McGrath Foundation and what it's doing for people around the country.
Yeah, so interestingly, obviously Dad having brain cancer, now the McGrath Foundation opening up to all care nurses. It's such a special thing to be able to help everyone rather than just breast cancer. And that, for us, is a really positive change that they've made. And, we're super excited to just be here and help out where we can.
Yeah, so what sort of impact does the McGrath Foundation nurses have on not just patients but also their families?
Just providing information, basic information on the treatment, expectations, side effects, that sort of thing, arranging appointments, and a central point of communication. It's just invaluable, really.
And they're deployed all across Australia at the moment as well, which is amazing.
Just amazing, yeah.
So raising so much money. So tell us what anyone listening today can do to contribute to this cause.
Buy a virtual seat.
Yeah, so how do they do that?
pinktest.com.au.
That's it, you got it right. Yep.
I've bought my virtual seat.
Nicely done.
Bought one for myself and one for Sue.
Great.
And just get out there.
480,000 virtual seats is the aim, to see 8,000 families supported through cancer. Very personal for you in particular, lost both your parents within 3 months of each other. I can't imagine how difficult that must have been only, 2 years ago or 18 months ago?
18 months ago, yeah.
Now, this is before the McGrath Foundation broadened its scope.
Yes.
But your mum had access to a nurse.
Yeah.
Your
Samantha,
dad,
she was lovely.
So tell us about Samantha.
Samantha is a beautiful woman. She is so heartwarming and caring. And, you know, like I said, Mum was going through her own battles with caring for Dad while he had brain cancer, and she was going through her breast cancer treatment as well. And Mum would come home and say Samantha is, you know, just the most amazing person. And it was a highlight of her week. You know, while she was going through everything, that was the one thing that was making her happy. And, you know, to see her here today, it's really nice.
Great to see Sam here today.
What do you think your sister would be saying to know that her sister, you and her son are sitting here on radio talking about something that's so special?
She'd be completely blown away. It's not something she would have done herself, but she'd be laughing, I think. Laughing,
And she volunteered here, you said, as well.
Yeah.
SCG.
Yeah, just 4 months before she died, she was out here volunteering in 2024 and had a ball.
That's awesome. Now tell us about your relationship with cricket yourself. Who was your favourite player growing up?
Dennis Lilly.
Dennis Lilly.
that sort of gives you an idea of my age.
Yeah, that's okay. And what about you?
A little bit more current. I was Brett Lee. Obviously loved the chainsaw. My brother's favourite player was Glenn McGrath.
Yeah.
So we both loved our fast bowlers. Out the front of the yard every day playing cricket. Grew up living it and loving it. And to be here now in the commentary box, it's quite surreal.
Yeah.
And just looking forward to hopefully a good test.
And you
maybe 5 days.
The 5 days would be nice. Yes, no, we've been talking about that's for sure. You both got a signature on your cap as well. Who signed your hat?
Glenn.
Glenn McGrath signed your hat.
Yes.
We got a photo with him this morning.
Nice.
Yeah.
So how many volunteers are here today? Ish.
200, 250.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing.
It's just
Last year, I said to Trish this morning, it's gotten bigger. You know, it's snowballing because volunteering, it's such a good feeling. It's I flew home to Melbourne last year and I was so happy.
Yeah.
You know, going through all of my grief journey, something that made me so happy was coming out here and meeting people, talking to them, hearing their stories. You know, everyone's had someone that's affected by it. And the more you talk to people, the more you realise, like, we got to get around each other.
That's
and
right.
the McGrath Foundation is bringing everyone together at the cricket.
Yeah.
There's no better way to connect with people than to go through a shared experience like that.
Absolutely.
And unfortunately, it's so widespread. I read the notes here before that it's estimated that 1 in 2 Australians will get diagnosed with cancer within their lifetime.
That's right.
So it's so prevalent. And what the McGrath Foundation does is provide such amazing support. The 1 p.m. tally, as of, what's that, 3 minutes ago, 106,662 virtual seats have been purchased, over $2.6 million raised.
That's brilliant.
That is people digging into their pockets in a cost of living crisis and giving money for a cause that's special to them. That must give you great sense of hope.
Absolutely, yeah.
How does it sit with you now, 2 years on, Luke? Must be still incredibly difficult, but having these moments where you can make a bad situation in a way somewhat positive.
Absolutely.
Must be such a great feeling.
Yeah, it all helps the grief journey, you know, getting a positive out of a negative and, you know, speaking to so many amazing people and how brave they are through their journey. We've met some other volunteers today who are going through it currently.
Right.
Yeah.
And, you know, we just sat up in the box with them and had the most beautiful conversations, and it's just heartwarming, you know, it's
supporting each other.
Exactly.
And supporting the foundation to grow and support more people.
Yeah.
What more could you ask for?
And pink is an amazing colour as well. It just stands out. The whole test is the pink test. Day 3, assuming we'll get there, it looks like we will be draped in pink as well. I mean, I assume you'll be here the whole test for that as well.
Perhaps, we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's just a great viewing experience. Isn't it? People with pink handkerchiefs, with hats and shirts, and I know we've tried to find a pink T-shirt for an 18-month-old boy, and it's not easy, but we got one, and we're very happy.
Really?
My son will be here on the...
You'll have to send me that link.
I think we got it at a DFO in Essendon out. Anyway, that's beside the point. The point is people are digging into their pockets.
Absolutely.
And finding a way to be part of such a special cause.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I appreciate both of your time. Thank you so much, Luke. Thank you so much, Trish. You guys are doing a great job, and there'll be people listening now that will go on to pinktest.com.au and they'll buy themselves a virtual seat, and in doing so they'll be helping people who have cancer all around Australia, and that is because of the work that you are doing right here today.
And also, just on that, I'd like to say, if anyone's thinking about volunteering, get in touch with the McGrath Foundation. It's something that we've found.
Brilliant experience.
We've loved it. You know, you get to walk around the ground, you get to see cricket from a different perspective. It's honestly, it's the best experience, and couldn't recommend it enough.
Well said. Beautifully done. Thank you so much to Luke Bradnam and Trish Maloney, who are McGrath Foundation ambassadors. Cancer, very much a cause close to their heart, and they are doing something today that is really quite unbelievably special for others. Our lunch interview for Marshall Battery's mobile install service. Holler for a Marshall Battery. That has been the lunch break for Robot Building Supplies. Robots got it. And deliver robotbuildingsupplies.com.au. And Macca's loving the cricket, back with the second session from the SCG. Just a reminder, pinktest.com.au to buy your virtual pink seat.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise. The perfect partnership. And Host Plus. Finder's Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
G'day, Heels here. There's something about the classics, eh? Classic catches, classic cars. Drive on over to Classics for a Cause. Starting from just $24.95 a month, your Classics for a Cause membership gets you access to exclusive classic car giveaways.
Like the 1974 Ford XB Falcon Fat XB, valued at $220,000, or the Chevrolet Camaro ZL1 The Beast, valued at over $300,000.
All while helping support the veteran community. Visit classicsforacause.com.au. 18 plus. Aussie residents only.
Wow, he's hit another 6. That's 5 in a row.
This batsman is seeing the ball clearer than ever.
Ever since he's been at New Vision Clinics and ditched those glasses, he just can't miss.
Talk about 20/20 vision.
Hit your glasses for 6 and get clarity of vision with the team at New Vision Clinics. Using Dr. Noel Alpin's innovative laser vision correction techniques, your glasses and contact lenses can become a thing of the past. To book an obligation-free consultation, call 1-800-20-2020. That's 1-800-20-2020.
For on-the-go cover, go BizCover, Australia's #1 online business insurance service with over 280,000 small business customers. Join thousands of small businesses who've switched to BizCover for easier, hassle-free insurance. Simply compare quotes, buy online and get instant cover. Looking for insurance for the first time? BizCover is insurance made easy. From tradies to professionals, allied health, retail and hospitality, even small businesses looking to save. Shop and compare quotes for different types of cover in one go at bizcover.com.au.
This season, sound makes it home with Sonos. I can watch the game in my living room and it sounds like I'm at the stadium. When I'm in the kitchen, I group my Sonos soundbar with my kitchen speaker and don't miss a ball. Oh, and at dinner time, the game comes outside to the barbecue with me on my Sonos Move 2 portable speaker.
Mate, I heard that bat on ball from here.
Sound makes it home with Sonos. Visit sonos.com to learn more.
Looking for a reliable stormwater solution that is resistant to corrosive ground conditions? Manufactured in Australia, Iplex Black Max pipes and fittings stand the test of time. Your drainage solutions demand exceptional hydraulic and structural performance, and Iplex Black Max pipes and fittings are your #1 stormwater solution. For performance, durability and resistance to corrosion, choose Iplex Black Max pipes and fittings, the reliable solution. Visit nutrientwaterstore.com.au.
With Nutrient Water.
There's more for you at Victoria Police. The freedom to go on more holidays with a job that gives you 9 weeks annual leave. More connection with your community, where you'll make a difference every day. The chance to meet more people, where workmates become your best mates. More opportunity for change with hundreds of career choices. You can have all of this and more with a career at Victoria Police. Search Police Careers. Authorised by the Victorian Government, Melbourne.
When the makers of better beer asked themselves, how can we make beer better? They knew it had to be crisp and refreshing, but the best bit? It had to be 0 carb, 0 sugar, and low in calories. So the Better Beer Company was born, the healthier alternative that's become the dream beer of beer lovers around the country. Better Beer, the official, unofficial beer of the Ashes. Better Beer, proudly Australian made and owned and available from all good retailers. Find a store near you at betterbeer.com.au.
Got a backyard project calling your name? Whether you're building decks, shifting soil or reviving the veggie patch, Sherlock wheelbarrows and carts are built for backyard legends like you. Strong, reliable and ready for action, our gear keeps up with your weekend hustle. Because we know it's more than just work. It's your pride, your passion, your project. Sherlock wheelbarrows and carts, made for weekend warriors. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. And Host Plus, find as Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. On SEN Test Cricket. The second session for Rogers Willex, trusted trailer solutions.
England 3 for 114 as Joe Root and Harry Brook return to the middle of the SCG for this middle session of play. The weather update for Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. We've reached the forecast top of 29 degrees. There is some cloud now overhead, but the threat of a thunderstorm has been moved from mid-afternoon to 9 p.m. So we should be right. And then the rest of the forecast for the tests is fine. So if we get through today unscathed, Damien Fleming, we might have a Sydney test without interruption.
Yeah, Gerard, listen, I haven't prepared for this. I've got that many notes and stories for a rain delay. We're going to have to call live cricket.
Live cricket. Play, gentlemen. Who'd have thought? Play, gentlemen, indeed. Mitch Stark from the Paddington ends. 6 overs, 1 for 29. Harry Brooks on 23, and he has the strike. And Brook is defending a well-placed delivery. Ream is steady, hot and strong, but you can take the heat out of summer in a corporate box at the Ashes. Hurry, register now for your chance to win at iCanWin.com.au.
Been a bright partnership, hasn't it, between Root and Brook, going at just over 5 runs and over. Brook in particular, he's just a natural scorer, isn't he? He's a bit like Glenn Maxwell for me. The less he premeditates and just backs his own ability to see ball, hit ball, the better he is.
His lone half-century in the series coming in his first dig in Perth. He faces up and off his pads. He nudges the ball out through square. Beat the infields. It'll take some running down. Kawaja gets there in the last stride. It dives as he hooks it back into play. They'll come for a fourth. Kawaja heaves it in. It's well run. It all run for square of the wicket for Harry Brook. He's to 27.
Don't see a lot of those these days, and the SCG is not the biggest ground, though it's probably the longest boundary we have in this test match here. So good communication between these two Englishmen. Mitchell Stark got 1 wicket with an excellent delivery, but has really battled for rhythm today. It's funny how it can just change test by test. Let's hope that he can settle in for a excellent penetrating spell here.
2 slips in the gully. Webster at first, Smith at second, Green in the gully. Brook faces up and he's played well out through point. It is protected though with a sweeper in the deep. Weatherald has been pushed back there at the start of the session, so a single taken. Brooks to 28. It's 3 for 119.
Yeah, it's safe to run there. Still hard for me to cop that easy single. I like being able to build the pressure with ball in hand.
Yep.
For an okay delivery that could be a dot ball, ends up a single. Rotation of strike.
Stark gets a look at Joe Root. He was just finishing his spell when Root came to the middle. So spearheads to champion. Stark pitches up. Root tip and run out to cover, which is left open. Point and a mid off, so he goes to 32.
Just saw a stat there. The Root Brook partnerships in Test average 63 with 400, so that they have been a cornerstone to Bazball batting in the middle order.
These are good conditions in which to bat. They are ranked 1 and 2 in the world, this pair. However you want to measure that up, whatever you think that's worth. The status that they bring to the middle of the SCG. Brooks 28 from 34 balls. Stark is over the wicket to him, and Brook is punching the ball off the back foot out to the deep backward point again. So singles to be had everywhere they look. Brooks 29.
Yeah, once again, it's easy runs out there. They could be dot balls, but it's the modern field. Both teams do it. They drop deep point out very, very quickly. Just Mitchell Stark. Oh, there's been less swing, hasn't there, already in this SCG test? I don't think he's tried an in-swinger in this over. He's been using the wobble seam to go away from these two right-handers. Is this the delivery that, after going away 5 times, can he get the ball back in and crash into the stumps?
Stark to Roots on the back foot. Plays the ball to point with a loud call of no. 3 for 121. The Capital.com scoreboard. Smart, fast, seamless. Mitch Stark sort of on watch, isn't he, as to how he reaches the 5th test of these long summers. But this has been the curious one with the 2-day tests. Still physical work over such a long period of time, but without the pounding of the overs that he might have done in previous summers.
Yeah, and also sometimes you just have venues where you just don't go as well. And this is obviously his least successful test venue in Australia. Scott Boland, 7 overs, 1 for 27.
Bowled from both ends. Got Bethel. That was an interesting duel coming around the wicket. Bethel had a big trigger movement. Boland goes over the wicket, nicked him off first ball. Harry Brook faces Boland. Back foot, running the ball to point. This is a sharp single throw, misses. Oh, that's as tight as you would want to be. Labuschagne on the full stretch, misses side on. And Joe Root, a big, deep breath.
So they've been keen to pick up the singles, haven't they? Marnus was in there so quickly. Direct hit. Oh, he might have been just in, yeah.
Just there. Chemist Warehouse replay screen. I don't think they would take that single again, though.
It's good pressure from Marnus. Even though his batting's just dropped off a little bit, his fielding has been first-class standard.
Root taps heavily away and he drives past mid-off. Lovely bat stroke out to the boundary for 4. He's in a groove. Joe Roots, 36. Boundary for Azito. Brushless power tools. Do you?
And that's a beautiful cover drive. It's a feature of his batting, Joe Root. As soon as he gets a little bit of extra fullness to the delivery, he moves into the ball beautifully. See that front leg moving across, head still, nice full face of the bat.
Roots forward defending back to Bond.
Moved across the crease there, Joe Root. Interesting move after you've got a cover drive.
Yeah.
He's almost closed that shot off with that delivery.
So Root's about to go past Crawley as the leading English run scorer in the series. Big century unbeaten at the Gabba. And degrees of frustration that he's gone through since then. But a score on offer here. He's on 36. Root. Oh, that's jagged in at him. Has it brushed the bat? Boland thinks so. Carey's less convinced.
I'm not sure.
Sounded paddy.
Yeah, I don't think he hit it.
So Smith just did the pole. Carey, Labuschagne, and decided there was nothing there.
Very good length there from Scott Boland. You want to bowl as full as you can without being a half volley. One of those went for 4 with the cover drive, and it's just clipped the back pad. That's a good delivery.
Oh, is it ever? In past the inside edge, off the flap of the pad.
So there's still incentive here for the Australian quicks. Ball is moving.
Ball onto Root, who's back to cut. He nibbles it away out to deep points. Work to be done in the deep by Weatherald, who gets there and keeps it to 2. Root is 38. So no trouble with the scoring rate, that's for sure.
It's just ticking on again, hasn't it? 7 off this over. With one excellent delivery. He hasn't bowled badly, but Root just so succinct with his footwork. Cover drive and then a beautiful cut shot.
Last pull of Boland's over. Root defends from the stumps. 3 for 128. The Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Half-yearly clearance on now. Shop unbeatable deals on TVs, fridges, furniture, bedding, laptops, mobiles and more. Go Harvey Norman and Henley Homes. Hard to beat. Ask other builders. Then come back to us. Henley.com.au.
Since Ray White opened their door over 120 years ago, they've helped their clients open thousands of doors of their own. When you're ready to open the door to commercial real estate, no one's better than Ray White Commercial. Learn more. Visit raywhitecommercial.com.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. 3 for 128. Duckett, Crawley, Bethel removed in the opening session. It was 3 for 57. So this is a partnership that has already added 71 runs in rapid time.
Of 78 deliveries. Yes. They are cruising.
They're running on for Ream. Steady, hot and strong. Stark begins the over. Brooke plays down to long off. He's been gifted that single to head in the deep. He's 31. So Brooke's the vice-captain. I noticed in a lot of the commentary, which has been prepared and be written fully in the aftermath, is one of the observations was that Stokes has sort of led on his own.
Yep.
Fearsome figure, very much aligned with the coach. They've been through who should be the vice-captain. They settled on Brooke, but he hasn't really brought anything to them leadership-wise. Now, he'll grow into all of this, but that hasn't been his place
I've
yet.
seen Stokes go to Joe Root more.
Yeah. Stark to Roots, nibbles the ball out through deep points. The protection in the deep is there and keeps it to 1.
But even within that, nowhere near as much as Pat Cummins goes to Stephen Smith. You know, that's almost like a dual captaincy. Particularly Pat Cummins is at mid-on and mid-off a lot. But, you know, Stokes is the man by a fair margin. Brooks taken over white ball cricket, hasn't he, as captain?
He'll take over the World Cup.
So the challenge will be that I can't see his dismissals getting any more attractive, you know, as captain.
Yep. Stark bowls to Brooke. Takes the ball away to the leg side. No run at mid-wicket.
You know, how are you going to deal with that? I mean, he is an exhilarating stroke player and he could thrive under his own captaincy, but it's a high percentage game and he tends to not like to get bogged down. So can he rein it in to a degree as captain?
And what might he be as vice-captain? Not just a run-scoring machine, but sort of an enforcer presence. He hasn't looked at all like that in his demeanour on this series, but there are those who tell you that he's capable of that. Stark bowls, Brooke defends from the crease.
And sometimes, you know, if you have a strong captain and coach, they're not as willing to have some democracy within the team. You know, it's their team. I always felt the Australian teams I was lucky to play on was very democratic. When you first made the team, you know, Bob Simpson coach, Alan Border captain, Mark Taylor was the vice captain, but Steve Waugh and Ian Healy spoke as much in the team meetings as those three leaders.
Lisa being pushed into the deep forward of square, so there's 4 in the deep now. Smith actually wants him the other side of the umpire.
And on the field as well, Healy and Steve Waugh.
Yep. So Stark has said if he wants to go with a short ball, he does, and Brooks stays out of it, down quickly, watches it go by.
And then for the Australians, you know, how long will Pat Cummins captain for? And that's probably that emerging team that's going to have to happen in time. Generally, it's been batsmen, but we're going to have to fill a lot of batting spots too, and bowling spots. So it's only giving you a few names that could potentially captain.
Yep. There's only a couple of bankers for a couple of years' time if you were forecasting. Brooke nibbles the ball outside the off stump. No run from the last of the over. Only 2 from that. Start keeps it tight. 3 for 130. The Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless.
Try keeping this to yourself. The IKEA sale is on now. That's up to 70% off hundreds of products in store and at ikea.com.au until 19th January.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
G'day, it's Alex Carey. The new Goodwee ESA battery is a game changer with leading performance and safety. Until the end of March, you can get up to $500 off, on top of the federal rebate exclusively with Solar Heart. Visit solarheart.com.au. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test cricket for Goodwee batteries from Solar Hearts. The crowd at lunch, 44,415. We had 47,998 this day last year, and you would think we would definitely eclipse that. They'll squeeze them all into the members as best they can. Joe Root's a bit unhappy with something that's happening at the far end of the ground. He's got to see the square leg umpire about it. Now settles in over his bat. Scott Boland's 1 for 34 from his 8 overs. He's in and bowls to Root, who defends. He's on 39. It's 3 for 130. We're going to come out of this series and Australia's batting lineup for its short-term future, never mind the long-term. The only certainties are going to be Head and Smith.
Yeah.
Only certainties. In a way, it's a miracle they won this series.
Yes.
3-0 to start with. Weatherall's
question mark.
High question mark. Labuschagne's out of form again. Khawaja's retiring. Carey's the keeper, so I don't include him in that conversation. Green hasn't been able to nail down a position, so he's slid down to
Inglis had
7.
a couple of knocks.
Yeah. Roots blocks out to point.
So it's going to be interesting. It's middle order players, isn't it? You think one of the main inform players in Australian cricket is Matt Renshaw.
Yeah, you saw him again the other
as
night.
An opener. He's at the top of his game. I mean, I had him playing the first test this summer because I think there was a certainty there. He wasn't bad in his first attempt for Australia, scoring 100. He was only 20 years of age.
Boland operating over the wicket, bowls to Root, who's back to cuts, and he beats points. Big dive out to the right, but to no avail from Labuschagne, and out to the rope for 4.
Gee, you don't see Scott Boland get cut much, do you? So we've seen one last over, and Joe Root just getting so back in his crease here. That is a beautiful cut shot.
Yeah.
There was a man there to save it, and he deliberately hit it in front of square. But Scott Boland getting cut, we don't know this.
Straight to the turf, hit hard, boundary for Azito, brushless power tools, do you. Partnership grows, still to 77. Root from his pads turns away to mid-wicket, no run.
So, I mean, wow, who are we picking? It's going to be interesting, isn't it?
Like if you were trying to take a stab at the top order for South Africa.
Oh, because we've got 2 against Bangladesh.
Yep. And the top end.
Not similar conditions to South Africa.
So we'll have had the back end of the Shield season now and then a pause. And before we play Shield cricket, there's 2 tests in the top end. And then that's going to be more influential than the Shield
cricket. Well, I'll be saying
it's October. It's the start of October.
Cash in middle order players in the remaining Sheffield Shield games after the BBL.
Carey has come up to the stumps. Brooks on, Root's on 43 as he faces up to Boland. Stands up on a ball, knocks it away to point, no run.
So it's, interesting times. And we definitely need the fast bowling depth as well.
Those candidates are there. It's just what they might amount to. It's sort of easier to come up with. So who are our 7?
Yeah.
I reckon you could give us the 7 and you go, well, who plays where? That's a different question. But it's much harder to come up with the 8 batters for 5 slots. Boland's last ball of the over. Root sees it and leaves it into the gloves of Carey. The 1 boundary from it. 3 for 134. The Capital.com scoreboard, fast, smart, seamless.
Your machinery shouldn't sound like a drop catch. Keep it in top form with Sinopec Premium Lubricants. Whether you're running trucks, tractors or anything in between, visit Sinopec's new warehouse at 1 Rosebride Place, Truganina. Hit performance for 6 with Sinopec Premium Lubricants. Visit sinopeconline.com.au.
At AIA, we're for the doers. Whatever your do is, and wherever you do it, we'll help you do it for life. AIA, health insurance, life insurance, financial advice. To learn more, search AIA Australia.
The Ashes on SEN for Henley Holmes, 1-800-64-64-64, 3 for 134, Route 43, Brook 31. Our experts for UFI POE systems, professional grade security for complete home protection. Simon Katich in to join Damien Fleming.
Good afternoon, Gerard, Flem, all our listeners.
We are watching Mitch Stark leave this Paddington end and bowling to Harry Brook, who's driving, got it square out to the deep point. Sweeping the boundary, Jake Weatherall. They'll take a single, 3 for 135.
What about this field, Flem? Deep mid-off and a deep backward point. It's amazing, isn't it, how much the game's changed.
Yeah.
Straight after a break. But they've had it for a fair part of Harry Brook's innings and throughout the series. So I just think this is how they think about the modern game.
It's not just Australia, other teams do it. The deep point, always giving up a single. When I'm bowling, no, I want another dot ball, but it's not the way it's played now.
Root's on 43. Stark in past the umpire bowls. Full. Root jammed it away. It's ahead at mid-off and takes a single. He's 44.
I sort of get the deep point if you're trying to run in, hit the surface and maybe go across him like Stark's done throughout this series and get a big drive and, you know, worried about maybe the fact that he can just slash over backward point or gully and get a 4 from that sort of shot. But the deep mid-off's the one that sort of, you go, does he really need to be back? Because it's a big shot. And he knows if he can just push it past cover, then it's an easy single. Whereas if he's up, he has to play a full-blooded drive, which is what you want him playing after a break to bring those catches into play.
The session is for Rogers Willex Manufacturing since 1896. The long off is back. That's Travis Head with Brook on strike. Brook defends.
And look, these boys know better than us because they're playing the modern game. But I guess I'm assuming they're thinking that Harry Brook's going to play a big shot anyway, whether the player's up or not.
That's what they're thinking.
So they just probably think
he hasn't helped himself throughout the series.
Yeah.
But it also can be the making of a player.
Yep.
That he'll find out. Yeah, I thought Crawley in Adelaide found out a bit about himself.
Yep.
Oh, I can let the ball go. Oh, eventually they bowl where I want to bowl.
Yeah, because there's nothing wrong with his surface. It's played well. 2 of the 3 dismissals, in my opinion, were batter error rather than the ball doing anything untoward.
And techniques.
Yeah.
Partnership is worth 79. Brook with the high back lift. Stayed out of the short ball. There's 2 back for it.
Yeah, it's a slower day one pitch, so the short ball's not going to have as much shock value, but it can just push the batsman back a little bit and set up that fuller ball.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Nisa did earlier to Crawley. Didn't get the result from the short ball that he wanted, got pulled away for 4, but very next ball. And it's often an underrated thing because, you know, batters after you hit a boundary can easily be still thinking about it, and if you don't quickly switch back onto the next ball, you can perish, and that's exactly what happened with Crawley. He played all around one that didn't do anything. It's just gun barrel straight.
Stark's wicket was Duckett at the top of the order. Bowls to Brook. Runs the ball to the deep point again for an easy single. Stark's in the low 140s.
Pace is still good, isn't it? There's no lack of pace. So I just feel like he looks like he's short of a gallop. It is the 5th test, but there's been a big gap.
Yeah, and limited overs.
Yeah.
Because 2 two-day tests, they've hardly bowled. I'd love to find out, Tommy, whether, you know, what's the least amount of overs bowled in an Ashes series in terms of across 5 tests for someone like him in previously. I'm sure this workload would be well down on previous Ashes series he's played in.
Last ball of Stark's 9th over He delivers to Joe Root. It's full and pushed away to mid-off. 2 direct to head to contemplate a single. 3 for 137. The Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless.
A brand new year of brand new savings. Start the year strong at Chemist Warehouse. Keep things moving with Prunalax 80s, only $10.99. Give your body the care it deserves with JS Health Detox and D-Bloat 60 tablets, just $34.99. Power your health journey with FBX Optimizer Fat Loss Fort, 60 capsules, just $49.99. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
The Ashes on SEN for 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food. That is a provocative fan poll, isn't it? Who's your favourite war, Steve or Mark? Usually it's a bit of English versus Australia.
Yeah.
It's all set up for your favourite mustache or Bluey. Or that's provocative.
At their home ground. I mean,
both of them are here.
Yeah, personally, I'd go Dean.
What about Danny?
He's got a personality. I don't know Danny as much, but I don't think... No one beats Dean Moore in that family for personality.
Quick bowling change again. Michael Nisa back into the attack. Across the line went Brook. Didn't get it at all. And Nisa stumbles and falls in his follow-through. So drama at both ends on the bowling change for RSEA safety, trusted by tradies across Australia.
Is he getting warned for the danger area there? He's pointing. I mean, you fell over. It's a bit different than getting in there.
It's Mark Woodlight.
Yes.
So you're saying you don't enjoy Mark Moore's sense of humour, Flem?
Dean's more.
Is he?
Oh, do you not know Dean?
No, I don't.
Nisa hustles in, bowls to Brook, stands upright, clips off his pads, out through square. It'll be a neatly timed boundary. Harry Brook taking toll. The Zito brushless power tools do you. 3 for 141.
Just saw that ball hit the boundary rope. It still looks like brand new. You can still see all the maker's markings on it. But that was a gift from Michael Nisa, drifting into leg stump. And Harry Brook just guided it nicely behind square leg for 4.
They've been hit through the leg side too much today, Australia.
Smith's just manoeuvring the long off. He's going to bring Travis Head in. Brooks 37. He opens the blade, runs the ball down to 3rd. Weatherall does the fielding. 38 for Brook.
And potentially that's why some of the bowling has been straight, because when you have a deep sweeper out and then a deep mid off, there's only one man really in the ring in front of the wicket that you can keep him on strike. So the bowlers may be subconsciously thinking, I've got to get straight here to pin him on strike. But now we've seen mid-off come up. So maybe Michael Neese has had a word to Smith, and Smith feels like he's got more opportunities now to try and keep him on strike for a few more balls in the over.
Smith again repositioning Travis Head. Bit square up out mid-off. Brook defends from the stumps. So Bo Webster is the bowler who hasn't had a look at things yet. Green was expensive in the 4 overs he sent down.
I think Webster's worth a look, particularly with his height. I mean, he's not the same height as Cameron Green, but just that slower pace might just lure them into a shot that's not quite on. Ball bounces a little bit, maybe a little bit of movement, because he can swing the ball.
Nisa is bowling to Roots, who plays straight to mid-off, and that's exactly where Smith has put Head to shut the single down.
Well, if he bowls like last year here, at least he really started to get a lot of dots and build some scoreboard pressure, because this partnership is flying. 85 of 101 deliveries with not a lot of risk either. So no spinner, which you bring on to tie up an end. Webster might have to play that role.
Well, and potentially even bowl spin, just to see if it does turn.
Maybe they don't want to find out.
Last ball of Nisa's over. He delivers to Roots, who's clipping from his toes, but straight to mid-wickets. No run. 3 for 142, the Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless. Adam Collins will come in for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Start your next innings with a career that gives you more. Search Police Careers, Victoria Police, and Oldham Construction Lawyers. Your experts in construction law, ensuring you're never caught out when pressure builds.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays. Refer to Capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD, AFSL 513393.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodway Batteries from Solar Heart. It was 3 for 114 at lunch. It's 3 for 142. Half an hour on from that with this partnership reaching 85 from 102 balls. Going very nicely, the Yorkshireman. Root 44. Brook 38. We expected to watch a lot of them batting together through the series. Hasn't happened an awful lot, but making it count on a beautiful day. All three Australian frontline quicks used since lunch.
Just checking out the ball here. Not happy with it. It's certainly still seaming for Boland when he gets it in the right area. It's been minimal swing.
I just can't get over how much of the riding's still on the ball at this stage of the test, 30 overs in.
That would suggest you can still swing the ball.
Yeah.
They've had a couple of cracks at changing the ball, haven't they? So as the field spreads for Brook, the short ball attack incoming. Fly slip. Deep backward point in front of the trumper stand. On the other side of the ground, fine leg, deep backward square. The two men behind the square leg umpire. A deep-ish square leg in front of the square leg umpire is Khawaja. He'll now go all the way back and conventional forward square, wideish mid-on, and a deepish cover. So we all know what's coming.
Yeah, they're going to test Harry Brook's patience here.
Stark operating from our Paddington end. Bowled since lunch. Up to Brook here, over the wicket. Brook plays it into the onside to that man at square leg, no single. So we see this a lot earlier than what we used to, Flem. It was a time not that long ago when it might be sort of 55, 60 overs in. We might see a little bit of this, but now, modern game, over 31. We're seeing more and more of this attempt to try and unsettle set players.
Yep, 3 out on the leg side. They're not searing bounces on this day one SCG pitch. It's always a risk playing a horizontal shot, taking it on though.
Yeah.
It's always guessing the speed and the bounce when it gets to you.
Stark delivering here to Harry Brook, makes room and tries to slap it, gets it over the top of the man it isn't at first slip, down to fly slip, and it eventually gets. He was trying to pop it into the ladies' stand at deep mid-wicket. 3 for 143, Brooks 39, a sign of things to come.
Wow, where'd that come from? That is old Harry Brook, isn't it?
Yep.
He's played so mature. Oh, you give me a single, I'll take that single. Put 3 out on the leg side, and straight away the tactic almost worked, and not the way I thought it would.
I mean, imagine that ball catches the top edge and goes straight up in the air to Alex Carey.
Or even the fly slip. I mean, that man was for the ramp, but if they move him like maybe 10 metres to his left, a little bit finer, it goes straight to the man, almost like in the T20s where it gets top edged over the keeper a lot from slogging.
Conventional 6-3 for Root. Stark around the wicket to him though, changes angle, keeps him honest, forward straight and defended down the pitch. So we saw Brook out to the leg side trap in the first innings in Perth, albeit that was a glove down the leg side, and we know that his ability, or his willingness rather, to absorb pressure, well, it's not high, is it? He likes to immediately put it back on the fielding team.
Yeah, and I think Steve Smith knows that he loves hitting boundaries. He just doesn't want to milk ones for any length of time. So I think Steve Smith's preying on that impetuous play, and we saw it 2 balls in. So you could say that Smith's got it right. Just needs to get him out now.
Tommy's got some numbers for us as well, which we'll get to in a moment, for pay.com.au, points for business. Let's take that long walk back to the top of his mark. Not a ground where he's historically dominated. Never taken a 4 for an innings here. Away from us, up to Root, round the wicket. Root, the chance to drive, does so to cover point on the bounce. Root will be collected, no run. Tommy, jump in.
Kat sent me the task of working out how many overs Mitchell Stark had bowled in this series compared to other 4 and 5 test match series. So on average, he bowls about 30 overs a test per test in every 4 or 5 match series. Except for 2017-18, that Ashes series, he bowled 40 overs a test. He bowled 162 overs in just 4 test matches. So this is no less or more than what he's normally done, aside from that one outlier, which is 17-18.
Tom Morris with a good oil for the Cobram Estate, Australian extra virgin olive oil. 2 left here from Stark. Roots on 44 and looking good. 2 slips to gully, bowls here. And driving through the covers, slightly over pitched and making the most of it. Beautiful shot, Joe Root, out towards the O'Reilly stand. To 48 with a boundary, 3 for 147. Our boundaries for Loan Market. Whatever your ambition, find the right loan with Loan Market. Make it yours.
He's a beautiful cover driver. Almost got him out second ball, wouldn't it? He went really hard. Wasn't set, but now he's set. Just look at that. The way he moves into the ball.
Yeah.
Beautiful bat playing.
Beautiful transference of his weight too, through the line.
So Joe Root, couple short of a half century, 3 for 147. Stark's last crack at him in this over here, and bowls and Root full of length, pushing out to mid-off, no runner. Productive over for England, 5 runs from it, 3 for 147. That's on the Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless. Route 48, Brook 39.
Mimosa Homes V Collection is redefining what's possible, even on a budget. With prices starting from just $199,900, it's quality made affordable. Plus, every V Collection home includes our 50-year structural warranty, because peace of mind comes standard. Build your personalised quote online at mimosahomes.com.au. Mimosa Homes V Collection, quality made affordable. T's and C's apply. V Collection homes only.
Mimosa Homes.
SEN Test cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Hut. Michael Nisa picked up a wicket in his second spell. Zach Crawley, leg before for 16. Ram weekend, keeper back for Brook, of interest. Conventional field though, bowls here. Brook stays at home and cuts wide of the man in the gully. It gets it fine enough for 4. Precision placement from Brook. Wasn't far away from Green moving to his right. Had too much on it for Weatherald, herring around from backward point. Takes Brook up to 43 and England 3 for 151.
Harry, if you can play shots like that, no more wild swings, because that was an absolute beautiful shot, wasn't it? Didn't try to overhit it, watched it all the way, just opened up the face, execution, 10 out of 10. Great shot.
It immediately prompts the change. So Carey up to the stumps. Nisa bowling to Brook on 43. Fuller and straighter and defended.
And it's the sort of shot that we've seen a lot of from Joe Root. That's his sort of trademark. Yeah. We saw it earlier off Cameron Green a few times, but that's a pretty good indicator. If you can play that shot, you're trusting the surface, because if it is a little bit variable or one bounces, then that shot can become dangerous with feathering one through to Carey or the slips that are waiting, but he's played that nicely.
Partnership now 94. They're putting in a shift. Nisa to the crease. Ram weekend. Bowls here and defendings. Harry Brook to mid-on, no run.
And another way of maybe being influenced by your batting partner, who's one of their greatest players of all time. That you've watched him, they've been very lucrative in their partnerships in Test match cricket, these two, Root and Brook. But having seen Root play it so much, maybe I'll add it to my batting skills, my repertoire.
Yeah. Well, they're 1-2 in the ICC rankings, these two. Caused a bit of consternation, didn't it? Given that Head's had a series that he's had, and Brook has had the series he's had, not really impacting it, and Head stays at 4.
Yeah, Brook jumping from 5 to 2.
Yeah.
Raised some eyebrows during the week. But anyway, that's the algorithm, or the points, or however they work it out now. Nisa up to that man, Brook here. Brook stays at home defending to short cover, who's jumped in. So we've got 2 men in the covers now, both relatively close to the bat.
Well, you talk about these two batting together. When Root was batting with Jacob Bethel, I felt that was a great opportunity for the young kid to just learn about Test cricket, being out in the middle and just hang in there as long as he possibly could with England's greatest run scorer. And he was looking good, and then unfortunately, from his perspective, feathered one off bowling.
Nisa in the 130s, bowls here and carving a deep backward point. Brook for the second time in the over, but this time straight to the sweeper. He's 44, Roots 48 at 3 for 152 on the Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless.
This season, sound makes it home with Sonos. I can watch the game in my living room and it sounds like I'm at the stadium.
At him, he's bowled it!
When I'm in the kitchen, I group my Sonos soundbar with my kitchen speaker and don't miss a ball.
Let's go again!
Oh, and at dinner time, the game comes outside to the barbecue with me on my Sonos Move 2 portable speaker.
Mate, I heard that bat on ball from here.
Sound makes it home with Sonos. Visit sonos.com to learn more.
Defending Root, the last ball of the over. He's 48, Brook 44. Sorry, I went a ball early there. My apologies to Michael Neeson. Not getting to describe that in real time. Flem jumps out. Cat stays with me for Eufy POE Systems, professional grade security for complete home protection. Partnership up to 95. Fielders go back to where they started. Had a great pleasure of joining you at your place last night, Kat, for our team dinner. End of season party of sorts, although it was very reserved. All the kids around that type of thing.
Yeah, no, it was very reserved, but no, appreciate everyone coming. It was a nice evening. Everyone enjoyed it.
My favourite bit was Adam Collins bowling off spin with a tennis ball, and because there's a washing line just above his head, he was using it as a way to get up and over and drop it by the time it got to your 15-year-old son.
Played it well, Xavier. Picked him up once, but he probably had the wood on me all told. It was a highlight. Bit of backyard cricket for the Sydney Test. Didn't take long for you to get involved, Tommy.
I was not out at the end of the day.
Stark away from us, bowling the Brook on 44. Over the wicket, Paddington ends, short ball, field spread, leaves it alone.
Tommy reminds me of that bloke that used to be on the Foxtel ad where the kids are bowling to him. The dad in the kid, he's just ruthless with the son or the daughter. He's just gives you nothing.
Don't bowl
You've been
there.
in some form, haven't you? Recent times. What was it, 160-odd?
I told this to young Xavier. I said, you watch Tommy, you've got 165 knot and 55 knot in consecutive days.
There you go. Got to back up. You've got to start again.
Played well. But yeah, that was part of it. The big Croatian barbecue you put on, Kat.
Sausages.
True
Croatian sausages.
The Chavapis.
Oh.
Yeah, they always do the trick.
Yeah.
Stark. He's in his 11th over. He's bowled unchanged since lunch. Field spread for Brook. They're everywhere. Short ball coming. There it is. Takes it on. Clunks it, but doesn't go far enough to get anywhere near the man at wide-ish mid-on, who's set deep. Did come off the stickers of the bat, though. 96 the stand. Brooks 45. 3 for 153. And I think, Tommy, you'd agree, the hero of the dish last night, as good as the barbecue was us being led into the inner sanctum, Simon's basement, which has been turned into a collection of your best memorabilia from across the journey. Could you believe how much stuff you had when it was all over?
Oh, I'd forgotten because it was all stored away in cricket bags and stuff in the garage, and yeah, my wife put it all out, and it blew me away because I've forgotten that was what I used to do. It sort of feels like it was another lifetime, but it was nice to see some of that stuff.
I mean, there's just simply so much of it. As Stark operates round the wicket to Root with a more conventional field. He's got a catch and cover round the wicket here, driving straight to cover point, crowd catch, collected by Labuschagne, no run.
I didn't want to ask blatantly, but I had my eyes set on a couple of his best kookaburras, and I was told very bluntly they're for his son when he gets old enough to use them.
They're a bit heavy for him at the moment. He's still 14, but he's getting close because he's growing quickly. He's already passed me in height, but when he's a little bit stronger and fills out a bit more, I've got a couple of weapons sitting there and I've stashed them away for the youngster.
Well, there were
Got to earn them, though. Got to earn them.
I like the fact you had the stumps set up on the wall that were stumps of significance, Shield finals, Test hundreds, that type of thing. The level below were all of the tour bats. I didn't realise you all got a tour bat for every tour you went, all signed by every player from both teams. The Stark bowls to Root on 48-2 in the cordon, plays late under his eyes, cuts it to deep backward point, collected in that position in front of the trumper stand, 3 for 154. Root's up to 49, partnership 97. And then beneath that, all your bats of note, i.e. not necessarily just Test 100 bats, but bats that sort of meant something to you, which you thought were worth keeping.
Yeah, I think, like anything, you play your career and you hope you've got some memories and achievements from it. But, it does bring back good memories going down and having a look every now and then. But it's been taken over by the boys. It's their den now. It's not my room at all.
I think my favourite picture, and Tommy will agree with this because he was salivating when he saw it, was a photograph that Steve Waugh gave to you. That says on it, with a picture of you two saying, to the effect of, to Cat, who was born to wear their baggy green. Love it. Stark over the wicket, field spread for Brook, takes on the short ball, balloons up, out towards the deep, 3 fielders converge, it lands between all of them. Fine leg, deep backward square and conventional square, running back with the flight. All thought they were a chance. And it's landed right in the middle of that Bermuda Triangle. Root doesn't
get a life. Oh, sorry, Brooke, my apology, not a life quite so much as a bit of good fortune. He remains there. He's on 46 at 3 for 155.
Well, he was very fortunate there, Harry Brook. That could have gone anywhere. 3 of them converging. It looked like deep backward square was going to get there. I think Labuschagne was the man coming in, but he was lucky. It just dropped short of him. And you just wonder whether Joe Root, the senior partner, ex-England captain, is going to go down and have a word to him, or whether they encourage him to keep taking the game on, because he's looking so composed until he starts playing short balls like that against Mitchell Stark with a field set like that.
So Root's 49, Stark up to him, back to the 6-3, round the wicket. Root drives straight, balloons off Stark's leg, ends up at mid-on, no run. So the Yorkshiremen have put on 98, but there have been some moments since lunch. Root 48, Brook 46, 3 for 155, and that's on the Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless.
Wow, he's hit another 6. That's 5 in a row.
This batsman is seeing the ball clearer than ever.
Ever since he's been at New Vision Clinics and ditched those glasses, he just can't miss.
Talk about 20/20 vision.
Hit your glasses for 6 and get clarity of vision with the team at New Vision Clinics. Using Dr. Noel Alpin's innovative laser vision correction techniques, your glasses and contact lenses can become a thing of the past. To book an obligation-free consultation, call 1-800-20-2020. That's 1-800-20-2020.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart. We're in the middle session for Rogers Willox Manufacturing since 1896. And Bo Webster is going to get an opportunity from the first time this test, indeed this series, from the Randwick end. Got a wicket here on debut last year. He nicked off Shubman Gill. Can he do so here? Bowls to Brook, conventional field, plays late, cuts to deep backward point for 1. 47 for him, 3 for 156 England. So we had, I mentioned that the note from Steve Waugh. Tommy, there was the picture from Richie Benno that was signed as well.
The note from Steve Waugh, I mean, imagine being told by Steve Waugh that you were born to wear the baggy green. I'm not sure life gets any better than that.
You know, I was pretty thrilled because that was organised, my wife organised it with Tugger and sent the photo off, not expecting that to be the message on there. She just said, can you sign the photo?
Webster to Root on 49. He cuts down a deep backward point to raise his half-century. Laying a foundation here for England. The cry of Root goes up around the SCG, a small acknowledgement in the direction of the dressing room. Now towards the England fans as well. The 107th time in Test cricket, Root's reached 50 on 40 of those occasions, including at Brisbane. He's converted to 3 figures, and what it would mean for England if he can play on from here and do so again today, Simon.
Oh, it'd be huge for him because he can set the tempo of this first innings, and we've seen throughout this summer, big first innings will set England up.
Webster to Brook, leaves alone in the channel. He's 47.
One more in the room here. So I'm going around the room and I'm seeing, BBL wins, playing for Australia and India and England, all over the world. And then I get to a photo, I'm thinking, what's Kat doing here? And he's won a T20 competition for his club in Sydney. Just to tell you how humble the man is. He's got all the greats of the game, and there he is playing club cricket at the age of 35, 36.
I was a bit older than that, Tommy. I think it was during the BBL.
And winning.
Webster to Brook on 47, who leaves alone. A ball that genuinely moves off the seam away into the gloves of Carey. Partnerships at even 100 as well.
And in that T20 winning team for Randwick Petersham is Nathan Ellis.
Yeah, correct.
Young Nathan Ellis.
Yeah, played with young Nelly, as we nicknamed him back in the day. He probably bowled, mid-120s little outswingers, but then he's developed his game, he's worked really hard. And seeing kids like that now have the careers they've had is great to see as an older player, and particularly when you've played with them at club level many moons ago.
Webster to Brook, who plays at this straight to the straighter of the 2 catching covers. Kawaja's there, no run. With your consent at some point, Kat, we have to get some cameras down there, I'm pretty sure, because that is, it is so well put together. That, with your wife's consent, really.
I'm not sure the master will allow that. I think she's a bit worried about the den being, shown around.
No, well, hopefully we've done a decent job of explaining how beautifully it is put together, and having only set it up last month, you've done an absolutely magnificent job. So well played to the Katiches. Last ball here, Webster into Brook, 47 he is, and he drives expansively out through point, out to the rope, should have the legs to get there and does. So both of these Yorkshiremen bring up 50 in the same over. Brook to 51, England to 3 for 161. They've got themselves more than a start here at the end of the 34th over. We'll get Kat's thoughts in a moment. That's on the Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Start your next innings with a career that gives you more. Search Police Careers, Victoria Police, and Oldham Construction Lawyers. Your experts in construction law, ensuring you're never caught out when pressure builds.
Need a new battery roadside? Holler for a Marshall. Marshall batteries come to you fast with the right battery and expert fitting. Serving Australia since 1935, choose the leading roadside battery replacement service. Holler for a Marshall, day or night. marshallbatteries.com.au.
Middle session for Rogers Willock's Trusted Trailer Solutions. The 25th time in Test cricket that Harry Brooks reached 50. He's got 10 hundreds in 34 Test matches. Loves to go big, Simon.
Well, they need him to, because so far this season, whoever's batted first and gone 300 plus or 350 plus has won the game and dominated it. So runs on the board here.
Got a partnership. Stark bowls to Root. New over begins. Plays late, deflecting into the gully as he does so routinely. No run. Tommy's got all the numbers as always. Pay.com.au, points for business.
Joe Root's now the third highest run scorer for the series. So averaging 40 and he's 8 runs away from being the second highest run scorer for the series. So 150, 100 and a fair few starts as well.
Marshall batteries. Holler for a Marshall battery. Thank you, Tommy.
Also 2 ducks in there as well.
Yeah, it's been an unusual up and down series for Root. Finished 2025 with an average of bang on 50. He's made 50 from 66. He's waiting for Stark. Round the wicket, slipping a gully. Bowls here. Root plays back and just snakes it past gully. Now to deep backward point, collected in front of the trumper stand. 51 for him. Partnership 105 at 3 for 162.
Are we any chance to see Joe Root out here in 4 years' time? 39?
Look, it's interesting because on New Year's Eve, I actually met his mum and dad. And they've followed his career for a long period of time, obviously, and so proud of what he's achieved. And he'll go down as England's greatest ever batter. He's already got that mark. But there's no doubt he wants to take down Tendulkar, just talking to them. So there's that that's off him. But then the other part of it is he the senior batter in this lineup that can make it back in 4 years' time to guide a younger England group through what has been a tough place to win? So he still seems hungry enough. He looks fit enough.
Field changes for Brook. Field spread everywhere. 5 back and a few others too for the short ball. Here it comes. Gives him the stumps, backs away and lets it go. It's well wide of the off stump. Fly slip. Deep backward point. Deeper than a short third man, but not all the way back as well. Fine leg. Deep backward square. Deep square leg in front of the square leg umpire. Conventional square leg next to where the square leg umpire normally would be if he wasn't standing at point. Wideish mid-on. Deep extra cover, 15 metres inside the rope. A bizarre field, but one with thought put into it, Kat.
Yeah, and look, this is the thing. I think Smith's preying on the fact that they'll get the right result here out of Brook. It might cost them the odd boundary, but if they feel like this might be the best option to try and send him packing.
Stark over the wicket with this field. Bowls full and straight and pushed down to that wideish mid-on by Brook. Gets one. 3 for 163. Well adjusted. Moves to 52. Question on the text. Any Croatian grapper at Cats last night? Wasn't that kind of night? We had the kids there and whatnot.
Not with the play starting early today. But
no.
I wouldn't say grapper, but there was some ruckia sitting on the cabinet that will get cracked at some point.
Next year, maybe. We'll make it a tradition, I think. SEN, end of season party type of thing.
Help yourself lollies as well, which I'm very happy to get involved in, Kat.
Yeah.
My girls loved it. That was a no ball from Stark, I should say, as well. It's 3 for 165, called retrospectively by umpire Damasena. And a few of those today. Takes his wickets at 43 at the SCG. Stark. Around the wicket too. Root on 51. They come back in. He goes forward in defence. No concerns, Tommy.
Stat here from regarding the most 50-plus scores at number 4 in Test matches. So Sachin Tendulkar passed 50 102 times from number 4. Jacques Kallis 71 times. And Joe Root is next now, 66. He's just gone ahead of Mahela Jayawardena on 65.
And as you said, that Tendulkar number, he's running calculation here is 2,151 runs away from Tendulkar. So that is striking distance.
What, 3 years?
If he goes well, 3 years. This year, well, should I say the year that's completed, made 805 runs in 2025 with 4 centuries. So let's take that as about the average, give or take, although he's made in excess of 1,000 plenty of times.
Yeah, because England have been playing so much Test cricket. So depending on the schedule in this next little period, it could be 2 years.
They've got 6 at home this year, New Zealand and Pakistani He'd back himself there, you think. Root back on strike, facing Stark. Goes short, sways out the way. Good cricket from both involved there. Didn't overcommit. Yes, Stark going with something a bit different there.
Yeah, Stark's getting the height of his bounces spot on. He got one to Brook, which was clothed to sort of shorter mid-on previous over, but on that occasion there, he got the line and the height right beautifully to Joe Root.
Paces up to every ball in this over, low to mid 140s. All the numbers, pay.com.au. So still one left in the over. So that man Root is on 51. He's got himself in, playing beautifully behind point. Stark up to him here. Root, middle stump line, works it into the onside. There isn't a mid-wicket, so there's an easy single instead. He'll retain the strike, 52. The same score as his Yorkshire teammate Brook, also 52. 3 for 165, and that is on the Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless.
G'day, it's Alex Carey. The new Goodwee ESA battery is a game changer with leading performance and safety. Until the end of March, you can get up to $500 off, on top of the federal rebate exclusively with Solar Heart. Visit solarheart.com.au. T's and C's apply.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays. Refer to Capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD, AFSL 513393.
The Ashes on SCN for Henley Holmes, 1800 646464. They started the session with Root on 31 and Brook on 23. They're now both advanced to 52 by Webster in operation for an Ram weekend. Up to the crease here and bowls. Playing conservatively. Under his eyes, Root, quickish shingle to wideish bit off after he beat the man at catching cover. Gets one. 109's the stand. Root 53. 3 for 166.
Yep. Dangerous partnership this. They're scoring quickly. They're both looking settled. And Australia just having to resort to pretty much a split field now with the three sweepers out and then a ring field with the, although mid-off's dropping back as I speak.
Might be the kind of time in an innings where a spinner's useful as well, for what it's worth. None of them on show this week. Webster up, bowls to Brook, stays at home, pushes out to that wideish long off who's been there for the moment he arrived. He joins Root on 53 with the single, 3 for 167.
Well, the question will be, does Webster start bowling those?
Yeah.
If nothing happens now in his second over and it's looking pretty, run-of-the-mill.
Well, we're only a generation or thereabouts on from when Colin Miller would actually play quite a bit at Sydney and do both.
Yep.
See him up early on and spin deeper and into an innings. So can Webster play a role on that front? 110's the partnership. Bowls here and plays back Root, as he does so often, to backward point, where there's a single out to Weatherald in front of the members' stand. 3 for 168. Takes Root in front again. He's 54.
Yeah, just an easy-paced wicket off that length, isn't it? Just sits up nicely. They've been able to score so many runs square of the wicket off the back foot, just guiding it, almost one-day style in this innings so far. So Australia might have to think of a slightly different plan, which they have now. They've got the catching man at sort of a really close mid-off and still got the deep mid-off out.
Brooks 53, catching cover right up for Webster. It's steered again to backward point. You just don't see this kind of pace in Test cricket too often these days. That's 125 kilometres an hour. The two previous balls were 123 and 122. 3 for 169 the score. Both men 54, Tommy.
Well, Cat comes with the good numbers occasionally as well. And this was it. So Joe Root's average versus pace in Tests since the start of 2022. So slower than 125 kilometres an hour. He averages 25.6.
Ooh.
Faster than 125 Ks, 62.7.
It's Simon Katich with the good oil.
Yeah.
Bowling here is Webster, a fraction faster to Root, who does exactly the same thing. He opens the face, plays it to Gully. Away from Green, gets one, he's 55. The partnership 113 at 3 for 170. Australian extra virgin olive oil, Simon Katich, good oil.
I wonder whether those stats are slightly skewed towards English conditions, where if the ball's just swinging a little bit more, whereas at the moment it doesn't look that threatening, does it? Because there's not much happening through the air. Well, it does look like there's a little bit building up, maybe.
Yeah, perhaps. Some sense of that. It's not doing anything like it was last year on day one, that's for sure. All singles this over so far. Can it be a completed picket fence? Not quite. So 5 singles then the dot, which will take us through to drinks. So signalled by umpire Raza. 3 for 170. England were 3 for 114 at lunch. Root advancing to 55. Brook 54. The partnership 113. So we go to the drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Gerard Whateley in for me after it.
Chill the summer heat at Metro Petroleum and enjoy a Mr. Whippy ice cream cup. Mix and match your favourite flavours, vanilla, chocolate, strawberry and bubblegum, only $3.50 each or 2 for $6. Oxy Shred Energy is here, Australia's fastest growing energy drink with zero sugar. It's gone viral on TikTok and is perfect for the gym, a walk or work. Don't crash, drink Oxy Shred Energy. Grab any 2 Oxy Shred for only $8 at participating Metro Petroleum locations this month only.
While the Aussies hold the line this Ashes, make sure your ute does the same. Max Liners got the gear that lasts the innings. Venture canopies, Max Pro floor liners, tough 4x4 accessories and more. Set yourself up at maxliner.com.au/SEN.
The Berwick Volkswagen Blue Carpet event is on now, and that means it's run-out sale time. Enjoy exclusive deals across the entire Volkswagen range and the premium experience of buying a European vehicle. Kickstart your summer adventure today at Berwick Volkswagen. LMCT 12366.
Harry Brook faces Boland. Back foot, running the ball to point. This is a sharp single throw, misses. Oh, that's as tight as you would want to be. Labuschagne.
She just said, can you sign the photo?
Webster to Root on 49. He cuts down a deep backward point to raise his half century. Laying a foundation here for England. Into Brook 47 he is, and he drives expansively out through point, out to the rope. Should have the legs to get there and does. So both of these Yorkshiremen bring up 50 in the same over.
The Bundaberg Ginger Beer drinks break. Treat yourself this summer with an ice-cold Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Bundaberg Ginger Beer have brought the raspberry and pomegranate, especially for this pink test, which has been stacked up around the box. 3 for 170 in the hour since lunch. England have added 56, and both Root and Brook have brought up their half centuries. Joe Root is 55, Harry Brook is 54. If my eyes don't deceive me, Bharat Sundaresan, this has been some good, honest Test cricket.
Yeah, look, our old friend Test cricket has come and visited us a few times this summer. Gerard, I think this is the 3rd time, and has kind of just tapped us on the shoulder and said, hey, I still exist, just that nobody calls me anymore. And, no, you're right. It's felt like a proper partnership. There have been a couple of moments. Harry Brook with that pretty crazy shot against the short ball from Mitchell Starc, and the field was set for it. Got lucky. It fell in no man's land. But Joe Root has built up nicely at the other end. He's got great rhythm, great flow. They're still scoring very quickly. Gerard, 113 this partnership and 139 balls. But it also kind of tells you a lot about this pitch. We were concerned about the way it'll play, but whatever extra grass that Adam Lewis has shaved off or mowed off has ensured that for now it seems like a very even-paced, slowish pitch where Joe Root can just go back and do what Joe Root does. The number of runs he scored behind point on the offside is a sign of how comfortable he's felt out there.
SEN Test cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Hearts. Scott Boland is going to come into the attack down below us. There's a lot of cloud cover now has gathered. Sort of storm, they've got a certain colour of storm clouds. So on the radar, there are storms over the Blue Mountains. They look pretty fierce. The forecast I'm looking at still doesn't have that hitting until tonight, but there'll be wind, there'll be storm warnings around New South Wales as this afternoon develops. 3 for 170. Root 55 will have the strike. Scott Boland 9 overs, 1 for 38. The partnership is worth 113 as Boland gets back to work. Bowls to Root, who leaves outside the off stump.
Loud yelp from Marnus Labuschagne. At that point, you can hear him even now coming through the stump line, trying to lift the energy. It's been a humid day. It was a slow, lengthy drinks break, wasn't it, Gerard? Yeah. The batters were down on their knees. You saw the umpires. The 4th umpire brought... I've never seen umpires bring out things in Tupperware. It's a great ad for Tupperware. The 4th umpire had some lollies, I think, in a little Tupperware box. So, there you go.
Boland motors in, bowls, Roots, plays the ball beyond gully, out to the deep backward point, gets a single, safely to turf and just out of the grasp of Cameron Green. He's to 56.
There's some red frogs, the umpires, so they're feeling the mugginess as well. But yeah, again, that shot, Gerard played it so comfortably, and that is Joe Root at his peak. This is like watching him bat in England, in a way. Not a lot of bounce. See again how so comfortably he just stays back and guides it away. This is the shot he was trying to put away in Perth and Brisbane. Doesn't have to here on this pitch. And Steve Smith has continued to play chess like he likes to do with his fielders.
Trying to manufacture a wicket here, disrupt a well-set partnership. Brooks on 54. Boland to him, dances down the pitch, and then the short arm jab out to the deep backward point. He changed his mind once he got there. 55 for Brook. I think that's the first time he's advanced in this innings, isn't it?
Yeah. At Boland anyway. It's just it's such a pity that it's happening once the series was lost, Gerard. Just England buckling down, even if it is at this point just for most of one session.
Stark might be off the field at the moment. Inglis is on. Brook stays at home. Blocks.
I think both Travis Head and Mitch Stark I saw leave the field. Yeah, Brendan Doggett is on the boundary. Yeah, it was one of those. Felt like seeing a drinks break in the subcontinent. Everything happened in slow motion.
It is that sort of day when it does storm, it'll storm pretty ferociously with the build-up in the atmosphere. Boland is over the wicket, bowling to Roots, who leaves. There is that sense around. So this England team was capable of more. I think that's how we're going to end up seeing them off. You were capable of more, and then whether it was ego or whether it was the folly of the strategy that they've chosen. But now that they've settled back in and they're still scoring quickly.
Yeah.
But just as something more conventional and predictable and controllable, they look a far greater threat than the kamikaze stuff that they rolled out in the early part of the series. Boland to Root in on his pads and gets turned away down to Doggett in the deep. Takes a single. Root goes to 57.
And I remember Gerard on all. Is he over?
Yes, sorry. 3 from it. 3 for 173. The Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Half-yearly clearance on now. Shop unbeatable deals on TVs, fridges, furniture, bedding, laptops, mobiles and more. Go Harvey Norman and unlock the impossible in Point Cook. Secure your Henley house and land package today.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays.
Refer to Capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD. AFSL 513393.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. Steve Smith's quest to conjure a wicket here. Another bowling change for RSEA Safety, trusted by tradies across Australia. Cameron Green brought back into the attack. 4 overs, none for 29. Was very expensive in his 2 overs heading towards lunch, 9 and 13. And just around the atmosphere, so we've gone from blue to sort of more inky, more indigo as the clouds intensify. Root's first ball, slightly false stroke off the inside portion of the bat. It trickles out to square, no run. Sorry, you were saying, Bharat.
Yeah, I remember our chat, Gerard, during that England-India series, and especially after they won that 3rd Test match at Lord's. I remember both of us going, this is going to be some England team. This could well be the biggest threat an English team has posed to Australia, because if they can mix around baseball or whatever you want to call it, and bring some nuance to it, it could be so dangerous.
Root faces up, he goes after the short ball, drags it to ground and pierces the gap initially. Great piece of fielding by Labuschagne, scrambling round to his right. All caused a mix-up in the middle too. Brooks sent Root back. Root sent Brook back when they were thinking about the second. Labuschagne saves 3. As a single was taken.
He's very proud of himself as well. Put both arms up in the air like he just taken a wicket. Very proud of the fact that he kept it down to 1 and almost caused a run out. So yeah, so we really thought they were capable, like you said, of a lot more, and they could surprise Australia with their approach and how they'll play.
This is all set up for the short ball attack from Cameron Green. 5 in the deep. He bowls to Brook, who drags it around the corner, down to square. They take a single out to Webster. It's Smith who's placed it mid-wicket. He was all flinchy and fidgety there, just trying to draw something. It's 3 for 175.
And yeah, by the time they got around to the nuance, the series was gone. And they sort of started getting their head around it during the Adelaide test, but Australia left them too much of a mountain to climb in that 4th innings.
Green in, bowls to Roots, pitched up, defended away. Khawaja comes around from gully to field.
Yeah, and I can see one of our texts from a little while back, the fact that, and even Nathan Lyon was saying this when I caught up with him a couple of days ago near the nets, the fact that he's notionally played 1 test. He barely was used in Perth, and even in Adelaide he went down. Cummins has played 1 test, no test for Hazelwood. Smith and Khawaja have played 4 tests each. And now we have Stark and Boland in their 5th straight test. And to not have done that against this Australian team.
Rude, bottom edge, as he looked to tuck it around the corner. It goes through to Carey. That was very half-hearted on the pull shot.
It says 144 kph. Didn't feel like it. Off the pitch anyway. It was a nothing shot in the end. So, yeah, it just adds to the whole underwhelming Ashes series that we've had. Because of not so much lack of competition, but the waste of potential, really.
Last ball of Green's over. Root goes after the short ball, got it to ground safely to backward square. Labuschagne can't prevent the boundary on the full dive this time. Got his hand to it, but parried it into the rope. Root gets the boundary in the Battle of Wills, running hot for Ream, Australia's favourite. That's steady, hot and strong. It's 3 for 179 on the Shark Bite scoreboard. Plumbing perfected, Shark Bite Max.
Audio is more powerful than you think. For advertising with the power to double your campaign effectiveness, start with commercial radio and audio, where brands are heard. Visit cra.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays.
Refer to Capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD. AFSL 513393.
The Ashes on SEN for 4 and 20. Australia's original fan foods. England navigating their way to 3 for 179. Root 62. Brook has the strike on 56. Scott Boland 1 for 41. Brook comes down the pitch, jammed up as Boland aimed it right at him. Squeezed it out. Stuart Broad joins us for AIA. Protect what matters. Do it for life with AIA. Welcome in, Stuart.
Thanks, Sam. It's pretty rosy for England at the moment, isn't it? A few wobbly moments. I think when Harry Brook chipped Mitchell Stark in the air, I was ready to go home. It landed safely. I did feel England needed this partnership when we were last on pre-lunch. It was looking a bit wobbly.
Boland to Brook, leans forwards into the leg side, takes a run. Yelp from, I presume that's Labuschagne out at cover. It always is.
I tell you what could become a bit of a talking point at some stage is the lack of spin option for Australia, because very rarely do Australia look samey. And what I mean by that is that every bowler, well, yes, you've got Mitchell Stark, but every bowler other than that is running in doing pretty much exactly the same thing. They have no option or no ability really to change the pace of the game. And I often think if it's the first time Australia haven't played a spinner since 1888 here, there's a reason why spinners have played.
English shine the ball up for Boland, who lets fly to Roots. Glanced to fine leg and adds a run. He's to 63. The partnership 124 and 3 for 181.
And we said something similar at the Gabba as well, didn't we, Brody? And which is why I think you look back at that test match, and that was a great chance for England to have gone big in that first innings and to have made the most of the sameness of this Australian attack.
Yeah.
I think that was one of those moments, I guess, they'll look back and gone, yeah, I mean, you should have won in Perth, but even Gabba, I mean, you were running the game on day one and then just not making the most of it.
Yeah, it's the sort of attack that suits Joe Root. That was where Rooty's 100 came, wasn't it? The Gabba first innings.
Boland to Brook, defence.
Also, I definitely think there's something in the faster outfields, the slightly smaller surfaces that suits this group. Just, you know, you can lead on a cover drive, it's 4. That's what England is. Trent Bridge, the Oval, Lords, Headingley, all really fast scoring grounds for the batters, and they don't have to force the ball. Perth, MCG, Gabba, just different styles, aren't they? You have to run your 3s, you have to push hard for 2s, just because the boundaries don't come around so often. So you look at the places England have batted nicely so far, Adelaide and here, it's the quicker outfields.
Carey up over the stumps, Boland to Brook, defends to the offside. Well, guys, if Nathan Lyon was in this team, he'd be bowling now, wouldn't he?
Yeah, and it gives your seamers a bit of a rest. Think about Nathan Lyon. Obviously, he's injured out the series, but he has an amazing ability to hold up an end. He's hard to get hold of. Very. You don't see many batters dominate the economy rate, and I just think without him, he's not going to go on forever. Was he 38? You've got to have to expose a spinner at some stage to test match cricket.
Last ball of Boland's over. Brook bobbles it up onto the leg side. Carey didn't initially see it. His eyes were whizzing around for the drop zone. He was a couple of pitches away as it lands safely. 2 singles from the over. 3 for 181 on the Sharkbite scoreboard. Plumbing perfected Sharkbite Max.
Introducing the world's first NVR with a local AI agent. Type keywords for instant search results to find specific moments in seconds. Your data stays private and is processed locally. 24/7 protection that's both smart and secure. Visit ufi.com/au.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. So look for the Australian made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Goodwee batteries from Solar Heart. England 3 for 181, Root 63. Cam Green is bowling from the Randwick ends. And Roots lays a ball off to the short backward point, which is Kawaja. A bit of local knowledge coming through. Just look at the bomb radar. It will be raining as early as 3:45, most likely 4 p.m. And play will be lost in the final session. It's getting stormy.
Look at that, Gerard. The radar, there's some blue and some dark blue. There's red. When you see red on the radar, you've got some trouble.
It's going to be an ugly walk home, I think.
Oh, you brought the umbrella, didn't you?
No, I didn't.
Oh, no, okay. 25-minute walk.
I think with the lightning around, we wouldn't want it up anyway.
Oh, yeah, true.
Green bowls to Root, who's back in the air, up over Kawaja, lifted it up, landed it safely in the deep, gets 1. Bit of a high-risk strategy, that. Is Green going short has just altered the flow of things. Root goes to 64.
Yeah, it was this. So actually expecting it to be really short. His footwork, his weight was hanging back, and actually Green went much fuller than Joe Root was expecting. He's got lucky there, and actually with that they've changed the field. Although Harry Brooks on strike, Usman Khawaja's dropped 15 yards.
Yes, halfway between the infield and the outfield now, the fly third. Brook goes after the short ball, lifts it into the deep. It's going to land short of Inglis. Down at fine leg. So both batters are riding their luck here. Brook 58 with the single.
Were you planning to go home there, Roddy?
Well, you know, the pitch is not moving a huge amount from length. So Australia have reverted to this tactic, A, because Cam Green bowled so poorly trying to hold length earlier, and B, this is a strength of his where he hits the pitch really hard. He's 6'6". But it's only him and Mitchell Starc who can really do this ploy. It does feel like just get through these little periods and then build.
6 in the deep. Green bowls to Roots, clubs it into the turf, down to deep backward point for a single. 65 and 3 for 184.
These fields, Roddy, when you started your test career, your first class career, would have been like very rare, right? I mean, after Lords in 2023, it feels like it's become a norm in Ashes cricket. Did it take you a while to just get used to this?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose different captains like it at different times. I feel like if you've got a bowler that really suits that, so someone like Pat Cummins bowls it really well, and they tend to go to short pitch stuff when the tail come in.
Brook on strike. Now he does go high into the deep and right over the top. That is a mighty hit over deep backward square. And 40 rows back. A big 6 from Harry Brook. Total goes to 190, and that's just taken a little bit of finding in the crowd. Running hot for Ream, Australia's favourite. That's steady, hot and strong.
Again, he's set for the short ball, expecting it to be up at helmet height, and Cam Green's just gone into length at almost stump height, and he's just swiveled on it straight out the middle of the bat. Almost like a semi-sweep shot over deep square leg. I think 40 rows back, you might be doing him a disservice. That is a big strike.
Umpires inspected the ball. And back with Cam Green. First 6 of the day. Brook backs away. Oh, Green fired in the Yorker. It was good strategy. Bottom edge slews into the deep. A single taken. 10 from the over. Brook 65. It's 3 for 191 on the Shark Bite scoreboard. Plumbing perfected. Shark Bite Max.
Looking for big savings and big brands? Look no further than Chemist Warehouse. Grab Red One U Golden Hour Vanilla Bean and Pistachio Body Cleanser or Lotion, just $5.99 each. Soothe skin with E45 Eczema Relief Cream, 60 gram, only $13.99. A great summer is a safe summer. Protect yourself with Neutrogena SPF 50 Beach Defense Lotion, 400ml, only $16.99. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
The Ashes on SEN for 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food. 3 for 191, unblemished since lunch. Partnerships that worth 134 and 96 metres, the 6. That really did fly. The Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Up over the stumps, Carey. Boland does the first ball of the over. Brook opens the blade, beats Gully, and takes a single out into the deep. 3 for 192. You got a quirky little stat here for us for pay.com.au points for business.
So Joe Root now has 67 50s in first class in Test cricket, one behind Sachin Tendulkar, 68. No one has more scores between 50 and 100 than what Tendulkar does.
Yeah, they want to air it in India if he goes past it. Oh yeah, you can't go past Sachin Tendulkar. Like, yeah, all be
on any stat.
I think England tour India around the sort of time that it might be close. Imagine that in Mumbai.
Wow.
Boland to Roots. Forward driving to mid-on. No run. Kawaja dives to field.
Yeah, I remember when he went past Ricky Ponting earlier this year. Ricky Ponting was in the box applauding. I'm not saying Sachin won't be doing that, but I don't think anyone in the crowd will be.
No.
I'll take that personally.
Yeah. It'll be very quiet, won't it?
Root's also the second highest run scorer of this series. That's crept up on us a little bit. 300 runs at 42.
Travis Head showing the way, the leading run scorer for TAC, drink driving. How your holiday ends is your choice. Root 65 from 88. It's forward defending past the stumps of the non-strikers. Kawaja sets off. They'll be able to come back for 2 as it gets 2/3 of the way to the sight screen. 3 for 194.
Yeah, remember around 2007-8 when Ricky Ponting and Tendulkar looked like Ponting might catch up with Sachin when he was still playing. Hey, everybody held their breath in India, saying that's one record we can't lose.
Yeah. I think Root is very motivated for that as well. And he's 35. He's one of those players you feel could play till he's 40, isn't he?
Yeah, easy.
Lights have been flicked on at the SCG. Root forward defending. You're out with Dave Warner on trophy duty this morning.
I was. It was a busy old morning, to be honest, but it was really nice. Yeah, walking out with the glass trophy, seeing the players up close. It's actually quite funny. Marnus, we're having a little chat with Marnus as the boys. Steve Smith came down And obviously they've lost the toss to bowling, and David says, what happened at the toss? Are you guys batting? And Marnus like, do you think I'd have my pads on if we were batting? Bit of a silly question. So, Smith was still a bit dirty about having lost his 4th toss of the series.
2 in the deep on the leg sides. Root forward defending the ball that threatens the front pad.
And it looks a good toss to have won. It really does. You know, it's... It did swing around a little bit early. I thought the Aussies took a bit of time to get into it. But now, not seeing much movement through the air or off the surface, are we?
And Stark and Boland look like 2 bowlers who played all 5 test matches. It's not that the pitch has given them a lot, just in terms of rhythm and radar.
And energy, actually. I think the Aussies have been quite flat in their emotion. Even when Duckett got out, no real celebrations, were there?
Last ball of Boland's over. He delivers to Roots, who defends. 3 from it, 3 for 194. The Shark Bite scoreboard. Plumbing perfected, Shark Bite Max.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Half-yearly clearance on now. Shop unbeatable deals on TVs, fridges, furniture, bedding, laptops, mobiles and more. Go Harvey Norman and Henley Homes. Hard to beat. Ask other builders, then come back to us. henley.com.au.
Plumbers, want more time for the cricket, camping or a cheeky fish? Introducing Shark Bite Max, the next generation of plumbing fittings. Smarter, faster and stronger. Get in, get out with Shark Bite Max. Available now at leading hardware and plumbing suppliers.
The Ashes on SEN for Henley Homes, 1800 64 6464. Gary's telling us from Bowral, flash flooding.
Wow, that's not far.
Gary, how long does it take to get from Bowral to the SCG? It's getting darker by the minute. That's why the lights have been flicked on. Cam Green, this intriguing short ball tactic. Harry Brook is on 66. Hit a monstrous 6 in the previous over that he saw from Green. Brook is forward defending the first ball of the over. So you and Dave Warner are cast together on a few different fronts. You've done the tourism ad. I know that landed just as you fled the scene, so we really didn't get a chance to review about it. Where was that filmed?
It was filmed different parts of Bondi.
Yep.
A lot of fun, actually. Yeah, we spent 5 hours together just sort of going around different locations and deliberately posted it and left Australia, knowing that there'd be a few little smiles.
Stark is warming up. Green bowls to Brook. Forwards, watchful, locking.
It was a lot of fun. But yeah, I've absolutely loved my time in Australia. It's there's definitely it's a lot better place when you're not playing for England.
Even got presented with a Western Bulldogs jumper, didn't you?
I did.
Melbourne.
Oh, that was awesome.
Yeah, I had a great night actually after the MCG test. Hoppers Crossing, who I played for, met up with 6 of the guys, the family I lived with.
Brook clips the full ball out of the stumps and away through mid-wicket. Labuschagne scurries around in the deep. They'll come back for 2. Brooks to 68.
And it's such a delight of what cricket is actually, and the fact that was 2004. So 21 years ago, and we can still catch up and stayed great friends all this time, and I would have never have met this group of people without playing cricket. So yeah, it was such a lovely evening. We went to I think it was a Calcutta Cricket Club curry house or something in Melbourne. Fantastic. Oh, the Scotch egg was outstanding.
Green bowls to Brook, pitched up and played away through points. Weatherall gets around, he won't be able to prevent the second under the ladies' stand. The English pair judged that well. Brooks to 70.
Yeah, this looks good for batting at the moment, doesn't it? I think Australia's just hoping for a mistake and just wanting either Root or Brook to chip one in the air, get a bit of an opening, and then see what they can do. But even the clouds coming in, the atmosphere is definitely changing in the sky. It's not made the ball do anything different, has it?
No easy pace. Brook making hay for the moment. From the stumps, knocks it away to mid-on, goes with the stroke bowl and picks up, doesn't throw. Brook had it well covered, getting maximum for his work.
Tell you what, Gerard, I think Cam Green needs a wicket. We've spoken a lot about his batting and the runs not coming through. He's taken 2 crucial wickets in the series, but when you're playing as an all-rounder, That's your only major contribution with the ball. When runs aren't coming and his batting position has gone from 6 to 5 to 7, he just needs to contribute with the ball here. Pitch is not offering him anything, but that's where he needs to come through.
Bit of muscle. Green to Root, pitched up, driven into the stumps of the non-strikers. They'll pinch a single on the ricochet. So the throw comes all the way across the turf to the keeper's end. The 200 up for England. It comes at the end of 42 overs for the loss of 3. Brooks 71, Root 68. The Shark Bite scoreboard, plumbing perfected. Shark Bite masks. Adam Collins will come in for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the Great Australian Brew.
Some say 5 days of cricket is a long time. We say it's a good start. At Popolo, we air dry our salumi for weeks, not days. Because like cricket, you can't rush the good stuff. Popolo, made slow.
Need a new battery roadside? Holler for a Marshall. Marshall batteries come to you fast with the right battery and expert fitting. Serving Australia since 1935, choose the leading roadside battery replacement service. Holler for a Marshall, day or night. marshallbatteries.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwin Batteries from Solar Heart. It is getting dark at the SCG. Partnership 143. Scott Boland's at our Paddington end. The Barmy Army are in voice. 3 for 200. It's the Yorkshireman, Root and Brook. What do they say, Broady? Strong Yorkshire, strong England. Here we go. Can Boland find something here? Delivers to Root, who plays it out to cover where there'll be no single. So partnership of 143. I wonder where that ranks for the series. There wouldn't be many partnerships this series. Maybe Tommy has that. Marshall Batteries, mobile and store service. Holler for a Marshall battery.
It's the second highest partnership of the series. The biggest was 162 between Baz's two South Australians, Alexander and Travis Head.
Yeah.
The third now is Marnus and Travis Head. That was 117.
So highest for England in the series, 143. Thank you, Tommy. Stuart, Broad and Baz with me. 68 Roots on, defending. Boland, back to him, no run.
I just wanted to ask you, Brody, I've seen clips of Usman Khawaja's press conference the other day where he spoke about cricket, but he spoke about diversity and everything else. Obviously, you've grown up in an England which is definitely more multicultural than what Australia is or was when he was coming through. Just wondering what you made of it.
Yeah, I mean, he's. I think it was interesting to hear how he feels and his story, and hopefully.
Boland to Root, split Corden, bowls. Here down the leg side, Carey takes the bails. Up to the stumps, not out given on the field, but Tommy's purring there, another wicketkeeper on our bench. Brody?
I think the line that rung true to me was that sort of, I hope it's a bit of an easier path for the next Usman Khawaja, and he will have inspired a lot of people out there for what he's done. He's played, 88 test matches, 88 test matches, been hugely successful, and he can be one of those heroes that people can follow.
Boland's operating away from us into Joe Root here. Root inside part of the bat. That was on line with middle stump. Skews away to deep backward square instead. He's 69, 3 for 201.
And again, you were a leader. I mean, you captained the T20 team for quite a while, Brody. I mean, just having the likes of Adil Rashid and Moeen Ali and different cultures. Like, how important?
They're icons in English cricket. Absolutely. They were part of that 2019 World Cup win. Visual heroes that kids can see and follow, and absolutely integral parts of that England changing room for a long period of time. What's Adil Rashid now? He must be coming on 2009. He came around, so.
Brooks back on strike to Boland. Keeper up to the stumps, pushing out to cover no run.
I would hope there's a lot of kids out there in England that have seen the Adil, particularly with Moeen Ali, the success, and be very inspired by that and want to follow suit.
Adil Rashid turns 38 in February, still going strong. There were those amazing scenes in Bradford, weren't they, when they won the World Cup and he went home and in the streets. I mean, inspiration, to say the very least. Boland's got a slip and a fourth slip. Bowling to Brook. Bowls here, goes back and steers it. Out the deep backward point. The umpteenth time today. He's played that shot as well as Root has, up to 72, 3 for 202. We'll complete the over as well. That's all on the Shark Bite scoreboard. Plumbing perfected Shark Bite Max.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. So look for the Australian made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
G'day, Flem here. If Program Commercial Painting were a test bowler, they'd take every painting maintenance job's wicket. Repaints, bold. Graffiti, caught behind. From schools to local businesses, hospitals and beyond, get them bowling for you. Visit programcommercialpainting.com.au.
A partnership of 145, our coverage for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart, 3 for 202. Got Brody with us talking about diversity in England cricket. You finished up your test career with Mo and Ali on the same day.
Yeah, so first met Moeen for England Development 11 against Bangladesh under-19s when we were both 17. And ended up playing England under-19s with him. He's just a year below me in age group. Got on absolutely superbly, and our England careers sort of continued on together. When he started in, I think, 2014 in the Test match side, and I knew I was retiring. I'd announced it 2 days before at the Oval against Australia in 2023. He'd actually come out of retirement to play that series because Jack Leach had a stress fracture. So I knew that was going to be his last test as well, and I sort of put my arm around him and said, "You're walking off with me."
Green to Brook on 72. Dark here at the SCG, lights on, played out to backward point off the front foot, no run.
And that journey that you think back, 17 years old, it's a 20-year journey of playing in different cricket teams together, World Cups and Ashes series, England under-19s. Very special and really sort of emotional scenes walking off just arm in arm with him. And, you know, he was, as Moeen always is, no, I'm not doing that, no, I don't want anyone clapping me or anything, but you know, he's been an integral part of English cricket for a long period of time and hugely successful.
Brook 72, he's facing Green. Randwick end, bowls here, dances at him, gives him the stump, slaps it out through the offside, gets it out to the rope as well. Made a lovely sound out of the bat. It was a matter of time before he advanced to Green, who's conceded 55 runs in 7.2 overs, and that takes Brook up to 76 at 3 for 206.
Interesting tactic change. I thought they were just testing Brook's patience. I think with the bouncer theory, with everyone on the boundary, and Brook made a couple of mistakes. Yes, hit a couple of nice strikes, but Green is clearly out of rhythm. He's not holding length at all. He's bowled too short and too wide, and they've gone back to a more regulation field.
Green delivers, and Brook off the hip. Another run to be had out to Boland at long leg. 77 Brook, 3 for 207.
Steve Smith just being impatient. Yeah, I mean, so far the wickets have come, always is, so far in the series there's been a partnership, wickets have fallen in clusters. Hasn't happened today, and see, Steve Smith's tried everything. I think he just saw him point at Bo Webster, who might get a go from this end, the Paddington end, soon enough.
The roar around the ground from the Barmy Armies for the 150 stand. Players of the day for RWC, Ray White's commercial property specialists. Green bowls again, and playing through the onside is Joe Root. Out to mid-wicket, joins Brook in the 70s with that single.
Hey, just that little thing you mentioned about Moeen not wanting the adulation. That's the cultural thing that you understand when you are in a diverse dressing room, isn't it, Body?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I don't know how much you know of Moeen. I think if you ask any England cricketer over the last 20 years who's the funniest person in the change room, Moeen Ali. Honestly, his humour, quite shy. Say if you got him on a podcast, the radio, quite shy in that respect.
Green to Brook on 77, dances again and plays late under his eye, gets through to the keeper, Carey, so the ball followed him. Now Smith reckons there's something on that, or at least he's asking Carey. Green was appealing initially. So Brook backed away and charged, realised it was following him, tried to play it under his eyes defensively instead of lavishly, and the ball went either past the edge or via the edge. We're not going to have a review for IMAR.
Quite interesting.
IMAR Trusted Tradies Insurance, call 13-IMAR. Let's see it a second time, Brody.
Well, Cam Green was absolutely certain. He just ran down, almost celeb appealed it.
So the only thing it could have been watching the first replay for Chemist Warehouse is glove. Seeing Snicko here, and no, all good. Right decision from Ashan Raza. The reason why Brooks threw his head back is because he's gutted he didn't get it over the top of the keeper for 4 or 6.
He's fancying Cam Green here. He's thinking runs.
He's conceded 57 runs, Green, and 7.5 overs. Last ball of his over here, 3 for 208. Green bowls, Brook plays and misses. Playing from the crease, a forcing shot. Better channel from Green, extra bounce as well. 3 for 208. Brooks there on 77. That's on the Shark Bite scoreboard. Plumbing perfected Shark Bite Max.
Cars with tyres, cars with wheels, all kinds of cars. And the very best deals only at Car City. Cars for nanas, cars for tradies, and the busy mums with 3 babies. Only at Car City. Cars galore, far as the eye can see. They've got the car for you.
And the car for me?
Only at Car City. Don't forget the jingle. 415 Maroondah Highway, Ringwood.
Australia, Michael Neser, the Australian team for Australia, made by Australia, support Australians. Damien Fleming, a former Australian fast bowler, jumping in with me to take us through to the tea break, a session where England have gone from 114 to 208 without further loss. Partnership in excess of 150. G'day, Flem.
Hello.
It's building quite nicely for England on a day that may well be washed out at some point soon as well.
It's not the only thing building.
Yes, look at the cloud cover. They'll have the light meters out soon as well. So Neser, keeper up, away from us, catching cover in, delivers here through the onside. Joe Root to mid-on with bottom hand stroke. No run, stays on 70.
I'm just doing some amateur weather work here, Flem and Colo, and just looking at the radar, and it's just the rain is crossing Silverdale. It's gone past Blackheath. It's about to hit Penrith. Liverpool isn't far away, and then it will hit Sydney.
What has been the average rainfall day 1 Sydney last 5 tests?
I don't know, Flem, but just leave it with me.
It's quite a bit. It's quite a bit. Marshall Battery's mobile and still service holder for a Marshall Battery. Thank you, Tommy. One catching man. It's at about, let's call it 4th slip. Neser bowls here, in behind it well is Root. Exactly what he needs to do. 100 balls for his 70.
It's been a brilliant partnership, hasn't it? But I feel like Brooks just starting to want to find the boundary a bit more. The Australians will want to stay out there, because if he keeps trying to take on some of the deliveries just off a short length, playing with fire. But the run rate of this partnership's been excellent.
The way they've been able to put Green under pressure, not least, who's conceded 57 runs in 8 overs. Neser bowls here, leg stump line full and clicked out to the Brawongle stand. Deep square leg collected. Root gets 1 to 71, 3 for 209. So they've tinkered with the field. They've gone the short stuff a little bit to Brook, then wound it back, gone again, wound it back. And at the moment, they've got a more conventional field when Neser's bowling to him.
Yep, Nas will generally bowl a bit fuller, won't he?
152, the partnership, seeing a shot of Brendan McCullum on the screen, feet up as ever, with the members in front of him. So much, you sense so much of what happens this week could inform his short-term future as well, McCullum. It's so unclear at the moment.
What's the word over there in England? What are they saying?
It feels, well, there's plenty of opinion. Neser bowls here, defending is Brook, under his eye, out to backward point. 1 run taken, throw goes to the bowler's end, he's through. Brook 78, 3 for 210. What I can say is that Stokes was effusive, saying that McCullum is the man. Interesting, Stuart Broad said the same thing this morning to us on commentary, that sort of regardless of what happens here, they're going to have a white ball World Cup, a T20 World Cup starting in a few weeks from now. He's also the T20 coach, so that might complicate matters a little bit if they want to make a change. 153 the stand. Remembering McCullum was only the red ball coach and he took on white ball responsibilities.
Well, Matthew Mott had the one-day duties, didn't he?
He did. 2 left in the over. Neser up, bowls here. Root back, defends. Kawaja does the fielding. Forward square leg, no run.
Matthew Mott, former Shield player for Queensland and Victoria, but had great success with the Australian women's team.
He won a World Cup too. What was lost in all of that was they did win that World Cup in 2022 under Matthew Mott, but I think the expectations were so high on that England team. A misadventure the last 2 50-over tournaments and he was gone.
Well, just with their batting power, I think there would always be high expectations, isn't there? Their ability to go big with the bat.
Neser a route to finish. He's 71. He'll take a quick single, taking on Boland at Whitish, bit on him through. Good cricket. 72 for Root, 78 for Brook, 3 for 211. That's on the Shark Bite scoreboard. Plumbing perfected Shark Bite Max.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Start your next innings with a career that gives you more. Search Police Careers, Victoria Police, and Oldham Construction Lawyers. Your experts in construction law, ensuring you're never caught out when pressure builds.
Summer's here, and so is the spirit of celebration.
Our amazing team is ready to help you find your perfect new or pre-owned Toyota, plus accessories, parts and expert servicing.
No two drivers are the same, so let's make this summer one to remember.
LMCT 8169.
Oh, what a feeling.
Toyota.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Hut. The light meter is out in the middle, and that's it. They're done. So they've taken a light reading. So the fourth official ran it on between overs, and I reckon I saw a drop or two as well, just as the players were making their way back to their positions. So that'll be at a minimum an early tee. So we're 15 minutes away from the scheduled tee at 3:10 local time. It's a bad light delay, but that'll convert very quickly to the afternoon tea break. 3 for 211. So they've added 97 runs in the shortened session. Root's gone from 31 to 72. Brook from 23 to 78. They're not calling for the covers as yet. So Mitchell Starc talking to the curator staff as well.
I'll be playing while you can. I think the rain's coming in. This crowd will get really disappointed if they're out there or not out there in the next 20 minutes or half an hour, then it starts to rain.
So we'll just take a beat here to see what happens with the officials in the middle. It looks like they're going to, at the minimum...
Looks lighter to me already.
Yeah. It's one of those quirky ones where everybody knows what's coming, but it's not happened yet.
But generally the curators are giving hints, aren't they? And they generally get it right. So I think they should be playing.
So an outstanding partnership of 154, England's third biggest stand for the fourth wicket at the SCG we're seeing here. Cowdrey and May put on 182 in 1959 when England won here, and Atherton and Crawley in 1995 put on 174.
Yeah, I played in that one. Yeah, Crawley was an interesting player, wasn't he? Very strong through the leg side. Calling for it now.
Yep, so...
to be covered.
Here come the covers, whether that's a preemptive strike or otherwise. There's a couple of drops we spotted, Tommy. I'm not sure if they were real or whether we imagined it between overs. Either way, the truck is on the way. We're just waiting for the formal taking of tea. That normally happens a couple of minutes after this. So we're just going to wait for that before we go to a break. That partnership of 154. So Joe Root 72, Brook 78. These two have been, with a couple of exceptions when Brook took on the short ball and it was a little bit hairy, have actually played the conditions very nicely.
Yeah, been brilliant, hasn't it? Joe Root, well, he flashed one, I think, second ball, big cover drive, and almost nicked it. Besides that, he's hardly hit a shot to be 72 off 103. Brook a little bit quicker, 78 off 92. Played some delightful shots. Power in front of square, but also ran some balls down to the third man with a bit of class. And it was needed, wasn't it? You know, they were in a bit of trouble. England feeling like they'll get bowled out again. Australia be batting today. That's unlikely now.
Yeah, the wickets to fall earlier in the day, Flem. Duckett was caught behind by Starc for 27, 1 for 35. Then Crawley, leg before wicket to Nisa for 16, 2 for 51. Bethel caught behind from the bowling of Boland for 10. It was 3 for 57, and it's been these two smooth sailing thereafter. Starc, 1 for 53 from 12. Nisa, 1 for 36 from 10. Boland, 1 for 48 from 13. Green, none for 57 from 8. He's been expensive, going at worse than 7 and over. And Webster, a couple of overs for 11 in that middle stanza. What have you made of the Aussie bowling?
Yeah, I mean, it's been pretty good overall. Mitchell Starc, probably his poorest day of the Ashes, but it's been of such a high standard. Yep. He seemed like he was really struggling with the landing, like he was slipping. And he just didn't seem to have as much momentum in his run-up and power through the crease. He was stopping after a few steps. Broader knees are about what we'd expect there. And Cam Green just looks like, for me, he looks like a man who has been out with stress fractures, hasn't had a mountain of bowling coming into this Test series, and has looked to be struggling to get his stock ball going and can't find it. So he's not that accurate, and England have really bounced on top of that. And we'll probably see more from Bo Webster if we get any play today.
The only thing I'd fold into this light delay, Flem, is that it's plausible it's a within 10k lightning because they went off, they didn't even look at the light meter, they got it and they're like, no, we're going. Often in their ear, they'll get told whether they have to come off. We haven't been told that as yet, but oftentimes that's the other variable. So absolutely understand the frustration coming in on the text 0433 98 11
A lot
16.
more with them.
Our first weather delay.
While we're not playing.
Yeah, it does. I mean, face value, it is dark, but the lights are on at the SCG. The covers are not on, so this is a light delay. I don't believe tea has formally been taken. I'm looking for a thumbs up, thumbs down. No tea as yet, but we'll take a break here anyway, and we'll get Tommy Morris to jump in with Kat, and we'll go from there. So it's 3 for 211 with Route 72, Brook 78. Our coverage is for Goodwee batteries from Solar Heart. And actually, Tommy, just on the radar before we go to the break.
Yeah, there's blue, there's green that's coming. It's going past Penrith and into Parramatta now. There's also red, yellow and black that's coming as well. So there's some dirty rain that's not far away.
I'm not sure what that means, but it doesn't sound good.
No, it's not.
On the Tom Morris Chemist Warehouse screen, yes. I can see as well. Okay, a breather here. Back with Tommy and Kat in a sec.
Plumbers, want more time for the cricket, camping or a cheeky fish? Introducing Shark Bite Max, the next generation of plumbing fittings. Smarter, faster and stronger. Get in, get out with Shark Bite Max. Available now at leading hardware and plumbing suppliers.
Need a new battery roadside? Holler for a Marshall. Marshall batteries come to you fast with the right battery and expert fitting. Serving Australia since 1935, choose the leading roadside battery replacement service. Holler for a Marshall, day or night. marshallbatteries.com.au.
Another wicket down, and no one wants to be caught out on a duck. Same goes for your four-wheel drive. Don't settle for second best. With Razorback 4x4 seat covers, you'll get perfect protection, comfort and style. They're tailor-made to fit like a glove and easy to clean after making a bit of a mess. Thousands of Aussies have already given them 5 stars, and unlike some covers, there's no ducks here. Protect your pride and joy. Check out razorback4x4.com.au today.
Imagine homes where luxury isn't an upgrade. Build a solar all-electric Henley home with up to $95,600 of standard inclusions others call extras. Imagine luxury at no extra cost with Henley Homes.
Plumbers, want more time for the cricket, camping or a cheeky fish? Introducing Shark Bite Max, the next generation of plumbing fittings. Smarter, faster and stronger. Get in, get out with Shark Bite Max. Available now at leading hardware and plumbing suppliers.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Goodwee batteries and Solar Heart expertise. The perfect partnership. And Host Plus. Find as Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
This summer, there are some things Liquorland can't guarantee. We can't promise the snags won't get burnt. Or you'll get a peaceful sleep in. We can't help you hit a 6 or score a century. But there are some things we can help you score, like refreshing summer drinks to share with mates, a legendary backyard barbecue setup, cracking promos to keep the esky full, and great value with every shop. Score more this summer with Liquorland, official gold partner of Cricket Australia. Choose to drink wise.
When using a knife in the workplace, safety is critical. Martel provides top quality knives, blades and accessories for safer ways to cut, giving you peace of mind knowing your workers are in safe hands. Martel Australia, the safer way to cut. Visit martelaustralia.com.au.
These holidays, the police will be using every tool they have to keep the roads safe for Victorians. But if you decide to speed, how your holiday ends is your choice. A message from the TAC. Drive safely for everyone.
Be the sharpest tool in the shed with a discount on tool insurance from IMAR, the tradies' mate. For over 35 years, IMAR's trusted team have backed tradies with the sharpest... Oh, that really is sharp. The sharpest tool insurance from the trusted team at IMAR. Call 13IMAR today and be the sharpest tool in the shed with your discounted tool cover. That's 134627.
They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR.
52 weekends a year. That's all you've got. 104 days of freedom. 104 days to explore this beautiful country. Go on great adventures and follow wherever the impulse takes you. 2,496 hours of beach, bush, country, off-roading, getaways, holidays and road tripping. Nearly 15,000 minutes of irreplaceable family memories. So don't waste a single minute. Conquer your weekends in the Ford Everest.
a family legacy that began in 1926. 100 years on, Penrite Oil is only getting started. Penrite's Convoy range of heavy-duty engine oils, gear oils and transmission fluids keeps trucks and fleets running efficiently. Convoy protects and extends engine life, keeping you on the road for the long haul. 100 years Aussie-owned and made. Penrite Oil, still driven. If your truck needs an oil change, learn more at penriteoil.com.au/convoy.
Harvey Norman half-yearly clearance. TVs, fridges, vacuums on sale. Higher 433-litre bottom-mount fridge now just $794. Laptops, mobiles, all the latest tech priced to clear. Motorola G55 5G now just $148. That's less than half price. Get 10% off already low prices on selected big brand mattresses and adjustable bases. Plus hot deals on lounges, dining, outdoor and more. Gasmate Quasar 4-burner barbecue just $492. Best brands, best range, best prices. Harvey Norman half-yearly clearance on now. Conditions apply.
Noticing your hair thinning? The Hairy Pill is here to help regrow your hair and your confidence. Get ready to love your hair again with clinical treatment online. Feel empowered knowing you can do something about your hair loss.
I know I can grow on with the Hairy Pill. I can grow on. Hairy Pill.
Grow stronger, healthier hair with the Hairy Pill. Now available in-store at Direct Chemist Outlet.
G'day, Alex Carey here from Goodwee. With the warm weather and sun shining, I reckon there's two things on everyone's mind: cricket and solar power. The new Goodwee ESA battery system is packed with leading performance and safety features. It's a game changer that's perfect for Aussie households and small businesses. Until the end of March, you can get up to $500 off a battery install, on top of the federal rebate, exclusively with Solar Heart. Visit solarheart.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart expertise, the perfect partnership. And Host Plus, find as Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. On SEN Test Cricket.
Last ball of greens over. Root goes after the short ball, got it to ground safely to backward square. Labuschagne can't prevent the boundary on the full dive this time. Rook on strike. Now he does go high into the deep and right over the top. That is a mighty hit over deep backward square and 40 rows back.
Book 72, he's facing green. Randwick end, bowls here, dances at him, gives him the stump, slaps it out through the offside, gets it out to the rope as well.
The Tea Break. Treat yourself this summer with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer, the great Australian brew.
We've taken an early tea break here at the SCG. It's gloomy. In fact, they went off, we think, for bad light, and we do think that rain is coming. However, just looking at the radar, can't be too far away. The rain is now crossing Parramatta, Castle Hill. I'm no Sydney expert, but it doesn't look too promising given that it's not just blue and green and white. There's also red, yellow and black on the weather radar. We'll keep you informed as things unfold. The covers aren't on at the SCG. England are 3 for 211 from 45 overs. Root is 72. Brook is 78. The Aussies would have fancied themselves at 3 for 57. And since then, these two Yorkshiremen and Englishmen have put on 154 at almost 5 runs and over for the 4th wicket. It's the second biggest partnership for either team for the series. Tom Morris and Simon Katich with you. This is the tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Simon Katich is our expert, and he's here for the state of play from TAC. The police are using every tool they have to keep the road safe. Drink driving, wrong choice. How do you assess the state of play, Kat?
Well, I feel like England have got the chance to really put Australia away here, having won the toss. And whilst they found themselves in a spot of bother in that first session, losing those 3 wickets, these two have shown that these conditions have been beautiful for batting. It's an easy-paced track. Australia have had a very one-dimensional bowling lineup by not picking a spinner. And as a result, Steve Smith had to resort really early to going to short ball tactics to try and buy a wicket with Harry Brook, and it didn't work. There was a couple of times they got close to opening up an end, but ultimately Brook and Root have got through that period and they've scored at will.
It might be confirmation bias, so tell me if it is, but it feels like Australia has two game plans. One is to bowl as they normally do, line and length, and try to nick the batters off. And the second is the short ball tactic. And for the Australian side of things, for Australian made by Australians, support Australians, Steve Smith's the most creative, inventive captain ever, but there's only so much you can do.
Yeah, and there's only so much you can do with this type of attack, because when you look at the balance of the attack, you don't really want Scott Boland running in bowling short balls, because that's not really his strength. And he's looked threatening when he's hit a length. Neese has probably not really got the pace to do that. Particularly against someone like Brook, who is only going to get tested from extreme pace. So then it leaves the job to be done by either Stark or Green. And Stark did it, Green did it, but Green probably didn't, have the confidence or the control to be able to do it consistently, and he got planted into the stands for a massive 6 from Brook. So that's the challenge, is to do it for any length of time. You have to be fit and have to be able to execute the plan accordingly.
It's not really what Mitchell Stark's in the team to do either, especially in a 5th test of a series. He's a strike weapon. That should be someone else.
Yeah, and look, Australia went to it pretty early, because I think Steve Smith sensed not much is happening here off a good length, and that's where it is an advantage. England won the toss. They're making the most of it, and generally today the errors have been from the batters themselves. They've got themselves out rather through the wicket doing anything. I know there's been a lot of talk about the wickets around the country, but this wicket's played perfectly from a batting perspective.
Yeah, it seems like a good toss to win for Ben Stokes earlier today. Ben Duckett was the first wicket to fall with a score on 35. He was caught behind off the bowling of Mitchell Stark for 27 from 24 balls. His rotten summer continues. He's yet to pass 34. Zach Crawley was next. He was dismissed for 16, and then Jacob Bethel caught behind from Scott Boland for 10. And now Joe Root and Harry Brook are probably, it's fair to say, the player of the day contenders, thanks to RWC, Ray White's commercial property specialist. I feel like we've been waiting all summer for this sort of partnership to unfold, and it's finally come to fruition in the 5th test.
It has, but they've still got plenty of work to do, because just prior to that break, when the clouds were building up and the light was deteriorating, it just felt like if Australia got a wicket, they could go and get a couple of quick ones, because the conditions definitely changed. Wasn't as bright, and you can never trust that the incoming batsman's going to handle it as well as the set batsman. So Australia weren't far away from creating that opportunity, but England have got through the tea break now and can hopefully, from their perspective, go big in this first innings, because if they do, they'll set this test up and then can control the rest of it.
Joe Root, summer's crept up on us a little bit. I know he made that 100 at the Gabba. This is his second 50, but and he's made 2 ducks, but he's the second highest run scorer for the series. It probably speaks more to the lack of runs from other players. But he is averaging 42, and he's dug in today for before you dig, which has been impressive.
Well, I think the thing about great players like Joe Root is that they identify when things are in their favour, and I reckon he got away with a wafty shot early on. Could have easily been walking back to the pavilion, missed it, nearly nicked it. He's still out there, and I think he realises and senses that this is a great opportunity for not only 100, which were rare for him prior to Brisbane in his experience here in Australia, but also to go big.
He's 72 from 103, Brooks 78 from 92. Before every job, search before you dig, online every time. Kat, I posted a photo in our message group a couple of days ago, because I saw it, I think, on the Cricket Australia Instagram, and it was you presenting Usman Khawaja with his what do you call it, a baggy green, I guess? Yeah, a baggy green at Randwick Petisham.
Yeah.
And then you also presented the baggy blue to him at New South Wales. So take us back to the first time you saw Usman Khawaja and met him presumably as a teenager.
Yes, I played with him from time, I think he was 17 years of age at the time. And then not long after that, he had a couple of really good seasons for us at Randwick Petisham. He used to open the batting. And in we had a pretty experienced team at that point in time.
Who else was in that team?
This was in the early sort of 2000s, so it would have been around 2002, 2003. Richard Cheekwe, who played for New South Wales and was a very good player, he was in that team. We also had that played state cricket not long after. Guys like Nathan Horrocks played at the club. Matthew Mott came down from Queensland and then Victoria to come and play in Sydney, but then also coach New South Wales. And he ended up being the coach of New South Wales when Uzi debuted in 2007, 2008. So I think it was early 2008. We played WA here at the SCG. And Uzi debuted, I think, against Victoria maybe the game before. And then a game later, Steve Smith debuted. Oh. So in that season, those two debuted, plus Phil Hughes. So we had all these young kids playing around some experienced guys like myself and Stewie Clark and Matty Nicholson and these guys. But what stood out about Uzi back then was, one, his temperament. He opened the batting for us in club cricket, and He would dig in and bat long periods of time. So we always knew he had that. He had patience. He was very wristy, so he was always scoring his runs sort of square of the wicket and just waiting for bowlers to bowl to him. So that was the one thing throughout his career we always talked about was, and I used to say to him, mate, why aren't you opening? Why aren't you trying to open this batting for Australia? And then eventually it happened by chance when he went to the UAE, did really well in that series against Pakistan, neutral venue, and then obviously in this last renaissance of his career has opened and done very, very well in that position. So he was always a natural opener in my opinion, but the opportunities for Australia were generally around 3 or wherever he was batting in the order.
Did you think he was going to make it at that time when you first met him in club cricket?
Oh, look, you never know, and it's hard to say, but I always felt he was going to be a big chance to play definitely state cricket, and then from there, who knows, because Australian cricket back in that stage, there was so many good batters around, and it was a hard team to break into, so you're never 100% sure, but I always knew that with the character and skill of him and temperament, that he had a very good chance of going further.
What a golden generation of New South Wales cricketers it was. Smith, Khawaja, Warner, and then
Hughes before that. Hughes was the first to debut out of all those boys, and he got 100 here in a Shield final against Victoria. And then probably about a year or two later, that's when Cummins, Hazelwood and Stark debuted.
It's unbelievable.
We were always prepared to play. Our opinion, and my opinion as captain was, if these young kids are good enough, we'll pick them and they would come into the team, and we didn't expect them to be, superstars straight away. But if they could play a role in the role we gave them and work in around the rest of the group, and they did, they were all brilliant, and they had a big impact on our group because it gave the older players a big boost, that energy around and that, youthful enthusiasm. Steve Smith debuted here and he walked straight into second slip. That's how good he was catching.
Yeah, right.
And that was unheard of back then. You normally made the young guys earn their keep at short leg, but he was that good that we were like, no, if he's good enough in there, we'll get him in, and gave him the opportunity. So that was the mentality, and those young blokes didn't let us down.
None of them had let Australian cricket down, really. Phil Hughes, easy to say now, but I think he would have played 80, 90, 100 test matches. He just made hundreds all over the place.
Comfortably. And that's the great, tragedy of what happened here at the SCG. Hughesy, I think, would have definitely been back in the Australian colours, and he would have been better third time round when he got back in.
Yeah, it's a really good point. And Usman Khawaja's career has been one of ups and downs, and you've played with him and you've seen it unfold. One thing we said this morning on the new ball, he's made test hundreds in Sri Lanka, UAE, Pakistan, India, England, New Zealand, Australia. To have that versatility speaks to his talent, but also he's got a bit of the Mark War about him. Just because he looks laconic doesn't mean he doesn't care. And I think that's probably affected him over the years.
It definitely affected him, and I think that has been a tag that he's definitely taken to heart, and it hurt him. And rightly so, because you never want to be tagged that way. I think the thing that stands out, and not only the resilience to come back bigger and better every time, but he also had the tag of not playing spin that well at times.
Was that fair or unfair?
Well, unfair, because you can go to India and struggle in a series. That's happened to some of the greats of Australian cricket. So, there's been series in our era where great Ricky Ponting had troubles against Harbhajan early in his career there. So, that can happen in your test career. It doesn't always go to plan, and one bad series can then lead to getting better in a certain part of the world, and that's certainly what happened with Uzi. He came back better for it, and then the way you see him play spin, particularly at the back end of his career, it was a masterclass in playing reverses and lap sweeps and slog sweeps and everything. So he's adapted his game beautifully over a long period of time.
And he got better at the age of 34 and 35, which not many players do as well.
And that is the hard thing, is to have played test cricket at an age he has, and to do probably better than he did first time around, or first 5 or 6 times around. That speaks volume for the improvement and development in the game. And I guess from his perspective, the tricky part has been this last 12 months, particularly opening the batting. It's not an easy place to open at that stage of your career.
We're talking to Simon Katich, his former club teammate of Usman Khawaja, a state teammate, and also for Australia as well. You played for Australia with him? Not quite.
No.
Just missed that.
Yeah.
The Hesham covers are on here at the SCG. The big covers are off. We're waiting for the rain to come. It is an early tea break. England are 3 for 211. The other one with Khawaja that I've always found really interesting is that he hasn't been afraid to be outspoken and express his views on issues that traditionally athletes and sports people will shirk. and that's part of his legacy as well. How do you think he will be viewed as an Australian cricket person and a trailblazer after this Test match when he retires?
Oh, look, there's no doubt that there'll be a huge amount of respect shown for that being forthright and having the opinions around a lot of these, sometimes, or in the past, probably taboo topics.
Yep.
You know, when it comes to issues like racism and some of the political things that are going on around the world, you know, he has been keen to speak up on these matters, and that's credit to him for having that character. I think, you know, moving forward, it'll be interesting to see what he wants to do post-cricket, given that he is, you know, he's got his foundation set up for kids trying to assimilate to the country that have moved here from overseas and trying to fit into the Australian culture. So I know they've done a lot of great work with his foundation in the community there, and using cricket as that vehicle. But I think, yeah, in terms of being outspoken, that's just, I guess, in his nature that he wants to speak his mind, and he's free to do that.
Yep. So 30 more runs, he'll go past Michael Hussey for Test career runs. So he's not going to get to Don Bradman, who's 700 runs away, but he's already gone past Adam Gilchrist. As a cricketer, what do you think his legacy will be? Where does he fit among the pantheon of great to very good to excellent Test cricketers that Australia's produced?
Oh, look, he'll be in that very good category, because when you look at his numbers opening to batting, they've been superb. I mean, you know, it's about the top of the order, particularly at this late stage of his career. Not easy to do, and particularly against some of the quality bowlers we've seen, you know, particularly last year with copping Bumrah for a series.
What did he say? He got Bumrah.
He Bumrah, yeah, and most do. And then I guess in terms of the other thing that stands out is the resilience, and also the fact that, you know, not everything's gone his way in his career, but he's kept hanging in there. So it's a great lesson for young kids out there, but also, more importantly, kids from that multicultural Asian background that, you know, potentially have found cricket to not be maybe as inclusive as it needed to be. And I think that's something that the game is certainly trying to change, from both the male and female perspective. And hopefully that's, and he said it publicly, hopefully, you know, the next Usman Khawaja from that background of whether it's from Pakistan or Sri Lanka or Bangladeshi background or Indian background, has a chance to play for Australia.
And sees him as a role model along that journey. So we always talk about with Khawaja, you can split his career into two parts, first 44 tests and the next 44 tests. But I think you can actually split it into three. So 2011 to 2017, 24 test matches. He was dropped 6 times in his first 24 test matches. That's just incredible. That's a revolving door. Yeah. And he was averaging 45. Yeah. Dropped 6 times and he averaged 45 at the time with 500s. How did that play out at the time?
Well, it was frustrating, and I know we've discussed things over the years, and there's no doubt a lot of us that have known him and supported his career have felt disappointed that was the treatment he got. And I think after the 2019 Ashes in particular, from my perspective, that was the one that really stood out as being, you know, a bitter pill to swallow, because it felt like he was the easy target to be dropped, and yet others struggled worse than he did. So, and this is, I guess, half the battle is trying to put that away and not let it eat away at you to then affect your next opportunity. And that's, I guess, that's the thing I speak about with the resilience is, you know, he deserves a lot of credit for being able to let that go. And I think this regime has suited him at the end, and that's credit to, you know, Andrew McDonald and Pat Cummins as captain, is they've allowed him to be himself. And he's thrived, as have a number of these players in this last sort of 4 or 5 year period. And I think that's credit to the management for identifying that all these guys have got totally different personalities and characters, and what makes them tick is different. So he's thrived in this environment.
And it was also good to hear him give credit to Justin Langer a couple of days ago as well. In particular, the way he plays spin in the subcontinent. Langer gave him that freedom to say, go and do it. You can do it in those conditions. There's no doubt they clashed because they're very different. And you saw it in the Amazon Test documentary when they did clash. But it was nice that he gave him some credit for that development in his game. So the first act, 2011 to 2017, averaged 45 across 24 tests, dropped 6 times. Then 2017 to 2019, that's the one you speak of. 20 tests, played in a row, averaged 35 with 300s. End of 2019 Ashes, gets dropped. Doesn't come back until January 2022, this corresponding test on the last Ashes tour. The only reason he plays is because Travis Head gets COVID while Scott Boland's taking 6 for 7 at the MCG. So Marcus Harris keeps his spot for the SCG. Khawaja plays at the SCG. Head's available for Hobart. Harris doesn't make hundreds. Khawaja goes back-to-back. That's the end of Marcus Harris's career, and Khawaja goes on this golden run for 2 or 3 years as a mid to late 30s opening batter. It's absolutely remarkable.
It is, and I think the way that he played in those 2 innings here, having been there for it, was, he played spin better than anyone you'd seen. He was just masterful. So, I think he's treated that as a bonus, and that has showed in the way he's played. He's had a lot more freedom in this last part of his career because it wasn't expected to happen. He'd pretty much given up hope that he was going to get back in the Australian Test team, and then when it happened like that, you start to think, is it fate? And he then made the most of that, and the rest is history. So, he should be very proud of making the most of that last opportunity.
Well spoken, Kat. Really enjoyed that. A first-hand account of what it's been like to watch Uzman Khawaja across his 15-year international career, and longer than that, probably 20 to 25 years since he debuted in that club game when you presented him the cap. Really good stuff. Gerard Whateley is going to be joined with Bharat Sundaresan here from the SCG. After the break, it's still tea. The Hesham covers are on. The big covers just waiting on standby. England are 3 for 211. This has been the tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Stay with us at the SCG because Gerard and Baz aren't far away.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Goodwee batteries and solar hard expertise. The perfect partnership. And Host Plus. Finder's Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me?
No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton.
Nah, it'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You've got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel.
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
Exit signs. You probably don't notice them unless you're in an emergency. Now you'll start to see them everywhere. Smarterlight environmental exit signs are made tough, just like the Aussie cricket team. They reduce energy and maintenance costs, cutting carbon emissions for 16 to 30 years, potentially saving business billions, and even better, no batteries are required. They're also NCC compliant and have been since 2014. So don't get ripped off like a streaker's pants. Smarterlight environmental exit signs. Buy smart, stay safe. Visit smarterlight.com.
These holidays, the police will be using every tool they have to keep the roads safe for Victorians. But if you decide to drink, then drive, how your holiday ends is your choice. A message from the TAC, drive safely for everyone.
Real cricket fans watch a test match for 5 days straight. That's sustained performance, just like Host Plus, who have sustained strong long-term returns over 20 years. A top-performing super fund? That's a plus.
Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Host Plus balanced My Super investment option based on super ratings data as at September 2025. Consider the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
In this new era of ChatGPT and AI, the tradies of Melbourne have spoken. Us blokes want the real robot.
Robots got it.
Carpentry, fencing, engineering projects and DIY. Robot building supplies can help you get the job done.
Robots got it.
The original robot since 1946. Find us in Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. We're robot, but we're human. Robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
The Penrite Convoy range offers comprehensive solutions for your earth-moving and heavy machinery. Dozer, excavators, dump trucks, graders. Penrite maximises performance and prolongs machine life. 100 years, Aussie-owned and made right here in Australia. Penrite Oil, 100 years, still driven. If your machinery, truck or vehicle needs an oil change, learn more at penriteoil.com.au/convoy.
Big call today, Skipper. You declared early.
Yeah, had to. Saw the thinning up top and knew I had to act.
How did you fix it?
The team at Grow implanted my own hair into the thinning areas in one session, and now it grows naturally.
I gotta say, strong comeback for the hairline.
No need for a third umpire on this one.
With over 40 million hairs transplanted in the last decade, Grow helps you declare on thinning hair before it's too late. Search Grow Clinics now. That's GRO Clinics.
Ring-a-ding-ding! Summer holidays mean summer barbecues, and only Tasman Butcher's gourmet burgers and sausages turn your barbecue or get-together into an award-winning occasion. Their award-winning snags and burgers are gluten-free, crafted without artificial flavours or colours, and packed with great taste. You'll find award-winning flavours of Tasman gourmet sausages 6-pack for $9.99 and Tuscan-style beef burgers 4-pack for $6.99 every day. Let the meat specialists at Tasman Butchers make your summer entertaining easy. Fresh, local, delicious.
Spec-Rite Merbau decking comes pre-oiled, which means it's already primed and ready for installation, saving you time, improving stability and protecting the timber from moisture and UV. For a great finish on your deck, start with Spec-Rite pre-oiled Merbau decking, available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. And Host Plus, find as Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. The Liquorland last session. Score more this summer with Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
It is the recurring summer nightmare. They're off in Sydney. We always go off a bad light first. The clarification, play was suspended at 2:55 p.m. due to bad light. Tee was taken immediately. Resumption for session 3 has not been possible due to bad light. Umpires will monitor conditions and provide a resumption time when possible. And now we're waiting for the Storms to hit. No sport is more addicted to not playing than cricket. And we have our annual exercise in Sydney of high, fast and disappointment as there's a massive crowd in today, and they've been shortchanged, and the likelihood is there'll now not be another ball bowled today. The weather update for Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. The Storms are coming all right, but they haven't hit yet. This is all preemptive. Thanks to Liquorland, your sporting club could score more this summer. Nominate your local sporting club for the chance to win your club a $500 voucher. Head to SEN Win to enter. T's and C's apply. Bharat, Sundaresan, welcome.
Well, thank you, Gerard. Like you said, it's a familiar scene here. And the fact that we expect and almost prepare for these kinds of days here in Sydney, especially on day one, where there won't be play, or there will be these periods where we'll be waiting for rain or waiting for the rain to come and then go, and then for the outfield to dry up and all of that. I think there's a bit of sick charm to it.
This is going to be the summer of not watching cricket. All the people who missed out, the sold-out crowd for day 3 in Perth, and those who are coming on day 4, the 90,000 who were denied cricket on day 3 at the MCG, and the 65,000 who would have been there on day 4. And now this huge crowd in Sydney treated to the high fast of watching the ground staff prepare for rain while the players are taken off when play was still plainly possible.
Our sport just becomes more and more difficult to explain to those who don't understand it already. Gerard, try explaining this when the lights are on, because it's dark, but the rain isn't here. It isn't here yet. So why aren't you playing? No, but we can't play because the rain will come in an hour from now, and it's not the right kind of ball. We use a different colored ball when it's under lights. It's a bizarre sport to start with, but then with all of this and earlier in the series we dealt with SNCO and technology, which again is something which we don't understand. I thought about it yesterday, Gerard. England finished their net session, the final net session, pre-match net session of the tour. Saw Stokes and Key and McCullum leave together. And I thought about the first net session I saw in Perth. It was Australia having a full-fledged session. Pat Cummins bowled the house down. That was 4-5 days before the start of the first test, so November 16th. And in cricketing terms, it's a long time ago. A lot of net sessions, a lot of building up test matches, and then breaking down finishes or quick finishes. And then when you put it into perspective that we've seen 13 days of cricket, or 13 days when we've come for the cricket, of which Tom said a stat this morning, we've had only 10 days of 90 overs each, if you want to break it down. 10 out of 20 playing days possible. And we come to Sydney, and here we are talking about, 3 for 200 or 3 for 211 that England have made. And what have we learned about either of these teams? Or what have we learned about Australia that we didn't know before the series began? What we've learned about England is they weren't good enough in the first 3 tests, and like most teams are kind of coming into their own now, and it doesn't matter. So yeah, all that hype, all that build up that we're all guilty of providing. I mean, we were doing our jobs in a way, but it's all come to this. This is a bit of about this home summer, isn't it?
Yes. Unless we get a raging classic at the end here, which doesn't redeem anything, but it would add the most satisfying chapter to it. I think it is going to be a summer that we look back on with significant disappointment for what didn't happen. And what has happened today is England won the toss and batted in that 3 for 211. This was a good toss to win, and Joe Root and Harry Brook have made it so. Brook is now powered past Root. He's 78 and Root is 72. They have pretty well done as they've pleased. And I think the biggest topic of the day is going to be from the selection that was made at the start and the attack that it has left Australia with. So they went with 3 seamers and the 2 all-rounders, and they didn't play the spinner. And while it is only day one, you could have seen the 8 overs that the spinner would have bowled already. Now, maybe to no effect, as that's what we will never know. And also, I think it's pretty clear that Steve Smith would have been hugely reluctant to bowl the spinner, even if the spinner had been foisted upon him. But that choice and the premature judgments are going to be made, because I suspect that's it for day one. And just the sameness of the Australian attack and the lack of penetration in Cam Green, who is you figure that the decision was made to save him. I think selection integrity probably demanded that you switch Webster and Green for the lack of what Green had done across the summer, and that Webster's lined up there ready to go. So while I think some might frame it as they chose Webster instead of Murphy, I think they chose to retain Green rather than bite the bullet and have Murphy play.
Yeah, exactly right. I think on paper, you're right. It came down to, it looked like even yesterday it was between Webster and Murphy, but yesterday when Cam Green was not feeling in the gully, that is more to do with his thumb injury and tossing balls at the fielding coach. I did wonder, or maybe 2 days back, that's not what generally you see from someone who's going to play the game. And then he went and batted and bowled like he does generally. But yeah, we spoke about him before the start of the summer, that it's about time he had a strong summer with bat in particular, and then contributes with the ball, whatever he contributes with the ball. And to have gone from, having started the first test at number 6, and even then, Gerard, you remember initially there was all this talk of, how do you move him out of the top 4? He has to be in the long term, in our top 4 going forward. And I remember you and me talking maybe a month or 2 months out from the test, and we said, no, I think the only way I can see him play is 6, because we weren't sure about how much he's going to contribute to the ball. And then he went to 5, and then he's dropped to 7. The runs haven't come. The wickets haven't come. And like you said, it's the lack of penetration. There was some pressure on Root and Brook before the lunch break. I thought Nisa had bowled well, Boland had bowled well. And then it was just released by Cam Green in that short spell where he couldn't hold his length, like Stuart Broad said. And then he's been brought back and he's leaked even more runs. The short ball ploy hasn't worked. So if you look at the fact that he's played all 5 tests as the premier all-rounder, he has barely contributed with the bat. And I think his bowling's been worse than what he's done with the bat. I mean, yes, he's got that crucial wicket of Harry Brook. He got Ollie Pope out in his first over in Perth. But apart from that, I think he got Atkinson out late in the day. Those are his 3 wickets. So it's been one of the more disappointing returns for an all-rounder we've seen in a long time. In Australia, he might now go on and make runs when he gets his chance. He has to. Otherwise, I don't know how he keeps his place in the side whenever they pick the next side, whatever he does from this point on.
I think that, so incidentally, the rain has now started to fall. There's some lightning and some thunder as well. So it's like there's this vigil. Everybody gathered in the middle for 45 minutes waiting for it to rain. And now it's like, our work is done. We can all leave while it rains.
Yes.
And shelter has been sought by fans. I feel like, so it would have been the right decision to drop Green, and it would have been a big decision, because then how do you put him back in August? And then so that we know the sequence of events. So it was a big decision to drop him, and then how do you... But we have to have now lived through the phase. He can't be picked anymore on the, we think he's going to become this player. Is the only way to maintain his place with any credibility now, that he's dropped to 7, is on performance. And so he's got, like, he lives this double life, doesn't he? He's got BBL and Shield cricket. He's got IPL as the richest international player ever bought at auction. And then I think there's the hope of maybe a bit of county cricket ahead of August. So this Australian team has its various problems, like annoying problems. Marnus is an annoying problem. The biggest issue it's got is that Green just stubbornly refuses to bloom. Doesn't mean not to bloom. It's not blooming into the player that they need him to be.
So the last time they dropped him from a team, Gerard, was for Mitch Marsh. You go back to the 2023 Ashes when Mitch Marsh came in at Leeds. And then he had his injury issues. And when he came back, and Steve Smith vacated number 4 for him, and they said, this is it. This is where we've always wanted him. He's finally got his opportunity. And when he made that 100 at Wellington, I think in the selectors' heads, he's almost become undroppable after that, because they keep leaning back on that one innings and saying, hey, but remember, we were right. Number 4 was his position. He made that famous 100 where other batters struggled. And from that point, obviously, he got injured and he missed an entire year. But since he's come back after that, they've just not... and others have been moved around to fit him in. Right? I mean, they said when he came back that he is the long-term number 3, so Marnus was pushed to open, and Marnus deserved to be dropped at that point regardless, and then got the chance to open. That was a lifeline, and he didn't make the most of it. That's a different story. But, yeah, I mean, he looked okay in the Caribbean batting when he wasn't bowling, when he was a pure batter. But, yeah, I mean, looking okay in difficult conditions and making a 50, you took something out of it, but that's why I keep going back to this had to be the summer where we had to see the best of Cam Green. This is his 37th test match. It's a lot of tests. We make fun of some of these English players and say like, oh, look at like how many test matches Pope has played or Crawley has played, or okay, he's not played 60 test matches yet, but from an Australian angle, we're not used to it, I guess, to see someone get such a long rope and just not perform with either bat or ball.
And the apprenticeship, the work that was poured into him, is you very rarely see this. I think the right comparison piece was Steve Waugh in the early phase of his career. Australia invested and then doubled down and over because of the player that he was going to become, and that's just not happening at the moment. And when he does go back to Shield level, he looks like he's going to succeed, but it's only he can answer that now, and they have unbalanced teams consistently for his presence, and they have unbalanced this team. It's a weird team on paper.
It's a 3-man attack, Gerard.
Yeah. 2 all-rounders never works.
No.
Not when they're playing as all-rounders. So I want to differentiate. The previous time they had Green batting at 3. So he wasn't an all-rounder in that setup. But 7 and 8, and then you've got Stark, who's in good form with the bat at 10, which is ridiculous. And that brings us to the no spinner. And I think the national sense of unrest around that, and it has to be owned by all levels. It clearly has to be owned by ground staff, and then the way that it's interpreted. Steve Smith has a very firm belief in the conditions that you can't bowl a spinner in. He gave voice to that, and he feels like he's trapped in that at the moment. The selectors as to whether this is a series that's won. So we accept there are no dead rubbers, but this was a free test to find out in circumstances that don't suit a spinner, can Todd Murphy actually offer something? So Nathan Lyon would have played this test.
Yeah.
We would imagine. I don't think they would have dropped him in Sydney.
Oh, yeah, that would have been a big call. But Steve Smith said it in Melbourne that that was a different kind of pitch, 10 mm. But he did say that the discussions would have been the same if Nathan Lyon was around. The fact that they left him out of the Gabba test, it would have been a huge call, even bigger call if they'd let Nathan Lyon out. But you're right, he would have played, and whatever happens with Nathan Lyon's career from this point on, Gerard, he has only one more home summer left. Let's face it, he's spoken a lot about going to England and India. Now, whether he gets to those series next year or not, we'll have to wait and see. But he'll get 2027 against New Zealand, and maybe that's SCG test if he continues. But we are not too far from that point where Nathan Lyon will be done. And you'll need someone to play as a regular spinner, unless these are the kind of pitches we're going to get, and whether it's Steve Smith or Pat Cummins or whoever is the captain going forward just decides that, no, we can't play spinners here anymore. And we might end up in that same spot which Australian cricket did after Shane Warne's retirement, where you go for a long period without finding a successor because nobody's really been given the confidence to be that guy. And I think that's what happened after Shane Warne as well.
So it is a shame, and it doesn't help answer any of the questions as to the long-term spinner on home soil. Sort of have a rough idea what it will look like in India, but is Australia going to go to South Africa and refuse to play a spinner? It's a vote of no confidence for all of them who are doing the craft at the moment, and the trickle-down effect is significant. Is if you're not a youngster, but if you're somewhere in the system as a burgeoning teenager, is your craft really spin in the way that these things are going? It's a peculiar place to get to, and as I said, it's a confluence of responsibilities here. This is not just one selection panel or one captain. This has been a progressive problem, and it very specifically relates to the way grounds have been prepared. So last week's conversation spins into this week's conversation. And go, where does it leave Australia's spinners?
If you're Corey Rocchichelli, you're thinking, wait, I've been the most successful spinner in the Shield over the last 2.5 seasons. But then Todd Murphy gets picked ahead of me, which is fine. He's played 7 tests already. He's younger than me, but then he doesn't get picked. So, if you are him, or if you're one of the other younger spinners, like you said, who are coming through the ranks, you're wondering, what is my future here? I mean, already the path is long because there is still Nathan Lyon in the way. But even if once he goes, because Nathan Lyon himself is, we're talking about an Ashes series where Nathan Lyon's contribution were those 3 wickets, very crucial wickets late in the Adelaide Test. That's the only spin contribution we've really seen. Right, Gerard? Perth, he barely bowled, and then he didn't play Gabba, and they've gone into Melbourne and Sydney without a spinner. And I keep saying it, if next year when we are here and New Zealand are here, which would be like 2 weeks away from the first test in India, wherever that test is, if 2 spinners aren't playing, if Kuhnemann isn't playing, and whether it's Lyon or someone else, then, I don't think that's the greatest preparation for India. And yes, I mean, you can just rely on Kuhnemann for what he's done in Sri Lanka. So it would be almost 2 years since he has played a test match last. And, the test match memory it's different. I'm sure it's different the way it works. So, they're taking a huge, it feels like a huge gamble here. And I wonder how future captains will think. I mean, Pat Cummins, and the only game he played, Nathan Lyon played alongside him, but that Adelaide Oval pitch needed a spinner. So it's a debate that'll rage on, which kind of adds to the oddness of this home summer. I mean, like we were here, all of us here, I mean, in all the broadcast rooms here and even around Australia, people, just cricket fans, were expecting this to be a humdinger of a series where it'll go both ways. And we've seen some exciting cricket here and there, but overall, it's just been weird. Like, we've not really made, are England that bad? You see them bat today and you're going, actually, you had that England and you didn't show us when it mattered. And are Australia that good? You look at this bowling attack and you're going, there's no Hazelwood. Cummins played 1 test. Lyon played mostly 1 test. The batting looks all over the place. We're talking about Cam Green. Generally, you get to this point of an Ashes series where Australia won, Gerard, and you're singing songs about a Mitchell Johnson, or last time around, about Travis Head and Scott Boland and Pat Cummins and everybody else. It just feels like nobody's really... I know Mitch Starc had that great start to the series and he still continues to take wickets, but it just feels like this summer belongs to nobody.
Yes. So Australia won, which I think the most meritorious aspect of it all will end up being, in these circumstances, Australia won. And then, so the Ashes is never about, I don't think, setting up for the future. Yeah. It's always about winning the Ashes. But this has done nothing to reveal the future. Never mind to set the future up, but just to reveal the future. I suspect in different circumstances, if Khawaja had retired previously, or if Inglis had made more runs than Khawaja in Adelaide, and he wouldn't have got his place back, then I wonder if this test match might have been used to bring in one of the newbies at 5 to give Callaway a look, or to reintegrate Matt Renshaw while he's at the peak of his form. But Australia has honoured what has happened. It's gone with Neser ahead of Richardson because Neser has out-bowled Richardson, even though Australia desperately needs to see more of Richardson in Test cricket. It hasn't played a spinner when it might have been helpful to figure that out. It hasn't brought anything back into the batting unit, anything new into the batting unit. And so when you cast your eyes forward, is the top end will be a little bit peculiar in August. But to try to hazard a guess as to what the top 7 will look like in the first test in South Africa, which is going to be such a big series. They're the World Test champions, having beaten Australia in the final. It's Australia's first time back there in 8 years, and they'll go back through the scene of the crime. And really, you've got Head will be in that team. I personally wouldn't be opening with Head in South Africa, but who's to say? Smith will be in that team, and Carey will be in that team. But the other 4 batting places are wildly up for grabs, and uncomfortably up for grabs.
And it could well be the same guys who we've seen here, or it could be 4 completely different players who we've either seen before, like a Renshaw, or Constas comes back, or anyone else. Or if anything, it adds more value to the second round of Shield games which are coming up. I mean, we were really excited, and you said it's probably the most important round of Shield games we've seen in a long, long time. And the lead up to the Ashes, I think the second half could be even more important because nobody's really grabbed it so far. I mean, Jake Weatherall might come and make a double 100 tomorrow, then fine. Or Manis, I always feel that he's going to make runs. Gerard, but we'll see. This time I've not stuck my neck out. He has been working with something on something with Andrew McDonald, and I think it might come good. But you're right. I mean, there's no... Or even, let's fast forward to 2027, the first test in Edgbaston, the Ashes. Could it be a similar lineup to this? It could very well be, if we still keep picking on potential. Or it could be a completely different lineup where, who knows what Steve Smith's future is. And even with South Africa, I've given it a lot of thought, Gerard. It'll be, and this we digress into something else, but Steve Smith, that'll be such an important tour for him as a human being to put himself through. It's not going to be easy, especially if, say, Pat Cummins breaks down and he has to captain an Australian team in South Africa after all those years. It's going to be quite the tour for him. Doesn't have his allies Warner and Khawaja with him either. So yeah, there's a lot of, so he'll be playing with, not under that cloud, but he'll be playing with that in the background as well. So you'll need someone else to really put their hand up. And I remember Andrew McDonald saying this after the World Test Championship final about who are you going to build the next generation of Australia's test batters around. Is it Manis? Is it Travis Head? Or is it Cameron Green? Like we don't know. I mean, Travis Head is Travis Head. He's done his bit. He's got the 2 big 100s and in between not really done much. That's just a very classic Travis Head thing. And even with that, like, is he your long-term opener? You just have so many more questions, which you rarely do coming out of an Ashes series, which Australia won.
So it does, like, the long-term question is, when will Australia have its next settled 11, as opposed to this is a makeshift team, and I think they've done a supremely good job with the makeshift pieces and the adversity that has been stared down. But once players are of a certain vintage, his continuity is going to be difficult for them. Even if Hazelwood gets back for a little bit, it won't be for a... When and where will Australia have its next settled 11? And if it's not in the next couple of years, and it doesn't look like it can be, they're going to have all these high-end assignments with a makeshift team. And I think about South Africa in October, followed by India in January, February. They're different top sevens for me. They're not, in this setup, they're not going to be the same 11, but who on earth is it going to be, and how will they use the Australian summer in the middle to try to sort it out?
And India is followed by England pretty much soon after. Don't forget, we come back for the SCG test, but I think the Ashes start in June, if I'm not mistaken, in 2027, as they do these days. So you have South Africa, different conditions, India, different conditions, and England, different conditions, all in the space of 10 months. That 3 huge away series, which is when you want a big bench of players who either got a taste of Test cricket, or you think are ready for Test cricket, or who are at least settled in the team, who have cemented their spots. And if you can count the number of players who have cemented their spot in the side on one hand, it is a bit concerning, don't you think?
Yes, yeah.
And so I spoke about Nathan Lyon and next summer potentially being his last. I can't see Mitchell Starc playing against Pakistan and Sri Lanka in late 2027, because he said he'll play India. He wants to play the World Cup in South Africa, but he goes around for another summer? I can't see that happening. So, and these things happen the cricket calendar is very different to our regular calendar. The series come by very, very quickly. We'll be in India before you know it, and you have to be there for all 5 tests this time. I'll hold you to it, but it's it's a weird phase in Australian cricket where they should be in transition. In a way, they are in transition, but we're not getting any answers. So that's the weird phase it is in. Look, I wasn't here during the 2010-11 period, Gerard. I almost want to guess that's how it was. I mean, you had Ponting, you had Clark, you had Hussey still sort of around, but then everything else was in flux, wasn't it?
So the risk is, and sometimes you're just hostage to the players that you've got. And listening to Kat talk about Philip Hughes before and Will Pucovski, is that the generational talents who might have planted for 8 to 10 years, you didn't get to replenish. So, and when Australia is at its most vulnerable is when it has these makeshift teams with players who just aren't quite going to have those careers. So they last for 15 to 20 tests, and you lose series along the way. So at a time when India would appear to be incredibly vulnerable at home, even though they'll rise to it. And then you've got England, who will be more seasoned, as all the young players who have come here, or the younger players than Australia, will be more seasoned for this battle, and they'll go back into the conditions that suit them. It's my personal view. It's actually why they won't end the Bazball reign, because they won't. They've got 18 months where they'll go, we'll beat this Australian team in England. So let's build on what we've got rather than cause upheaval. And then there's 2.5 years after that to work out what to do next time you come to Australia and don't make the same mistakes. But if they cause upheaval, as they won't be settled by the time this Ashes series comes around. And with not being able to nail down more than 5 places in the Australian team, and England will go, we've probably got 9 who'll be there for it. I don't think you would. I think you'd play the longer game here and go, yep, disappointed. And 3-2 would help.
Oh, yes.
It would help big time. But I do think the calmer heads, rather than retribution for you muck this up, it'll be more refined. We're going with this, but there's a few lessons that we all have to sit down and agree to learn from it. And we will beat this Australian team handsomely in 2027 if we hold the course. I think that's the strategic decision that they'll make.
I think so. I completely agree. If Bazball, or whatever you want to call it, Brendan McCullum's reign, which does go on till that 2027 Ashes, if it finishes with the Ashes back in England's hands after when was the last time? 2015 is when they won it. So 17-18 they lost it. So after what would be 10 years, if England can win back the Ashes, yes, I mean, they'll look back at the series and go, we had a great chance, we didn't do it. But if Bazball ends with the Ashes on, like, it's finished the story, Gerard. Like, if they win with that title or that urn, holding the urn at the Oval in 18 months or 19 months from now, then I think it was all still worth it, because he still beat Australia, which many of those other English teams couldn't do home or away. They've already done something that no England team was able to do here by winning a test. And just speaking to a couple of English journals or just media people at the back, I think, you know what, our colleague Stuart Broad was right. I mean, he didn't know about all these injuries that would happen in Australia, but this has been, in my opinion, the most unsettled and the weakest team purely in terms of performance since 2010. And whether this is the strongest England team or not, that will be their biggest disappointment, that we couldn't beat this Australian team, which Stuart Broad told us would be the weakest since 2010-11, but we still couldn't beat them when it mattered anyway.
Yep. And no, they wouldn't have survived 5-0, but the winds have changed, I reckon. The win in Melbourne was important regardless of the circumstances, and then if they are able to prosecute a position here, this was an important toss to win. And if they are able to put proper runs up, then they can make a decision for the future rather than the retribution. Everyone gets sacked because we got it wrong. Anyway, they're singing Sweet Caroline. There's nothing more SCG than Sweet Caroline. And there's lightning. Did you see that? The lightning flash over the Victor Trumper stand. So we've gone 4 o'clock. It's dark as ink. And the storms are coming. They're not here yet. I doubt there's any rain falling at the moment, but I don't think there's much prospect of play, certainly for the next little bit. Bharat, nice chat. We're going to bring Tom in with Damien Fleming. I think Glenn McGrath's going to stop by as well, then Stuart Broad and Colo. So we've got a lot lined up for you in this delay in Sydney. SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. When bad lights stop play at 2:55, England was 3 for 211 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Half-yearly clearance on now. Shop unbeatable deals on TVs, fridges, furniture, bedding, laptops, mobiles and more. Go Harvey Norman and unlock the impossible in Point Cook. Secure your Henley House and land package today.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. So look for the Australian made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
It's time to stop paying your suppliers and pay.com.au it instead. You'll unlock rewards, improve cash flow and simplify your business payments. So pay.com.au it and start earning rewards today.
Trusted, knowledgeable industry leaders. Fosrock are helping build a bright future for the construction industry. Sign up for a personalised account on Fosrock's online portal for tailored solutions and exclusive pricing. Ready to future-proof? Then choose Fosrock. Fosrock.com.au.
When using a knife in the workplace, safety is critical. Martel provides top quality knives, blades and accessories for safer ways to cut, giving you peace of mind knowing your workers are in safe hands. Martel Australia, the safer way to cut. Visit martelaustralia.com.au.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. So look for the Australian made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Don't get caught out by skills shortages. Build a great team with MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. Offering local advice and ongoing support, they'll make sure your investment pays off. So speak to the experts at MEGT.com.au.
Apprentice Connect Australia providers are an Australian government-funded initiative.
It's time to stop paying your suppliers and pay.com.au it instead. You'll unlock rewards, improve cash flow and simplify your business payments. So pay.com.au it and start earning rewards today.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Start your next innings with a career that gives you more. Search Police Careers, Victoria Police, and Oldham Construction Lawyers. Your experts in construction law, ensuring you're never caught out when pressure builds.
Need a new battery roadside? Holler for a Marshall. Marshall batteries come to you fast with the right battery and expert fitting. Serving Australia since 1935, choose the leading roadside battery replacement service. Holler for a Marshall, day or night. marshallbatteries.com.au. Landscapers and tradies need plants? Plantmark is your trusted wholesale nursery with a huge range at true trade prices. They supply landscape projects of all sizes, from quote to delivery. Open 6 days at 4 locations across Melbourne. Plantmark.com.au.
Out the door sale is on now at Doors Plus. Save up to 50% off across the range. Plus, we can fit, paint, stain and deliver. Visit a showroom for a free measure and quote. Up to 50% off. But for 2 weeks only. Doors Plus. No fuss.
Noticing your hair thinning? The Hairy Pill is here to help regrow your hair and your confidence. Get ready to love your hair again with clinical treatment online. Feel empowered knowing you can do something about your hair loss.
I know I can grow on with the Hairy Pill. I can grow on. Hairy Pill.
Grow stronger, healthier hair with the Hairy Pill. Now available in-store at Direct Chemist Outlet.
Combining supreme comfort with serious strength, the Tundra is our most powerful Toyota yet. But power like this can't be described. It has to be felt. And the feeling starts here at your local Toyota dealership. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays.
Refer to Capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD, AFSL 513393.
Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. And Host Plus, find as Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
Well, the covers are still on here at the SCG. The rain looks to have pretty much stopped. It is overcast above our heads and the lights are on, so it remains to be seen whether we'll get any cricket left on day 2, but England are 3 for 211. Root is 72. Brooke is 78. Glenn McGrath isn't far away. He's going to jump in to talk about the McGrath Foundation, pinktest.com.au. As of about an hour and a half ago, they had raised $384,000 today alone. 126,104 virtual.
Oh, he's going to be excited, Tom.
That is awesome. But pinktest.com.au, a 4 p.m. update, 134,000 seats sold, $3.36 million raised already. So get on at pinktest.com.au. We'll talk to Glenn McGrath more about that when he rolls in. Damien Fleming is alongside me.
Yeah.
Flem, always good to see you, especially when Glenn McGrath is coming.
Can't wait to see the big man come in. With a rain delay,
yes.
Go on and buy those virtual seats.
Yeah.
I mean, Glenn will talk more about it. I think the goal's 480,000 virtual seats, so that's a good start.
Yeah.
But it'd be good to be punching it up over 200,000 by the end of the day.
It'd be great, yeah. $25 a seat. You can buy up to 5, or you can buy a whole row if that's what you want as well. What are we seeing, Flem? The umpires and the match officials are walking out to some
There hasn't been
muted applause.
Real heavy rain, has there?
No, there hasn't been really heavy
rain. But the
rain.
light probably hasn't improved that much.
I feel like it's a bit lighter now than when we stopped play, and I
don't think they should.
You said that, didn't you?
Yeah, I think they could have got another 30 minutes of play in.
Yeah, they're far too quick to stop play. The batters were batting fine. You know, they use an arbitrary number that they create. Just play.
And now they've got to stick by that, haven't they?
Well, they do.
It's a test by test, and once you go off at that time...
That's it.
At that reading, they've got the umbrellas up, so it could only be light rain, couldn't it?
It's drizzling at most. I'm just looking at the radar. It is right over the top of us at the moment, but there's nothing coming beyond that really for the next hour or two. So we are a chance to get some more play here. SEN Test Cricket, England 3 for 211.
Gee, they didn't really have much of a look. Did you see that? Look, they're on the way back now.
And now they're being booed. Now they're being booed. I think they just want to talk to the curators. I think that's the idea at the moment. So,
one's going over to the curators now.
Flem, I wanted to talk to you before Glenn McGrath rolls in. So they had a choice between Michael Neser and Jai Richardson for this Test match. This is the 12th oldest Australian Test team of all time.
It's old.
And I think most of those in the 1920s and early 1930s. So in modern day standards, it's incredible. The 11th oldest team was in Perth. So it's an ageing demographic. Maybe bring in Glenn McGrath to talk about this as well. And they went with Neser, not Jai Richardson. It must have been a big call for them to make.
It was, just as Glenn gets into the booth, though.
Which one do you want to get? That one's fine? Yeah, no worries.
And he'll be ready to go. But we need to be ready to go because we always salute ourselves with the Denisili DK salute, the man who inspired us all. Yeah, I must admit, I thought they'd go Jai Richardson. It wasn't anything against Michael Neser more than for looking to the future. They identified, we heard they wanted to get Richardson fit for the series and play him. Extra pace, 29 years of age.
That's the key.
So he's in that sort of zone. But even the way it's playing out here, you just think Bo Webster playing but batting at 8. So he's playing as a bowler.
Yeah.
And he's not really going to bowl that much. So there is some questions about but the lineup, but not that Nees has bowled badly today either, but I just think going for the future, what are we going to find out about the future after this series? So pumped to win the Ashes, but if Weatherall misses out again, that's just been no good at all. Marnus doesn't get runs. Oh my God, we need a number 3.
Yeah.
Usman retires. Inglis has had 2 innings, hasn't really enhanced his reputation. If Green doesn't get any runs,
what's going with
does he keep playing? So we could end up winning this Ashes series 4-1 and still having heaps of questions for our Test team going forward.
Glenn McGrath, welcome to the SEN commentary box. Before we get on to the big test, what are your thoughts on what Flem just said?
Yeah, no, g'day guys. It's g'day everyone. It's interesting, isn't it? I think England came out here thinking this was their best opportunity ever. Then when they saw the teams on paper with no Hazelwood, no Cummins, no Lyon, no Smith for one Test, they'd go home. They'd be pretty disappointed with their performance here. So, looking at Michael Neser, you go back to Melbourne, I thought he bowled quite well, whereas Jai Richardson, he just looked a little underdone, didn't he? He was bowling sort of early 130s where you expect him to bowl a bit quicker than that. So, whether that came down to play,
I just think with that type of pitch, though, it doesn't help the quick, skitty guys. It helps the guys who bowl, tall and over the top.
And just nip it around and seam it. Whereas, Scotty and Nessa probably fairly similar. They'll just bowl those good areas. So, it's the pitch itself looks interesting. I think whether Melbourne pitch has played a part in sort of how much grass. Amazing how many. I don't think there's been a series where we spoke about millimetres of grass as much as this one. So, 5 mils, 10 mils, 7, So, the pitch out there, that first hour and just did enough in the air, a little bit of humidity. The Aussies did well to pick up those 3 wickets, but since then it just looks flat, doesn't it?
And Glenn, on a personal view, how much millimetres would you like to see on a Test pitch? I'm more an 18, 20 millimetre sort of guy.
35 mil. I prefer to talk in inches rather than millimetres, but I don't mind. I don't mind it being. You don't want it too tough for the batsman. You've got to not.
They whinge.
They whinge. Look how much they whinge and complain about Melbourne. It did do a little bit. We've played on pitches like that. And
what's the most grass you've ever played on a pitch? It was a pitch in England at some point, or?
No, I think it was a pitch in West Indies in Trinidad. And I remember '95. We went over there and we went out to have a look at the pitch. And to be honest, I couldn't see which pitch we were playing on. The whole square was green. I went out there and it's like the groundsman was there. We're all looking, trying to work out which one. And then he sort of has a look at it and he goes, I think we'll play on maybe that one. And, that did plenty.
Did you win the test?
No, 2.5 day test. I picked up 6 in the first inning, but then they belted us in the second. And there's that famous picture and sort of shot of Steve Waugh and Curtly Ambrose standing toe to toe.
Brilliant. Brilliant.
And poor old Curtly, Tugger sort of gave him a bit of a spray, and but Curtly looks like the aggressor because he's a bowler. So that was that one. We lost that convincingly. That was the only series that I've ever played in where we had a rest day.
In a test match?
In the test series. A rest day every match. The first test we won in 3 days, so no use of the rest day.
Yeah.
Next test was washed out. Third test we lost in 2.5 days, so no use of the rest day. Then the fourth test, the game was going along pretty well. The rest day came, it rained all day, and then we played the next day, and Stephen got his 200. We won the series. So
that must be the end of rest days.
Yeah,
I can't remember rest days.
Yeah, and I got injured at the start of the tour. That would have been my one rest day series. Hey, just on Steve Waugh, they had a little poll on the screen.
Yes.
Who was their favourite Waugh, Steve or Mark? Who was your favourite Waugh? I said Dean Waugh. Yeah, because I thought he was the funniest Waugh.
Danny. There's Danny as well, who was the youngest, and they reckon he was quite talented. So Dino was it was good fun, wasn't he?
Dino, the Mr. Bean personalities. You can't imagine Steve Waugh doing Mr. Bean personalities. But Steve or Mark, who's your favourite?
Yeah, Stephen was best man at my first wedding.
Oh, there you go.
So I'm sort of, but you wouldn't get two twins more different. And I always thought to myself, if they came out as one kid, would they be completely useless, or would they be so talented naturally, but so mentally strong? Imagine that.
Mentally strong and elegant.
Oh,
imagine that.
They probably average more than Bradman.
Yeah.
So, but
they get more wickets than Bradman.
But as they get older, they're looking more and more alike, aren't they? So
they're morphing back into each other. But
it was great having them both in the team, though.
See, Mark's not getting a lot of votes. June, he won't be happy.
No, that's a shame. I used to love watching them bat together.
Yeah,
they'd go at at the end of the wicket, end of the over, where they go up there. I don't think they ever said a single word to each other. They put on 200+ run partnerships and did not say a single word.
It's just a habit. I mean, you play cricket, Tom. You know, you walk down and say something.
How you going?
How you going like that? Never said a word, just nodded to each other. And
just sort of looked that way, looked that way.
Did you play the day they put on 450 or 500 in a Shield game?
No, I didn't play that one. So
imagine batting for 2 days with someone and not saying a word.
Well, he reckons they spent 16 years of their life above and below each other in bunk beds, and they had nothing left to say.
Hello to Steve and Mark Waugh. I'm sure they're both listening. Maybe not Mark, but I'm sure Steve Waugh's listening this afternoon. It's getting a bit lighter here. I know that the covers are still on, but it looks like the rain has stopped. We're talking to all-time great Glenn McGrath and all-time great Damien Fleming as well. They are 2/3 of a podcast called
The Fast Bowling Cartel.
And that is a famous podcast now, with Jason Gillespie being the third. So I'll take Jason Gillespie's role just for the purpose of this, which is a bit unusual in itself.
You do have to lift your intelligence.
Right.
It's all things intelligent. We don't talk any batting at all unless it's our own. Because batsmen, how boring are they? And they try to make out.
We haven't had one batting
so intelligent. So
we have to go through all the fast bowlers.
But Flem, you always talk about your batting. You're 71 at the Gabba.
No, but as Glenn said, we can talk.
Was it only 71? I thought it was 72.
Yeah, but it was not out. You got out on me. It should be 100. Thanks.
You're lucky to get that.
And you, Tom, or Dizzy, you get to talk about your 201.
Yes, I could talk about that double century against Bangladesh all I want. Glenn, I've got to ask you about the pink test.
Yes,
you're wearing a pink shirt now. I'm sure this whole ground will be draped in pink on day 3. I'm wearing a pink shirt as well, and so will you be, Flem. It's become an essential part of the cricket calendar and the sporting calendar in Australia. Without talking about the specifics yet, how much joy or fulfillment does it give you that you've built something from the ground up and it's now helping so many people all across Australia?
Well, it's absolutely incredible. I think back to that first pink test back in 2009 when Cricket Australia came to us and wanted to change day 3, which was Ladies' Day, to Jane McGrath Day. They probably thought it'd be 2 or 3 years, which was a great gesture, but what happened that first test, and each year it's grown and built into something absolutely amazing. Just to see the way people come to the ground and wear their pink and get behind it is incredible. I can't think of another sporting event anywhere in the world that's partnered up with a charity that's been as successful. And to see, if you start from the top, Cricket Australia, SCG, broadcasters, corporates, the way the public's got behind it's been incredible. But also both teams, the touring team as well. The Australian team every year has been massive. Sign of respect. The touring team every year has done it. This is England's 5th pink test. The Barmy Army's got behind it. So it's amazing when you get everyone come behind and support something, you can achieve something pretty incredible. And just today, just at the ground and just doing the press conference and just the general feel, the amount of goodwill out there is amazing. I've noticed it more now than ever, and it just there is something special about this Test match. And I remember a few years back, the New South Wales Police changed their sort of the band, the checkered band to pink. And they said it was one of the most amazing days they've ever had. The goodwill that they had, they never had to kick anyone out, though they had to ask one person to leave. And they said they gladly just walked out by themselves. There was no issues the whole day. And that, to me, speaks volumes of what's been created here. It brings people together no matter where you're from, who you are. It brings people together. And I think in the state of the world and what's happened recently in Bondi with that horrendous attack there, it's great to see people coming together for the enjoyment, for the joy of sport and the Ashes and cricket.
And Pidgey, one of the great initiatives is the virtual seats.
Yep.
So that's probably been going for a few years now, and people have jumped on that can't get to the actual ground, or people at the ground like us are still giving it to him. How's it been building in the last few years, and what are the targets for this Test match?
Yeah, so this is a big fundraiser for us and has been for the last 18 years. And, they say out of... what's the word? I've gone blank, but it'll come to me. So
hat-trick?
No. Who hasn't got one of those, Flem? But
Dizzy hasn't.
Dizzy hasn't. No, double century over here, though.
But, when COVID was here,
Yes.
they
is that when it started?
Couldn't have anyone in the ground, and one of our guys came up with the virtual pink seat concept, which I like to take credit for as well, because we're all part of a team. Out of adversity creates opportunity, as they say, and that's been an absolute game changer. The virtual pink seat campaign, people come up to me throughout the year and say, we support your foundation. We get our virtual pink seats every year. It's become a tradition for our family to support loved ones that are with us, and unfortunately some who are not with us, put messages of support and hope and loved ones' names, and it's become a tradition. And what it's grown into, especially last year, 450,000 virtual pink seats we sold last year. And the good thing with virtual stadiums, what's the SCG holds about 53,000 or something. The virtual stadium, you can just keep building overnight. So last year we held 450,000 virtual pink seats. We're hoping this year we're at 480,000 virtual.
That's a big stadium, Flem.
Which is unbelievable. Support's been amazing. So really, really
and
proud.
And what about the funds? How does that transfer into nurses?
Yeah, so last year we let the public know that we're now not only supporting breast cancer, but we're now placing nurses to provide support for anyone going through any type of cancer, which I thought was brilliant.
Your idea?
It's something in the back of my mind I always wanted to do, because breast cancer gets pretty good support, but there's a lot of cancers out there that you get absolutely no support for, and you shouldn't be discriminated against because of what type of cancer you get to what type of support you receive. And now to be able to start providing support for all cancers, it doesn't matter where you live, in a free service. So that's something I'm incredibly proud of. We've still got a long way to go. We feel we achieved our mission for breast cancer back in 2024, and then the federal government came to us and asked us if we'd now put nurses on to provide support for any type of cancer. Wow. And so in the last year we launched that mentioned that at this pink test, and that's why we sold 450,000 virtual pink seats. In the last year we placed 82 McGrath cancer care nurses right across the country, and the goal that I mentioned, 480,000 virtual pink seats, if we sell that means an additional 8,000 families going through cancer in one of the toughest times of their life will have the support of a McGrath cancer care nurse where they live.
That is amazing, and it's heartwarming to know that, Glenn, you've had an amazing Test career, you've been excellent in the media, you've done other things, but you're actually doing this to help other people as well. And presumably it's a year-round job. We see it right now at the SCG, and more particularly on day 3. But how does this business operate day-to-day throughout the year?
Yeah, so it's become a massive beast of its own. We've got over 100 staff now.
Wow.
And it's amazing you get the right people, what you can achieve. So this is just a little snapshot of the Sydney Test, as big as it is only part of what we do throughout the year. And it's, I'm the president, co-founder. I'm on the board. I don't get too involved in the day-to-day running of the foundation, but for big corporates, for media, for government, board meetings, you name it. I come in. So it does keep me pretty busy, and it is getting busier now as we move into doing different things. So, yeah, there's always something happening. The support we've received, as I mentioned, from federal government right down to the person on the street has been amazing. But unfortunately, when we're going through just breast cancer nurses, everyone knew someone either within their family or close to them that's been through or going through breast cancer. The stats now is 1 in 2 people in their lifetime will get cancer. And to have that support there, we're currently sitting at 343, I'll get it right, McGrath cancer care nurses, and they've supported over 170,000 families and individuals across this great country of ours, and that need is definitely there. That number, we're doing a needs assessment, that could be 1,000, 1,100, 1,200 nurses required. So we still have a long way to go. And then it's about longevity, sustainability, raising money year on year to provide that support. So, we've come a long way, and everyone knows someone and within their family or close to them that's been through. And I think that connection for what we're doing for providing support for people going through it now, people see a tangible difference that their money is making to someone's life. And I think all that has gone to, making the foundation successful, and very, very proud.
And Pidge, how many nurses did you say?
343 at the moment.
So what was your 343rd wicket in Test cricket? Because you are the master. You can go through them all.
I don't know.
Oh, you've got soft in your old age.
Well, my 350th was Alan Mullally at Leeds, at Headingley.
Yeah,
and I think that might have been my 7th wicket. I got 7 for 76 in the first innings there, so it might have been my first wicket in that test.
Right.
And I'm trying to think if it was...
it's got to be Athers.
It's probably Athers. And it was either Athers caught behind, that might have been second innings. First innings, I think he pulled me, and Diz took a good catch at fine leg. So I'm just going to throw that one up there.
There you go.
I love that.
Michael
no surprise there at all.
For the nurses, we want to get past his...
get past
560.
563.
563.
Nathan Lyon went past you.
Yeah, what's Lino now? Is he 567?
Thereabouts.
I saw Lino this morning, and, I said...
What was it like? Because we saw some different footage about how you took...
He carried on.
The news. Was there some friction? How was he towards you?
Well, the way I look at it now is, he's just torn his hamstring off the bone. Couldn't he have done that in the first over of the match and he'd still be on 562? But no, he's and Flem knows because he'd been on 562 for a long time from the end of the West Indies, and we thought it would happen in Perth.
Of course.
And as it turned out, he bowled 2 overs.
Yeah.
Then we go to Brisbane, where he didn't get a game, which he wasn't too fussed about, really, was he?
No.
He was absolutely
took it well.
And then in Adelaide, he got it. So we had to wait a while, but we teed up that if the wicket
for
falls,
the podcast, the Fast Bowling
podcast, that I was just going to destroy a room, kick chairs, and crow, and carry on. And
was he one to throw his toys on the cot?
No. When he, not bowling, batting.
Oh, right.
Batting he did.
Every
but the video,
though,
so you look at the video of him, cracking it, because he's doing it to me in our one.
Through the
then I went to a lunch, and then I'm every media has done it. That was our setup, the Fast Bowling Cartel. But it just shows most of the directors or producers in all the other media sphere, they're obviously batsmen. They can't come up with their own ideas.
Nothing. Well, I did hear
that was our setup.
Well, one broadcaster was going, quick, get to McGrath, he's losing and one of the guys said, no, you idiot, he's just taking a mickey. So you've got to have a bit of fun, don't you?
Yeah. So for the vision, get on our podcast, because you can see him actually doing it too.
Yeah, so sitting there going, no, pick the chair up. But, no, it's all good fun.
And we love the spinners, but a bit easier just walking up and ball. You had to come off a big runner.
Yeah, didn't we?
For 15 years. I mean, geez, Tom.
I agree with that, being a fast bowler myself.
So I have slotted down to number 3 on the Australian all-time
list. How does that make you feel?
No, it's okay, because there's 2 spinners above me, and fast bowler, we don't really count the spinners that much, do we?
Still number 1 in my book.
I'd make 2 groups, the spinners group and the fast bowlers.
So you're number 1.
Warney was pretty handy, and Lino's pretty handy, so I can't sledge him too much. But
and I can't if Stark and Cummins and Hazelwood can't get you, I can't see anyone ever.
Yeah.
That might be it. That might be it for
Well, I think Jimmy Anderson set the record that high. Yeah, Brody did
How
pretty
many
well as well.
tests they played?
Yeah, but they played in England as well. You played on hard Australian pitches. Now I'm starting to back you, actually.
But they did, and they also gave up white ball cricket earlier too.
Yeah, you played.
Yeah, so what was it, Jimmy? 188 tests.
Oh, wow.
704.
Yeah.
And you talk about Nathan Lyon being filthy.
Oh, he was.
James Anderson did
He's still
retire.
No, he hasn't retired yet. I think he's still keen to make a comeback because
and he actually would have enjoyed these pitches this summer.
That's the irony of the whole thing. He's captaining Lancashire, I think, next summer in the English.
No, he is, and he's 4 wickets behind Warney.
Oh, wow.
So he could have moved into that number 2nd posse on the all-time list.
That could have been it. Hey, Glenn, pinktest.com.au, 394,000 seats have been sold. That's a 4 p.m. update, so 3.36 million. We're gunning for some amazing stuff. We really appreciate it.
How were those numbers? I didn't even make sense of anything.
134,394 seats sold. There
we want half a million. I know you've said 480,000 pitch, but let's round it off to half a million.
Yeah, so if you haven't got your virtual pink seat, jump online, pinktest.com.au. Grab it now. I know all the commentators through all the boxes are getting theirs, and post it on your social media and make a difference to a lot of people's lives in one of the toughest times of their life as well.
I did it just there. I bought 2 seats a bit earlier, so that'll cost me $50 for 2 seats.
Well done.
Glenn McGrath joining us on SEN Test Cricket. Always a privilege to sit next to the greatest fast bowler Australia has ever produced. Up next is Colo and Bharat and Stuart Broad. The sun is peeking through some clouds. I don't want to give too much optimism, but 3 for 211. We might have some cricket this afternoon yet. Stay with us on SEN Test Cricket.
G'day, it's Alex Carey. The new Goodwee ESA battery is a game changer with leading performance and safety. Until the end of March, you can get up to $500 off, on top of the federal rebate exclusively with Solar Heart. Visit solarheart.com.au. T's and C's apply.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays. Refer to Capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD, AFSL 513393.
What's better than winning the match? Winning the series. Host Plus has been named Finder's Super Provider of the Year, judged on strong performance, low fees and great investment options. That's a plus.
Awards and ratings are only one factor to consider. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. Consider the PDS and TMD on our website before deciding.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
For on-the-go cover, go BizCover, Australia's #1 online business insurance service with over 280,000 small business customers. Join thousands of small businesses who've switched to BizCover for easier, hassle-free insurance. Simply compare quotes, buy online and get instant cover. Looking for insurance for the first time? BizCover is insurance made easy. From tradies to professionals, allied health, retail and hospitality, even small businesses looking to save. Shop and compare quotes for different types of cover in one go at bizcover.com.au.
G'day, Flem here. If Program Commercial Painting were a test bowler, they'd take every painting maintenance job's wicket. Repaints, bowled. Graffiti, caught behind. From schools to local businesses, hospitals and beyond, get them bowling for you. Visit programcommercialpainting.com.au.
OMG Oatmeal Goodness are celebrating local cricket's everyday champions. One local club has the chance to win a junior cricket coaching session with Alex Carey. To win, visit sen.com.au/win and nominate an everyday champion at your local club.
Ozito brushless power tools, tested by grit and built to work. When it comes to doing tough jobs, do it yourself. Ozito, home and garden brushless power tools. Do you. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
OMG Oatmeal Goodness are celebrating local cricket's everyday champions. One local club has the chance to win a junior cricket coaching session with Alex Carey. To win, visit sen.com.au/win and nominate an everyday champion at your local club.
Secure your home with the Eufy PoE system. Its revolutionary dual camera design delivers 24/7 monitoring with fixed wide-angle views plus automatic tracking. No blind spots, no missed details. Just reliable protection for true peace of mind. Visit eufy.com/au.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. So look for the Australian made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Introducing the world's first NVR with a local AI agent. Type keywords for instant search results to find specific moments in seconds. Your data stays private and is processed locally. 24/7 protection that's both smart and secure. Visit eufy.com/au.
Looking for your next fishing weapon? Bar Crusher is Australia's leading fishing boat builder and lead the industry in design excellence and quality. For the most advanced plate aluminium fishing boats or to build your dream boat online, visit barcrusher.com.au.
Did you know that Cobram Estate extra virgin olive oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15ml serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
Imagine homes where luxury isn't an upgrade. Build a solar all-electric Henley home with up to $95,600 of standard inclusions others call extras. Imagine luxury at no extra cost with Henley Homes.
Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. And Host Plus, find as Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart. The scene at the SCG remains the same. The lights are on. It's nowhere near as dark as it was, Baz, when they went off for that early tee, but the covers are on as well. It's drizzle, no more than that. The radar is inconclusive. I'm not going to pretend to be able to read it properly, but what I do know from those at the back of the box is there's still rain about, so the prospects of play, we will see. It's 25 to 5 local time. The cut-off, for what it's worth, is 7 p.m. to get all the allotted overs in. If they want to take the extra hour on top of the extra half an hour, we will see 3 wickets this morning, and Stuart Broad's going to jump in as well. Duckett, Crawley and Bethel for 27, 16 and 10 respectively. They took lunch at 3 for 114 and tea, and where we are right now, 3 for 211 with a partnership of 154 between Joe Root, who's 72, Harry Brook, who is 78. And as we look at here, there's no real movement at the station, even if the rain has stopped to virtually nothing.
Yeah, no, the ground staff haven't moved in a long time. A lot of people have left. We were just at the back of the box, or the top tier of the stadium, and a lot of people have left. You can see the stands are empty, and see broadcasters all around the ground just doing some filler stuff, as you do.
Well, what it gives us the chance to do is what we haven't had the chance to do all summer, because the cricket's been so frenetic. We've never really been able to drift with Broady. He's in here now for AIA, Protect What Matters, Do It for Life with AIA. Broady, let's do this. Let's do. This will be more like a podcast than it will be commentary, but we'll make it work, I reckon. Because you're here as a commentator. You're nearing the end of your first Ashes series as a non-player since 06-07. How have you found being here in this role?
It's been wonderful. Yeah, it's I must admit, I think I said to you earlier, it's much easier being in Australia not playing cricket for England. It's as a player, although it's a wonderful career highlight, you do see a lot of cricket grounds, a lot of hotels, a lot of airports. And we didn't do Noosa trips in my time when I was here, but being able to be in Australia as a pundit, and the play finishes, you have the freedom to go out for a bite to eat in between games. You go and see what a wonderful country this is. It really is right up there as a place for me. And when you're not having the pressures of playing the game and the Australians not wanting you to do well on the cricket field, in a sense, when you're playing against them, actually the hospitality of everybody, every Australian I've bumped into, has been superb.
It's funny, isn't it? For so long your identity is wrapped up in being Stuart Broad, the fast bowler, having this career change. You're still a young man by any normal societal standards, still what, 38, 39 years of age now? 39 years of age now. In theory, you could still be doing what you used to do, but it's like this major identity shift in becoming Stuart Broad, the pundit, as opposed to the fast bowler.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, really, because how I viewed my cricket career, sort of the last, say, 10 years of it, was very separate to personal life. I almost viewed myself as an actor out on the field. So I'm quite a calm, relaxed, laid-back sort of person. But on the field, I knew that I had to be a different type of character. So as soon as I stepped over the boundary rope, I was then the actor, Stuart Broad, and that would be getting the crowd going and getting in battles and maybe saying a few things to opposition players and creating theatre and flipping bails and all that sort of stuff that I loved, and that's why I played the game. But then I could get off the field and leave the actor at the cricket ground. So whether I'd gotten on for 100 or 5 for 30, it didn't change my personal life. It didn't change how I was going around my sort of daily life with family and friends, etc. So I've always been able to have quite a good separation actually from the cricketer and personal life. So leaving that actor behind, leaving the cricket behind, has not been a huge shift for me. It's not been, a lot of people say you lose that identity when you stop playing cricket for England. You're suddenly not Stuart Broad the cricketer, and then you don't know what life is. Whereas I've actually been, I feel like I've had that for sort of 10, 12 years anyway.
Well, the sun's come out. That's why you're hearing the cheers from who was left behind at the SCG. It's funny you talk of yourself as having been an actor on the field and someone different, Brody. It was one of the pleasures of covering your cricket, apart from being able to write and commentate about your bowling, was attending your press conferences. Because I remember as a print journalist always looking forward to them, because you knew you were so clued in. Like, you could never ask a question to you where whether you liked the question or not, you listened to it and you always gave an honest answer. So we would just talk amongst ourselves, wouldn't we, Adam, saying, one day Brody's going to do commentary and he's going to be better than all of us. And where did that come from?
Well, there's only one press conference I felt like I had a bit of regret in, and it was during COVID, the first COVID test. You might have seen it in England, Colin, where
the Big Brother room.
It was a Big Brother room.
Oh, that one.
So I like seeing interviewers' faces. I like feeling the emotion of an interview or answering the question. If you ask me, I like answering back to you. I walked into this room with one chair and a GoPro camera, and all I could hear was Ian Ward's voice. So I felt like I was getting no reaction. So I ended up just saying how I was feeling emotionally at that time, instead of actually what was best for the team, what was best for that situation right there. And I walked out in a bit of a daze, like, just talked to a GoPro there, what's happened, but actually forgetting that goes live on TV and all over the place. Now, for those who don't know, I was sort of saying how disappointed I was. I wasn't disappointed. I was angry. I was frustrated. I think I was our leading wicket taker at the time, and I had a bit of an issue with Ed Smith, who was chairman of selectors at the time, who was trying to get a bit funky and move things around. So I probably, I should. That's the only one where I opened up too much and gave too much detail, I think. Whereas others, I think detail's important. Everyone finds the sports person interviewer finding the positives and that sort of. It's just you feel like you could write down exactly what people are going to say before they've even said it. No one finds that interesting. So I definitely did walk into press conferences with a slightly different mindset of giving fans, actually, the journalists are writing to the fans, giving the fans a bit of insight into what actually is happening, because ultimately that's what press conferences are. And that's why I get frustrated at Adelaide, where England send out 3 assistant coaches in a row. I, as a fan, I don't want to hear from the coaches. They can't do anything for me now. I want to hear from the players that can affect it in the middle. And I think I've always enjoyed the media game, and you certainly do see it differently when you're on this side of the fence.
I remember you did a press conference, it must have been at Edgbaston before the 2019 first Ashes test match, and you brought us into your confidence about the way you'd felt you'd bowled and the analysis you'd done, and you realised what you needed to do differently, and it played out beautifully. It was always a reference point for us on commentary and all the rest of it, that you'd worked out what was needed. Sort of similarities now, I suppose, to having done your homework then to perform in a test match. You're doing your homework now to perform as a broadcaster. You've got great mentors in Atherton and Hussain at Sky, where you work in the UK, where they've always taken the view that you've got to do your homework. So you've done that as a player, and now you're bringing that into your punditry life as well.
Absolutely, and over here, ultimately your job when you're speaking about the game is to give insight to the listeners that they might not know about. They might. You want to leave the listeners walking away going, oh, that's an interesting view on that, or I never thought a player would be thinking that at that particular time, and that's why you need to know about certain players. That's why you need to stay in touch. I like going on the field before a day's play. You have a quick chat with Stokesy or Baz or Ruti, and you see how they're actually feeling about the day. Not that I'm going to break any trust and say exactly what they've said to me there, but you get a feeling of what the group's like, and a bit of information you can share with listeners that they might find interesting, or telling them something they don't know about it. And I feel really fortunate in the fact that I played for England at 19-20, finished at 37. I've seen a lot in the games. There's a lot. I've had major lows. I've had major highs. I've had periods where it's not going my way. I've had periods where I've felt sort of high as anything and doing fantastic well. So I feel like I can talk quite honestly about every single player's position that they're in. You know, that I've had the frustrations of losing 5-0 in Australia and getting knocked out of World Cups early. So I think definitely keeping that mindset of never forgetting how hard it is to lace the boots up. You know, anyone who's putting those shoes on or putting a cap on to walk over that cricket field in Test match cricket, it's hard work. You know, it's not an easy game. So having that empathy on that, but also being able to say it as it is, I think is really important. You know, I don't like sort of what's the right sort of saying, really, like wishy-washy. You know, I like to have an opinion. As when I was a player and you asked me an honest question, I'm going to give you an honest answer, because that's my view and my opinion.
And I think that opinion of yours about this being the weakest or most unsettled Australian team since 2010, I think it's very valid. The more I thought about it today, I think that's probably the most valid take on this Australian team.
Well, actually, I mean, people ask, do I regret saying that? Well, I regret how far it travelled, and you know, and it's never nice when, say, like Steve Smith's coming out and having to say, as Pat Cummins is saying, about hearing me say that. And I didn't mean it in a really disrespectful way, and I can see why it was taken in a disrespectful way. It was almost in a mindset of how good have the other teams been before them. So 2010, 2011, Australia were in between spinners. Remember, was it Michael Beer and Xavier Doherty? They had seam bowler problems. Mitchell Johnson wasn't bowling like he was in 13. But Doug Bollinger played in Adelaide. Punter broke a finger, didn't play here. So they were really in a mode of change. And then comes greatness inside. You know, Steve Smith in absolute pomp in 13, with Mitchell Johnson bowled the quickest you've ever seen. And then 17, 18. They just dominated against Steve Smith, was superb. That bowling attack of, you know, when you come in and Hazlewoods and Lyon, that when they come about, they become an extremely strong side. And 21, 22 again, they had almost peak age of that group. I'd say that group's now peak age has just tipped the other side, and I'm not what's the right word, ageist, or I think you play till you're good enough, but this side has a lot of 35, 36-year-olds that when we were last here were 32 and at the peak of their powers. So I was saying it almost in a praise of how strong Australia have been in 13, 14, 17, 18 and 21, 22. And I look at this Australian side. If you'd have said to England before the series, Pat Cummins will play 1, Josh Hayes will play none, Lyon will play 2, Smith will miss Adelaide, you'd be going, seriously? They'd give 2 debutants to 31-year-olds in Doggett and Weatherall. So, I look at this Australian team now and think the great sides of the past of Australia, there's a handful of these players that wouldn't get anywhere near those teams. What they've done amazingly to win this Ashes series is the all-timers of Travis Head and Mitchell Starc have gone, I'm the experienced pro, I know how to win games of cricket, and I'm going to grab the game and do it at crucial moments in the series. And that's how they've beaten England.
It was during another Ashes series where you came onto the scene as a teenager in 2005. I'm really interested in your backstory, having grown up as the son of a man who had such an influential role in winning the Ashes here in 1986-87, and then in 2005 you're bowling against the mighty Australians at Grace Road, a game I was there for actually, when you were playing for Leicester. I mean, what are your memories of bursting into that professional setup and knowing that all eyes were kind of on you because you were the son of Chris Broad?
Yeah, I mean, that was an amazing week for me, really. I from memory, I don't think I was due to play the game. I was net bowling for 2 days in the lead-up. And, you know, that opportunity to get thrown a ball and sit at the back of the nets when you've got Hayden, Langer, Ponting, Damien Martin, Gilchrist, all netting. And, you know, I was like, give me the ball, I'll bowl all day. And I charged in for 2 days straight. And I think a few of the Aussies, I've chatted to JL about this trip, actually. I think they were a bit like, "Oh, who's this kid? He's sort of charging in, giving it a good go." And off the back of that, they said, Leicestershire said, "Play, go and have a game." And I remember we had Chris Rogers in our side as well, who was hugely motivated because he wasn't in the Ashes squad. I think he might have got a double 100 from memory in that game.
Big double 100 for him in the last innings.
So I ended up playing. I got Adam Gill, Chris Bold, and Brett Lee. I think I got out, and that experience of playing against guys that I've grown up adoring and watching, and ahead of one of the biggest series that came our way was extremely special. And I ended up continuing playing for Leicestershire from that point on through the rest of the series. Played against Andrew Simons, I remember, who was a ferocious sort of competitor for Lancashire, and learned so much playing against ex-England pros of like the Graham Hicks, and that's when I sort of nipped into the scene. Played 6 or 7 first-class games, got picked on an academy trip in the winter to learn more about what it takes to get to the top level, and played for England 2006 the following summer.
It isn't often that you see one player link a father and a son, but being with Phil de Freitas, who won the Ashes with your dad, and playing in his dressing room in 2000.
Yeah, I remember he said to me, we were sat at Northamptonshire on the balcony, I think, and he said something like, I think I know when it's time to go, when I've played with a father and son. So I think that was his final professional year. But I'd watched all the videos of Duffy growing up in that 86-87 tour. He was a youngster there, wasn't he? Was he 18 or 19? To have the experience of playing alongside him and being around him at Leicestershire was awesome. I look back with a lot of joy in those times, and actually thinking how, I suppose, freshly naive you are. I wasn't necessarily thinking about what I'm going to do with the ball. I was just grabbing it, charging in and letting it go, and how I developed over the years of learning about fast bowling and learning about the skill of working out different batters and it is weird. The career does go in the blink of an eye. I was 18 back then, and now I'm sat here fully done, fully retired, with whatever 34,000 balls behind me in Test match cricket, and away we go.
Just having the broad name, Stuart, considering your dad played Test cricket and he was a big name during that late 80s period, what was that like? Because often sons of Test cricketers or daughters of Test cricketers always have to kind of grow under that shadow. So how long did it take for you to become Stuart Broad?
Deep into my career, really. I'd say sort of when I got to 30, I was known a bit more as Stuart Broad rather than Chris Broad's son. But I think what was huge for me was he was an opening batter, left-handed opening batter, scored runs in Australia, 86, 87. I think he was player of the series in that series, and obviously I'm hugely proud of everything that he achieved on there. He scored 100 at the SCG here in the Bicentenary Test, I think, or Centenary Test. But me not trying to make it as an opening batter was pretty crucial. As soon as I started showing a little bit of skill with the ball, so yes, I was Chris Broad's son, but he was an opening batter and I'm an opening bowler. So immediately the skills are different. And I might come in at number 8 at the start and lower at the end, and they might go, your dad used to play that shot through the covers or whatever, but such a different style, me opening the bowling. And I think that took pressure off me, because then the comparisons were less. They sort of stopped. It wasn't, at 25 your dad averaged this and you're averaging this. It was different. I'm very proud of the family history and how much Ashes cricket meant to him. And actually, I definitely got that passion from him. He deeply cared about playing for England. He deeply cared about, I'm very proud of what he achieved and what he could do for the family. And I definitely felt very similar.
Brody, I'm mindful we could probably do a long conversation about your life and times, and maybe we will on a different outlet, but we're going to play some hits here. We're going to play the hits with 10 minutes to go. Let's go first to the very end of your Ashes relationship. Let's go to Lords in 2023. The Johnny Bairstow moment, which, I don't know, it feels to me like we're going to be talking about that for the rest of our lives in one form or another. Did you detect that at the time? I mean, I know what you said to Alex Carey out there in the middle, but did you realise what a big part of almost your own story this thing was going to become?
Probably not. I mean, I'd never heard Lords react like they did, the crowd. It was very emotional how the crowd reacted to that, and it was a really interesting one. And so it was the end of the over, and Alex Carey got the ball, hit the stumps. It looked like Johnny Bairstow was just going over to Ben Stokes at the end of the over to tap gloves, And actually, even on the replay when Johnny's left his crease, the umpire square leg, I think it was Chris Gaffney, was halfway walking in, just looking at the ground when the ball hit the stumps. The I can't remember the umpire at the other end of it had the cap in the hand to give to Cam Green. So it felt like in their minds the over was done. And in Johnny's mind, the over was done, and then the ball hit the stumps and given out. But actually, when you see the replay, I didn't see that. I was next in, so I didn't see that replay at the time. But actually, when you see the replay, Alex Carey didn't delay. He got the ball and threw it straight away. So in his mind, the over wasn't. It was almost. It was a bit dozy from Johnny because he left the crease too early. It was a bit middle of the day from the umpires, that they were just strolling around and not doing anything overly official, and Alex Carey didn't do anything wrong. He went for a run out. Johnny wasn't trying to gain any sort of advantage. He was just going down to sort of chat to Stokesy. And at the time, I thought, was that an opportunity for Australia to just call Bairstow back? It's not trying to get an advantage. It's not really a genuine dismissal. Look, Johnny, switch on. You can't keep doing that. It almost felt like that feeling of a mankad,
Yep.
But I walked out to bat, and the noise was unbelievable of how angry this Lord's crowd were, and I didn't really connect with it. I'd seen the replay, so I hadn't really sort of connected to what was going on, and I just jumped on the emotion of the crowd. I had a bit of so Pat Cummins was looking at me as I walk out to bat, because it's the end of the over. He's walking towards me to bowl, and as all Australian bowlers have done for years, they're just showing a bit of presence. He was looking at me, looking me up and down, just sort of trying to, not say intimidate me, because he wasn't saying anything, but just have a presence. And I said something to him along the lines of poor decision. I think I said something like, "You're a disgrace." And he said, "Oh yeah, Brody, you're hardly the face of the spirit of cricket." And that ignited me. I was like, okay, we're on it. And tap gloves with Stokes. I said, "I'm with you." And I just started going at anyone almost in a red mist zone with a green cap on. I was popping at everyone left, right and centre. Said something silly to Alex Carey. I was doing this thing that I'd not done since under 12s, where I was saying "in" every time that, I'd hit the ball, fielder would pick it up, and I'd put my bat and go, "In, I'm in. Is anyone going to run me out? I'm in." And I was sort of, I was really, I wasn't necessarily a massively vocal cricketer, but I was really red mist here. I was gone. And after about 20 minutes, Stokesy with tap glove in the middle, he's like, "You all right, Brody?" I'm like, not really, mate. Sorry, I'm all over the place here, but no, I'm going to calm down. I'm with you, don't worry. And Stokesy goes, "Keep going." So I was like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "Have a look around the field now. All the Australians are just staring at the ground. The crowd are obviously booing in different parts. The bowlers weren't talking. There was no real plan. Stokesy was actually getting the better of the bowlers at the time, so hitting a few sixes." He said, "Keep going at them, because they're not talking. They're bowling terribly at me," as in Stokesy. "So just keep doing what you do." So I had 20 minutes of red mist, and then I had 2 hours of play acting and theatre and drama, to the extent where Pat Cummins would go to long off to Stokesy, and I'm shouting because the fans were booing him. I'd be like, Pat, all these boos, they're for you, they're for you. And I'll never forget, at lunch, Stokesy got 100. We walked into the long room, up the stairs, and the cheer, it was like a wave hitting. I was like, wow, that is so loud. And the members are roaring for Stokesy for this 100. I was like, wow, that's one of the most impressive noises I've ever heard. And I turned the corner to go to the home changing room, and that cheer turned into the most ferocious boo. And enough for Stokesy and I to stop and turn around, like, what's happened? And that was just the members sort of saying what their emotions towards the Aussie players. We went to the change room, was not aware at all that the members had behaved so disgracefully to the Australian cricketers. Then we sort of saw that on the TV. And there was so many layers to it all. Then Johnny Bairstow played with him for 15 years. He never ate in the dining room. He always ate in the changing room, put a towel over his lap, and he'd eat his lunch so he'd prepare himself. Well, not today. He's gone up to the dining room. So he's in there at the Lord's dining room, where you have the England table, match officials, Aussie table, and there's a little TV on the wall. And they're just showing this incident over and over again. And Johnny is just staring at the Aussie players, like making eye contact with all of them. He's quite an intense guy, Johnny, with his eyes. He's got no food in front of him. Everyone else is having their chicken and sweet potato, and he's just staring at them. And Zach Crawley is a bit of a wind-up merch. He's going, "Johnny, do you think they're happy with that, these Aussies? Do you reckon they're happy with that?" He's like, just stare and keep staring. And then Zach goes, Johnny, you should ask them if they're happy with that. And Johnny slammed his hands down on the table. Like, you can imagine the sort of the plates sort of hop up, and he stands up and goes, "You happy with that, lads?" And everyone's like a bit nervy and a bit quiet. And I think it was either Mitch Marshall or Davey Warner just went, "Yeah, we're pretty happy with that, Johnny." and it was so awkward, you know, then it was like really quiet. Everyone just sat down and was like, "Right, okay, where do we go from here?" So it was a real talking point. And what I would say about it, from our point of view, is it galvanised us. We're 2-0 down at the end of that, and I think that if it had just been 2-0 down without that incident, all the press would have been about how bad England had been, but all the press was about that. So we could then just refocus our brain, and where would you want to go when Johnny Bairstow's just been controversially run out? Headingley.
Yeah.
Johnny Bairstow's Headingley's favourite son, you know, with the Bairstow name there. And it was Baz, actually. So I don't know, I'm just waffling on it. But
Go for it. We're loving it.
But Baz did something really interesting. I think maybe where the Noosa idea came from, our head coach. We had a barbecue at Johnny's 2 days before that Test match. So all the team round, Johnny on the tools, cooking. We're all chatting, and we sat around. He's got a fire pit in a big circle, and the whole squad sat around this fire for hours just talking. And there was a real connection with us all. It was like, Baz isn't a team meeting sort of guy where you sit in a boardroom and he presents, but he wants 1,000 little meetings a day where it's all sort of talking and discussing. And we just sat there talking about what we need to do, how we get back in the series. We're still a chance, you know, we play this way, do this, do that. What will the crowd do? Got to jump on the back of this Headingley crowd. They're going to be electric. And from then on, we played some really great cricket. Australia retained the Ashes. It was 2-2. But heavy rain in Manchester probably stalled a victory there. It could have been one of the greatest comebacks of all time, with England being ahead in the game there. And I thought that was great psychology from Baz, just to get round the guy's house who's been in the news the whole time for the incident, who, you know, I think the Prime Minister even commenting on it, you know, something quite big's happened when politics get involved. You know? And yeah, we got really tight as a group. I reflect on it with disappointment at how the Lord's crowd reacted, a bit of embarrassment of how I carried on, but actually that was just a very emotional feeling of that moment in time, and you know, you're right, it became a real talking point.
Speaking of talking points in you, Brody, you might have taken hundreds of wickets, but every time you come to Australia, the only clip that gets played of you is the non-walk. Yeah. And you get asked about it more often than... So have you found different ways of talking about it, and what happened?
Well, what I would say is when I see it on TV, it looks a way bigger nick than it felt. I thought it was a little feather. And then when I see it on the TV, it obviously flies to first slip. It does fly off Brad Haddon's thumb. Yeah. So it does look like it visually looks a bit odd, because it does look like I just guide it to first slip. But it was a little feather, then hit Brad Haddon's thumb. So really, we should be talking about Brad Haddon dropping a good chance. But what I do love about it, and you know, I'm not a walker, never was. I'm almost too competitive for it. I wasn't a good enough batter to walk off if I was almost like, respect the umpire's decision. You know, batters don't walk for LBWs, do they, when they're given not out? No. So yeah, I wasn't a walker, so I certainly wasn't going to walk off there. But I did find it interesting. How did that Test match finish? Can you remember?
The Test at England win by 11 runs, 12 runs, something like that.
And what was the final wicket?
It was a DRS with Jimmy and Haddon. Yeah. Right? Caught behind.
Yeah, so what did Haddon do?
Sent it upstairs. Did he not? I can't remember.
He was given not out.
Given not out, and it was referred by...
us, and then given out. So he nicked it.
Yeah. Right, so he didn't walk when he nicked it. Right, quite right. There you go. Yeah. Hang on, excuse me a moment, Brody. I'm afraid to report that play's officially been abandoned. In some respects, I'll come back to that in a moment. I'll round off with you first, Brody, by simply noting that we've got multiple messages in here expressing gratitude to be part of our commentary team. So thank you for the last half an hour. We could have done this for 2 hours. So we'll put that to one side and say, play's been called off. Brought the pundit's hat back on. What do you think of that, given we went off before tea? It's been a couple of hours of kind of stop-start. We've still got, theoretically, 90 to 120 minutes up our sleeve, and
what's the official... I mean, to me, it looks light and it's not raining, so I don't... What's going on there? Is there lightning in the air, or...
There was lightning a while back, so...
It must be something to do with the forecast ahead, otherwise they've gone quite early on that, given what we know so far.
The ground's not wet. I don't want to put my foot in a sense. I'm saying something if they're saying it's dangerous out there, but you know, almost like the sun's out, if I'm honest. Don't quite understand it.
Yeah, I mean, I think lightning is a problem. I saw some lightning a while back. So then it gets into the whole 45 minutes that you can't play post-lightning.
But maybe it's that, because, I mean, I've been on the field a few times, remember in Bangladesh where it's lightning around us and it was really scary. You've got to put the safety of everyone first. So maybe there has been some lightning in the close vicinity, because if there hasn't been, it looks fine.
It could be a chance tomorrow or at different points during the test match if Sydney does what Sydney often does, to do more of this, Brody, and very much enjoyable getting the chance to do it over the last half.
It blows just before you. I heard a rumour that this place loses the most amount of overs in world cricket to rain.
I think it's like on a par with Old Trafford.
Yeah, because I was saying, coming from England, Manchester, only rains there. That's all it does.
It does seem remarkable given what a beautiful place it is to be most of the time. The bad luck follows, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, 2 months of perfect weather, we were told by the locals, and then cricket comes around and the rain comes. It's weird how it works out.
All right, we're going to pause there. That was the life of times of Stuart Broad. Part 1, I suspect we'll get a chance for Part 2 at some stage. It'll be stumps here at 3 for 211, Route 72, Brooks 78, a partnership unbroken at 154. Early tee was taken, early stumps as well. Our coverage is for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart. On the other side of the break, it'll be Gerard, Whateley and Simon Katich taking you through the post-game show.
Keep straight for 100 metres towards the intersection.
Drink driving these holidays?
Turn left for a police booze bus. Turn right for an unmarked car equipped to breath test. Or continue straight for a crash that could result in critical injury or death.
These holidays, the police will be using every tool they have to keep the road safe. So if you choose to drink then drive, how your holiday ends is your choice. A message from the TAC.
Want to hit a 6 for your business? Sign up an apprentice with MEGT. Their local teams come to you, offering free advice and ongoing support that helps you and your apprentice succeed. So sign up today at MEGT.com.au. Apprentice Connect Australia providers are an Australian government-funded initiative.
Engines feeling like they've been bowled out? Step up to the crease with Sinopec Premium Lubricants, delivering smooth performance that hits for 6. Visit them at 1 Rosebride Place, Truganina, or sinopeconline.com.au. Sinopec Premium Lubricants. Keep your engines in winning form.
OMG Oatmeal Goodness are celebrating local cricket's everyday champions. One local club has the chance to win a junior cricket coaching session with Alex Carey. To win, visit scn.com.au/win and nominate an everyday champion at your local club.
The Berwick Volkswagen Blue Carpet event is on now, and that means it's run-out sale time. Enjoy exclusive deals across the entire Volkswagen range and the premium experience of buying a European vehicle. Kickstart your summer adventure today at Berwick Volkswagen. LMCT 12366.
Ozito brushless power tools, tested by Grit and built to work. When it comes to doing tough jobs, do it yourself. Ozito, home and garden brushless power tools. Do you. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
G'day, it's Alex Carey. The new Goodwee ESA battery is a game changer with leading performance and safety. Until the end of March, you can get up to $500 off, on top of the federal rebate exclusively with Solar Heart. Visit solarheart.com.au. T's and C's apply.
The new Grinch Happy Meal is now at Macca's. There are 12 Grinch toys to collect, only at Macca's for a limited time. Trademark and copyright 2025 Dr. Zeus, available 10:30 a.m. till midnight for a limited time at participating Macca's.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays.
Refer to Capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD. AFSL 513393.
Get offers that make you feel great on the inside and out. Only at Chemist Warehouse. Stop a pimple in its tracks with Thursday Plantation Patch Perfect Invisible Acne Control. 42 patches, just $6.99. Go dramatic with Maybelline Lash Sensational Sky High Mascara, just $13.99. Get firmer, smoother skin with Olay Regenerist Ultra Firming Serum, 30ml, only $34.99. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
In any game of cricket, walk away with figures of 4 for 3 and it's a mighty good day. It's the same at Tyre Power.
Hot summer sale. Buy 3, get 1 free on selected Kumo passenger, SUV and 4-wheel drive tyres.
Find your local Aussie-owned independent Tyre Power store at tyrepower.com.au.
The new Grinch Happy Meal is now at Macca's. There are 12 Grinch toys to collect, only at Macca's for a limited time. Trademark and copyright 2025 Dr. Zeus, available 10:30 a.m. till midnight for a limited time of participating Macca's.
OMG Oatmeal Goodness are celebrating local cricket's everyday champions. One local club has the chance to win a junior cricket coaching session with Alex Carey. To win, visit scn.com.au/win and nominate an everyday champion at your local club.
Secure your home with the Eufy PoE system. Its revolutionary dual camera design delivers 24/7 monitoring with fixed wide-angle views plus automatic tracking. No blind spots, no missed details. Just reliable protection for true peace of mind. Visit eufy.com/au.
Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. And Host Plus, Finder's Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
The post-match show. For Isuzu, adventure is everywhere. Go find yours in the new 2.2-litre Isuzu D-Max. Book a test drive today. And Sonos. This summer, sound makes it home with Sonos. Learn more at sonos.com.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Even for cricket,
1, 2, 3,
a game
4,
addicted
5,
to
6,
not
7, 8, 9,
playing,
10.
this has been
That's sounding okay?
pathetic. So the skies have broken up. There's a little bit of rain falling, but there has been absolutely no desire to get play going.
Hi guys.
We've got some sort of feed coming through here, which is shouldn't be going where I fancy. So Stumps has been called 3 for 211, Root 72, Brooks 78. Bad light stop play at 2:55. There was a small amount of rain. There was some lightning in the vicinity. There is a small amount of rain falling now, but not at any stage from 2:55 was there even an ounce of desire to play any more cricket today, Simon Katich. And so a very large crowd is sent home having seen 45 overs, and the resounding boos that went around the ground just had a bit more venom in them than the usual, oh, well, we've been dudded here. But I'm a bit startled by the complete lack of willingness to even attempt to play at any stage in today.
Yeah, I agree. I think there was a period probably half an hour ago, or maybe even longer, where you felt like it had brightened up, but nothing was looking like happening out in the middle. There was no movement. The covers were on. So I dare say they were just looking at the radar and backing that in.
And it never arrived.
Yeah.
But that's the truth.
Yep.
What was on the radar never came
Didn't
to the
come.
ground.
No. And now we're getting a little bit drizzle now, but it's certainly, there's blue sky, it's brightened up. Yes, the lights are on, but the light's much better now than it was probably an hour or so ago.
Yeah, I'd say there'd be an hour and a half of cricket if you actually wanted to play in about 25 minutes' time.
Yeah. The one positive, Gerard, is it should take it into day 4 now. So for those that are coming, they should get to see day 4.
Yeah.
It should go 5 days. I mean, this wicket looks a good surface. So unless it deteriorates rapidly, which, I mean, I don't think it's going to be hot enough tomorrow, but maybe in the last day or two. But yeah, it's played quite nicely.
Ant from Mitcham is here at the SCG. I'm in the SCG with a large group of Brits who paid tens of thousands of dollars to be here. 2-day Perth, 2-day test in Perth, 2-day test in Melbourne. Inexcusable to not provide an update to fans in the ground when it hasn't rained for 45 minutes and there's been zero attempt to prepare the ground. Absolute shambles, Ant. And I suspect there's a great many who have come here today who feel very much the same. This is our post-game wrap for Sonos. Sound makes it home. And for Isuzu, adventure is everywhere. Test drive the new 2.2-litre Isuzu D-Max. England won the toss, elected to bat, 45 overs, 3 for 211. And as the partnership between Root and Brooks developed, scoring